After a few days of sting operations, Charlie clearly felt that the number of paparazzi around him had significantly decreased, making him feel much more relaxed. Even more unexpectedly, in order to protect themselves, the captured paparazzi actually turned on their employers and spilled a lot of major dirt. The most explosive piece was a set of photos showing Dylan King having a secret rendezvous with a sugar daddy, and even some whistleblowing regarding his involvement with illegal drugs. In the United States, once these things are involved, no matter how powerful your background is, it's hard to escape unscathed. Information that the Grand Apex Alliance hadn't been able to dig up was actually pried out of the mouths of these paparazzi. As expected, professional matters should be handled by professionals. To show appreciation for the information provided by these paparazzi, the Grand Apex Alliance could only tearfully let these paparazzi stay in the slammer for a while longer. Meanwhile, Dylan King, who was currently partying in a certain apartment complex, had no idea that he had already been targeted by the police. They were just waiting for all the evidence to be collected before they would place him under arrest. At Starfish Entertainment, they had actually sensed something was wrong. Felix Rain, who was calling the shots in Pearl City, felt an inexplicable sense of unease in his heart. Why hadn't those paparazzi reported any photos lately? Mr. Rain, those paparazzi seem to have gone missing. We can't get through to them on the phone. Missing? Over a dozen paparazzi went missing at the same time? Are you fricking kidding me? It's true, we really can't get in touch with a single one of them. Mr. Rain, can I ask for some time off? Time off? I think you just don't want to work here anymore. Felix yelled angrily for a moment. Then he suppressed his anger and asked, "What's going on exactly?" The assistant said aggrievedly, "I've heard that small towns are very dangerous. I suspect the paparazzi we hired have all been." As he spoke, he made a throat-slashing gesture. Felix's heart skipped a beat. He had recently looked into the situation in Pearl City. Compared to major cities, the safety index here was indeed not that high, especially since he had learned from Dylan King that Charlie was very close to a local gang. Now, hearing the assistant say this, after thinking about it carefully, he realized it was indeed a possibility. Felix, who had always been arrogant, became increasingly panicked the more he thought about it. Although he had capital backing him, and could destroy a person in various ways, those were all methods that targeted someone on a mental level. When those gangsters destroy a person, they usually destroy their physical body directly. That's clearly much darker. However, as a high-level executive, who had seen many storms in the workplace, Felix still maintained a very calm exterior. "Frank, don't panic. What year do you think this is? The 21st century is a society ruled by law. No matter how tough those local thugs are, can they be tougher than the law? I've been at Starfish Entertainment for years. Is there any storm I haven't seen? It's just a few paparazzi missing. Maybe they left because of something else. Even if it is, as you say, then they've actually helped us save a lot in hush money. However, we still need to be prepared just in case. Clean up all the communication records we've had with these paparazzi recently. Remember, keep it spotless." "Yes, Mr. Rain. Also, find some new paparazzi. The ones who are familiar with the local area are best, the kind who aren't afraid to die and who won't talk." "Yes, Mr. Rain." To soothe his assistant's nerves, Felix Rain also promised, "If this is handled well, I'll give you a promotion and a raise." The assistant perked up instantly. "I guarantee the mission will be completed. Go on then." Felix Rain waved him away. Once the assistant left, Felix started searching for security companies online. Paparazzi disappearing for no reason. Having been in the company for so long, while it wasn't the first time he'd heard of such a thing, having so many paparazzi go missing at once was a first. It was very abnormal and a little scary. To be on the safe side, he decided to hire a few bodyguards. After assistant Frank left, since he had no leads, he opened his computer to search. Kinemo is a number of times. He saw a locally operated website. The website looked somewhat advanced. It was his first time seeing a site like this. It said they could do more than just personal shopping and errands. They also provided other services, like hiring people to hand out flyers and so on. As long as you placed an order, they would dispatch people. Frank, with a mindset of giving it a try, contacted the information left on the site. Then he tentatively asked, "Can you help with surveillance and photography?" Surprisingly, the other party replied directly, "Photography? If we're not number one, then no one is. We are professionals, and we are guided by professional senior lawyers." Frank was delighted to hear this. and immediately scheduled a meeting with the other party to discuss the details. On the day of the signing event, both the University Town branch of Grand Apex Supermarket and the University Town branch of Wanjia Supermarket had set up simple stages for promotion. They were fully prepared, seemingly determined to fight until a winner was declared. In terms of setup, the Grand Apex Supermarket side was clearly superior. They had even specifically set up a massive multimedia screen connected to a computer, playing Charlie's promotional videos on loop. Of course, the cost for this was much higher, but for Grand Apex Supermarket, it was nothing. When Charlie appeared, a crowd of spectators immediately gathered around. Surprisingly, among these spectators, older men and women actually made up more than half. This was much more than at the Wanjia Supermarket next door. In contrast, the Wanjia Supermarket side was mostly made up of young people, creating a bizarrely polarized phenomenon. Currently in the van, Dylan King, who hadn't gotten out yet, saw this scene through the window and couldn't help but mock. How come Charlie's fanbase is all made up of old people? This is just hilarious. Then, he turned to ask his assistant, "Are the TV station people here?" The assistant hurriedly replied, "Dylan, they'll be here soon." Dylan King nodded. "Good. As soon as the TV station people arrive, arrange for the victims to go over. This time, I'm going to completely crush Grand Apex Supermarket. And Charlie, I'll make him look like a fool in front of the cameras." The assistant replied again, "Understood." Dylan, the fans are all calling your name now. Should we head over now?" Dylan King waved his hand dismissively. "No rush. Let them wait." Of course, he had another plan he hadn't mentioned, which was that he had also planted people among the fans to lead them in attacking Charlie. Once Charlie has made a fool of himself, he would then make his appearance. By comparison, the scene would surely be incredibly enthusiastic. His fame would reach a new level because of it. After Charlie arrived, he didn't make the fans wait for a long time like Dylan King did. He walked directly onto the stage. Beside him, there were a dozen people from the Grand Apex Alliance, protecting him, to prevent any accidents. However, just as he stepped onto the stage, there was a commotion over at the Wanjia Supermarket across the way. A group of Dylan King's fans suddenly rushed over and began attacking and cursing at him. "Charlie, get out of the entertainment industry. How dare a disgraced artist even hold a signing event? Have you no shame? The songs you sing are hideous. Hurry up and get off the stage." There were even some aggressive fans, hurling eggs at the stage. They intentionally threw eggs and drink bottles toward the stage. The older folks in the audience frowned at the sight. They all looked on with disapproval. What's with the manners of these young people? When we're fighting for groceries at the supermarket, we have 100 times more class than you kids. At the same time, reporters from various TV stations and web portals arrived at the scene one after another. They quickly set up their cameras, aiming their lenses directly at the stage. They were clearly waiting for the drama to unfold. Charlie stood on the stage, facing the overwhelming torrent of insults. His expression remained calm. Over this past period of time, he had been slandered across the entire internet. His funeral portrait had even been photoshopped, and his whole family had been cursed. Even his former friends had cut ties with him one by one, but he never defended himself, because he knew that without solid evidence, explaining would only make things worse. So, he could only follow Theodore Vance's instructions and endure it, while gathering evidence. The attacks and insults continued, showing signs of intensifying. Charlie let the Grand Apex Alliance members hold up umbrellas to shield him from those physical attacks. Though he looked a bit disheveled, he knew that starting today, he would completely wash away the stigma his enemies caused. He would erase the pain and humiliation they brought upon him, paying them back 10 or 100 times over. Not long after the reporters settled in, several actors posing as victims arrived. They went straight to the TV reporters and started their tearful complaints. "Mr. Reporter, you must stand up for us common people. This Grand Apex Supermarket is just a bunch of crooks." Charlie watched this scene without much emotion. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The show had begun. The scene grew more and more chaotic. The situation was almost completely out of control, especially those victims Dylan King had hired. Their acting was quite convincing. Tears and snot were streaming down their faces. Many uninformed people, especially Dylan King's fans, were under the incitement of those with hidden agendas. They actually turned their anger toward the supermarket. Some even rushed directly toward the building, wanting to smash up the monitoring room. Theodore Vance's eyes were fixed on the surveillance footage. Outside the supermarket, George Young was in charge of the situation. When he saw those people had gone crazy and started trashing the supermarket, his expression remained indifferent. He was completely unmoved. In the words of Vanessa Miller, this was a setup. The bigger the ruckus they made, the heavier the price the mastermind would pay. It would also deal a heavy blow to their competitor in the process. If they had just dealt with Dylan King directly, the competitor might have simply terminated his contract and cut ties with him. That would have basically been the end of it. But once things escalated, it wouldn't be as simple as a contract termination or cutting ties, whether it was signing a disgraced artist or this supermarket trashing incident. Even if Wanjia didn't instigate it, it would be hard for them to wash their hands of it. People would only see that in order to compete with Grand Apex Supermarket, they maliciously incited fans to use violence. Apologies and compensation would be minor issues. They might even be forced to withdraw from the Pearl City market entirely. Grand Apex Supermarket would surely become famous because of this. The surveillance footage must be properly saved. There absolutely cannot be any mistakes. Also, tell the brothers to watch out for the ones fanning the flames. Record all of them, Theodore Vance said. To be honest, he was really a bit puzzled. Do people nowadays just have no memory? The last time someone trashed their supermarket, many people knew what the outcome was. And they're doing it again this time. Are they bored of living a good life? Do they want to find some excitement for themselves? Or perhaps they want to get some more training in the slammer? Got it, Mr. Vance. The man in black watching the monitors replied. Theodore Vance then turned his head toward another man in black behind him. By the way, go tell George Young. If those people want to trash the place, let them. Don't stop them, but make sure the employees don't get hurt. The man in black took the order and immediately went to deliver it. Meanwhile, over at Wanjia Supermarket, the newly appointed store manager and a leader who came down to attend the event saw this scene. Instead of being happy, an ominous premonition welled up in their hearts. If things continued like this, even if Grand Apex Supermarket really did have some issues, it would likely have a negative impact on their own Wanjia Supermarket as well. But looking at the current state of affairs, they had no way of stopping it. They could only report the situation to their superiors first. The newly arrived reporters, seeing the chaotic scene, all got excited. There are quite a few news highlights today. First, 2 stars are openly competing. Then the crowd expresses dissatisfaction with one of them by throwing eggs. And later, they're straight up trashing the supermarket. Any one of these things could become a top social news story. And now they're all happening at once. Over by the van, Dylan King's assistant came back and couldn't help saying, Dylan, isn't what we're doing a bit too much? What if the situation spirals out of control? How will we clean up the mess then? Dylan King just waved his hand indifferently. Don't worry. Once I make my appearance, the fans will surely focus all their attention on me. Then, I'll just give a little call to action, and it'll definitely calm the situation down. Just ignore it for now. Wait a bit longer. The fire isn't hot enough yet. The assistant had no choice but to nod. Then Dylan King seemed to think of something. From his custom-made suit pocket, he pulled out a folded piece of paper. Get someone to write a few press releases. The headline should be, Top Singer Dylan King Steps Up to Quell Mass Riot, Calling for Rational Action. Write it as an exemplary idol role model. Write a few different versions. This time, I'm going to use Charlie and Grand Apex Supermarket as stepping stones to truly make a name for myself. The assistant nodded. I'll go arrange it right away. Dylan King then picked up his phone again and checked his messages. In his heart, he was actually constantly wondering whether the legendary Grand Apex Alliance would show up. How would this group, rumored to be the biggest local snake in University Town, deal with this trump card he'd thrown out? The Grand Apex Alliance would most likely just hide like cowards. With things having blown up so much, and so many reporters, media outlets, and spectators on the scene, what gang with a shady background would dare to show its face at a time like this? Once it's reported, it would mean endless trouble for them. They might even be targeted by the police. By then, no one would care whether someone was pushing things behind the scenes. Everyone's focus will surely be centered on the Grand Apex Alliance, while he, Dylan King, could make a perfect, clean getaway. And that Vanessa Miller must be regretting choosing Charlie right about now. Just then, Dylan King's phone rang. The caller ID showed someone labeled as Baby. Dylan King immediately put on a fawning smile and answered. His face, which had been quite serious, instantly shifted. It was a bit of a cringy sight. His voice even trailed off in a fawning tone. Jay, baby, I miss you so much. I was just about to call you. Baby sister misses you too. How is everything going? Thanks to your support, Jay. The scene is incredibly lively right now. Then how do you plan to thank me? It's up to you, Jay. I'll do whatever you say. That's my boy. My little Dylan is always the most obedient. I'll head over tonight. Come find me then. I prepared a set of toys for you. It's a surprise. I'll be waiting for your call, Jay. After the call ended, the smile on Dylan King's face instantly vanished without a trace. He stared at the black phone screen, wishing he could just smash the thing. Ugly hag, just hurry up and die. In the Grand Apex supermarket monitoring room, Theodore Vance hadn't left for a second. His gaze was fixed intently on the real-time feed from the cameras. He occasionally issued commands. Camera 2, zoom in. Aim it at the guy in the blue jacket. Yes, that's it. The one who just knocked over 2 shelves in a row. Good, save that facial close-up. Don't miss a single detail. A few minutes later, the Grand Apex Alliance member in charge of the monitors couldn't help but ask, Mr. Vance, are we really not going out to stop them? The losses have already exceeded $200,000. It'll be a disaster if this continues. Theodore Vance remained unmoved. Let them trash it. The harder they hit, the more painful Dylan King's downfall will be, and the harder it will be for Wanjia Supermarket to recover. Trading a few $100,000 to take down an industry giant is a steal. If Wanjia Supermarket is really forced to withdraw from the Pearl City market, it won't just be about Grand Apex losing a powerful competitor. With this hype and our competitive strength, Grand Apex's market share is bound to skyrocket. As soon as he spoke, the sound of glass shattering sharply echoed from the direction of the supermarket. Theodore Vance adjusted his glasses and began to laugh. With that sound, Grand Apex's market share in Pearl City is going straight to number 1. On the other side, Dylan King checked his watch. It was almost time. It was time to make his entrance. The brand representatives were already anxious, constantly sending him messages to hurry up. Dylan King took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his state of mind. In an instant, he switched to an expression of shock mixed with concern. He stepped out of the car. Sharp-eyed fans nearby recognized him immediately. They began to scream, "It's Dylan! Dylan is here! Dylan is here!" Everyone, stop. The plants in the crowd wearing headphones also began to shout at the top of their lungs. The once enraged mob miraculously quieted down. Hearing the shouts, they all swarmed toward Dylan King. Dylan, Dylan, Dylan! Surrounded by his fans, Dylan King struggled toward the stage at the supermarket entrance. Along the way, he was accidentally pushed by the shifting crowd, but a gentle smile remained on his face throughout. He even proactively apologized to a fan who bumped into him. Then he bent over to pick up a hat the fan had dropped, thoughtfully brushed off the dust, and carefully signed it before putting it back on the fan's head. The lucky fan's face turned bright red, too shocked and delighted to even describe the feeling. She made a silent vow to treasure this hat forever. After all, it bore her idol's personal signature. This scene of an idol doting on his fans was also captured by the reporter's lenses. My God, Dylan is so gentle. Comparisons really are odious. They're both stars. But look at how much better Dylan King is. He has no ego and loves his fans so much. Who wouldn't love an idol like this? He deserves to be famous. Dylan King walked onto the stage and began his performance. Please everyone, stay calm. I understand your anger. But violence is never the way to solve problems. In this society ruled by law, we must use the proper channels to protect our rights, no matter the difficulty. I, Dylan King, will definitely seek justice for all of you. He said many things that sounded very responsible and full of positive energy. Finally, he didn't forget to give his assistant a look. Dylan, you have to stand up for us. Someone in the crowd immediately began to wail. As this victim climbed onto the stage, they once again made a tearful accusation. Grand Apex Supermarket sells expired food, which caused my family members to get food poisoning and be hospitalized. They even sent people to threaten and beat us. Once the person's accusation was mostly finished, Dylan King put on a pained expression and said with righteous indignation, as a public figure, I will never tolerate this kind of oppression of the people. Grand Apex Supermarket must give us an explanation. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, interrupting him. The explanation is here. Just then, the sound of dense footsteps approached from a distance. Immediately after, everyone saw a dark mass of people, like a black tide, surging in from all directions, uniformed in black suits. Their polished leather shoes struck the asphalt, creating a series of heavy thuds. In an instant, the temperature of the entire commercial street seemed to plummet another 10 degrees. In almost everyone's mind, a single image emerged simultaneously. The scene of the Axe Gang's entrance in the movies had become a reality at this moment. Suddenly, a biting wind swept through. The crowd at the scene, including Dylan King standing on the stage, couldn't help but shiver. Is this really the Grand Apex Alliance? Although Dylan King knew the Grand Apex Alliance was the biggest gang in University Town, he had only pictured them as a bunch of non-mainstream punks with colorful hair. Seeing this scene with his own eyes, he realized how horribly wrong he had been. This was too shocking, too terrifying. Among the men in black, there were actually 30 or 40 people, strenuously carrying 18 large leather drums. The drum heads were painted with golden dragon totems. Boom! The first drum beat made the ground tremble slightly. The hearts of the spectators followed with a sudden jolt. The second drum beat scared off the sparrows that were perched on branches and telephone poles along the street. When the third drum beat exploded like thunder, Dylan King instinctively backed up 2 steps, his heel hitting the speakers on the stage. The fans below the stage were like chickens with their necks squeezed. The previous chattering and noise, the screams, all of it came to a screeching halt at this moment. A luxury car appeared at the intersection. A Maybach 62S with the license plate 11111 slowly drove over. As the car advanced, men in black suits bowed respectfully. When the Maybach stopped at the supermarket's main entrance, everyone's eyes were instinctively drawn toward it. "Welcome, young lady." About 300 men in black shouted in unison, their voices shaking the sky. After the car door opened, a girl with her hair pinned up, wearing a charcoal black decorative suit, stepped out elegantly. Uniquely, my outfit this time lacked any dragon motifs. Instead, the collar and skirt were adorned with delicate bamboo leaf embroidery, combined with my Chinese-style updo at the back of my head, and my flawless, exquisite makeup. It perfectly showcased the unique, gentle elegance and poise of an Eastern woman, along with the noble aura I naturally exuded, making me the center of attention in an instant. "Young lady," over 300 men in black shouted in unison. Though their voices were kept low, they still made everyone's eardrums vibrate. I wasn't in a hurry to walk forward. Instead, I tilted my head slightly, fixing a sharp gaze on Dylan King, who stood on the stage of the neighboring supermarket. Slowly parting my red lips, my voice wasn't loud, but every word was like ice. Trashing my place? Valuing style over warmth, Dylan King, who was wearing only a thin suit and was without any heat packs, instantly broke out in a cold sweat. This was his second time meeting Vanessa Miller. The way she felt to him now was like a world away from the person he had met at Central State. Even her aura was night and day. To be honest, he was already regretting his choices. But he wouldn't get a chance to turn back. I finally moved. My boots clicked against the ground. Every step seemed to trample on the hearts of everyone there. Sharp, cold, hard, and irresistible. A group of men in black followed closely behind me, making me look so intimidating that people didn't dare to look directly at me. I walked up to the front of the stage. I lightly snapped my fingers. George Young immediately understood my meaning. With a wave of his hand, 7 or 8 men in black leaped onto the stage. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they dragged the superstar, Dylan King, off by force. By now, Dylan King had long since lost his superstar ego, leaving only a face full of terror. I was wrong. I was wrong. I'm willing to compensate for all the losses. I'll pay whatever it takes. Dylan King's pleas for mercy came to a screeching halt. The tip of my finger pressed lightly against his Adam's apple. My nails were rounded and perfectly manicured, polished in a deep red color, looking exceptionally beautiful. This seemingly casual gesture made Dylan King's entire body go stiff. He didn't even dare to swallow. "Grong?" My voice was so low that only the two of us could hear it. "Mr. King, when you hired people to attack my supermarket and smeared the Grand Apex Alliance, why didn't you think you were wrong then? Ms. Miller, WXS state of mile. This is all a misunderstanding. I had no idea they would cause such a scene. Dylan King stammered his explanation. I pulled my hand back. Oh, really? You truly had no idea? Dylan King shook his head frantically. I really didn't know. I didn't know. I can apologize in public. Please, give me a chance. Lies. My eyes were full of mockery. I already gave you a chance the last time we met. Mr. King, when you were planning this farce, you should have anticipated this consequence. I waved my hand and coldly ordered, take him away. Deal with him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Dylan King was taken away just like that. Furthermore, everyone could already imagine Dylan King's fate. After all, the guy was so scared he'd wet himself, and his legs were shaking so much he couldn't even stand straight. The fans of Dylan King below the stage, not a single one of them dared to step forward to stop it. They all ducked their heads, shivering like frightened quails. Though Dylan King had plenty of fans, when faced with hundreds of aggressive and clearly street men in black, they suddenly felt that their idol wasn't that important anymore. Of course, even if there were a few irrational fans who wanted to stop them, they were quickly held back by those around them. Do you have a death wish? Let's just wait until the police arrive. In their eyes, the justice, the girl mentioned, likely meant beating him up. Isn't there a phrase called summary execution? It basically means carrying it out right there. In their view, the handling, I mentioned, likely meant using extreme measures. Isn't there a phrase called summary execution? It means directly carrying out the punishment. The reporters were also a bit at a loss right now. This was their first time seeing such an exaggerated display, and for a moment, they didn't know whether to keep filming. Mitch walked over. He pointed at the limp Dylan King in the distance and shouted to the reporters, film it. Why aren't you filming? Get a close-up of this guy? Yeah, exactly. But don't film our brothers' faces. Remember to blur them in post. You know what portrait rights are, right? If any of you go out and publish anything without our Grand Apex Alliance's permission, without blurring the faces, then don't blame us for being unfriendly. This is the only requirement. Everything else is up to you. If you want to interview the onlookers, go ahead. I promise we won't mess with you. Mitch continued, giving the reporters a few instructions. Some of the reporters were shaking with rage. They had never seen such arrogant street thugs. In front of so many people, and right in front of the press, they had straight up kidnapped a star singer, and then arrogantly told the media to film whatever they wanted. It was a complete disregard for their status as journalists. To be honest, whether this went online, or anywhere else, it would absolutely be explosive news. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say. It would cause a massive stir. But the other side did it so brazenly. Even though the reporters felt a profound sense of misery, they still honestly promised that they would blur the faces. As for not filming out of fear of retaliation, that was out of the question. This was a huge scoop. They couldn't bring themselves to give it up, especially once the police arrived at the scene. They grew a bit bolder. They started proactively asking sharp questions. They randomly interviewed several older, middle-aged uncles and aunts. The reporters felt that people of this age would surely despise these street types even more. In this day and age, many older people detested youngsters with afros or dyed, colorful hair. Not to mention, most of these people didn't just dye their hair. They also looked like total thugs. While the black-clad non-mainstream look was a fashion trend among youth, and many thought it was cool and handsome, and very unique, in the eyes of the older generation, it could be described in one phrase: what a mess. As the police arrived and secured the scene, reporters began their interviews. First, they asked an old man, "Sir, do you think these men in black are street thugs?" The reporter didn't dare to ask directly, so they phrased it a bit delicately. To their surprise, the old man's answer stunned them. "Look at what you're saying. Do you think I don't know if they're street people? These are all good kids." The reporter was baffled. "Wait, sir, is your hearing bad? Did you not understand the question I asked?" The old man clearly noticed the reporter's confusion. "My ears work just fine." In frustration, the journalist had to switch to interviewing a few other people. The results were without exception. Every interviewee was praising these men in black as good kids, saying things like they helped deliver items or fix things, and even helping some rebellious kids turn their lives around and get back on the right track. The reporters' brains completely short-circuited. Wait, Were they sure they were talking about these gangsters, and not some kind of local saints? They turned their heads again, and saw, not far away, helping the police arrest Dylan King's fans, the men in black. Something was wrong. Very, very wrong. These old folks must have been bought off. They were all starting to talk nonsense. The reporters weren't blind, arresting the idol and then immediately arresting the fans. Just how powerful was their background, and how deep were their connections to be so brazen? No wonder they weren't afraid of the reporters filming it all, even daring to act like this in broad daylight. Even though these men in black wouldn't stop them from filming, for some reason, many reporters suddenly didn't feel like filming anymore. Especially those reporters with ideals of justice. Their hearts were now half cold. When they chose the profession of journalism, wasn't it to expose social problems and push for social progress? But here in Pearl City's university town, the scene happening right before their eyes completely overturned their understanding of reality, especially seeing the police officers chatting and laughing with these men in black with a clear, unspoken understanding of perfect cooperation. The collusion was just way too obvious. That night, after those reporters returned, they started rushing their drafts. Pearl City's black humor, grabbing stars in the streets, grabbing fans who is backing the men in black. What has happened to this city, however? Even though they worked overtime writing article after article, without exception, they were all killed by the editor-in-chief. The reason was simple. The police already had conclusive evidence. Dylan King was suspected of breaking the law. Those men in black hadn't broken any laws. They were simply assisting the police in arresting a suspect. The reporters who had filmed at the scene for so long all collectively lost their minds. Assisting in the arrest? Those men in black are clearly gangsters. They even threatened us in front of all those people, saying they'd expose us if we didn't blur their faces. A young reporter slammed the table indignantly. Exactly, and those old folks, they must have been threatened too. Otherwise, how could they lie through their teeth and praise them as good kids? The police report was already out. Dylan King was suspected of using illegal substances, hiring troll armies, and inciting fans to trash supermarkets and harm others. The evidence was solid. As for those men in black, they were legal employees of the Grand Apex Security Company. Assisting the police in maintaining order was perfectly reasonable. They were a licensed security company. If you really think there's a problem, go check the company's background. Stop whining about it here. The reporters looked at each other. Check? How could they check? Even the police were in bed with them. The editor-in-chief sighed and said the waters in Pearl City were deep, and there were things that neither he nor they should touch. Everyone fell silent. Right, if even the police were looking the other way. What else could they do? But just then, an intern reporter weakly raised their hand. Then, can we report on Dylan King's criminal acts? At least let the public know the truth. The editor-in-chief looked at him and suddenly smiled. That works, and it must be reported. We need news. Right, since they couldn't touch those men in black, they would stomp Dylan King into the ground. Regardless, the guy broke the law. Whether or not he was framed by those men in black, as long as the report was out, they could call it a day. The next day, the headlines of major media outlets all turned into top singer. Dylan King suspected of illegal substances. In police sting operation, Dylan King's criminal gang caught. As for those men in black, they were just enthusiastic citizens. The following day, with the eruption of the Dylan King incident, many people were shocked. Who would have thought that Dylan King, with his good public image, would suddenly have his reputation implode? All kinds of negative news broke at once. High pressure, illegal substances, being a kept man for a sugar mama, hiring trolls to maliciously attack others, and so on. It was enough to shatter everyone's worldview. The internet was about to explode. Especially in Pearl City, there was even more discussion. After all, they had put so much effort into the promotion before. Telling them now that the idol had collapsed was a joke. What was going on? Wasn't Dylan King a positive role model? How did he suddenly collapse? Right, didn't they say? Dylan King was the pride of Pearl City? What on earth was happening? I heard the facts aren't actually like that. Dylan King actually offended some gangster big shot and was retaliated against. For real? How could it be fake? It was right there at the signing event. With so many fans present, he was just hauled away. His whereabouts are currently unknown. What's even scarier is that those gangsters aren't even letting Dylan King's fans off. Anyone who's a Dylan King fan gets targeted. And if that group finds out that someone has a collection of Dylan King memorabilia, they'll probably be grabbed too. No way. Is it really that shady? A group of fans had originally been crying injustice for Dylan King, but after hearing these rumors, they all silently destroyed those souvenirs. Before the Dylan King incident even died down, Omnimart quickly came out to clarify the situation. They issued a public apology and proposed matters related to compensation, but the incident had become far too large. In the end, Omnimart was forced to close for rectification. Meanwhile, Grand Apex Supermarket became famous because of this. But that wasn't enough. The next set of moves truly pushed the hype to its peak. I didn't directly help Charlie clear the negative news. This was Charlie's own request. However, I still designed a very special revenge plan for Charlie. This time, they didn't use traditional methods, like holding a press conference to clarify. Instead, they played a game that only became popular in later years: murder mystery. First, they released info about Charlie's new album, Freak, and the related signing event info. Limited to 100,000 copies worldwide. Sold only offline at Grand Apex Supermarket stores. Limited to 1 copy per person, or spend over $200 at the Grand Apex Alliance to get 1 free copy. Then they started using troll armies to spread rumors about Charlie's new album. These trolls were clearly on a different level from those low-grade ones before. They were very good at creating shocking gimmicks. Shocking. A world-shaking secret hidden inside Charlie's Freak album. Buyers are calling the police en masse. Using similar clickbait headlines, they posted some vague information, without giving specific details. It instantly caught the netizens' attention. Then they moved to the second step. Wanted. Poster for the entire web. Who is blacklisting Charlie? The headline stated the theme. The visuals mimicked the style of a detective show. Using Charlie's old photos, labeled as a blacklisted artist. With copy like, singer Charlie blacklisted for no reason. Who is the mastermind behind the scenes? Through the previous promotional guidance, this wanted poster successfully piqued the netizens' curiosity. The third step was the interactive decryption segment, letting the fans become detectives and become a part of the revenge plan. Buying a signed album came with a decryption card, and the included card had a unique code on it. On the temporary Charlie's Revenge website, users could enter the code or send a text message to unlock exclusive clues. The fans who were the first to decrypt the information could win a $1,000 Grand Apex Supermarket gift card, or even tickets to Charlie's future private concert. While a $1,000 gift card wasn't quite attractive enough, those concert tickets were a huge draw. No one had ever heard of a private concert before. Since when did stars hold private concerts? Seeing the prize, many people wondered if Charlie was going to perform a striptease for his fans, or if it was something else entirely. Regardless, they were going to get those tickets first. The idea of a star doing something private was incredibly appealing to people who love gossip. Its allure was remarkably strong, especially in an era where fan culture was so prevalent. It was just like the wanted poster, murder mystery game. It made everyone curious about what it could be. Local netizens and fans were the first to act, buying up the albums in droves to find clues. The fourth and final step, whenever someone successfully decrypted the full message or obtained the ultimate clue, it would trigger a major Easter egg. Once these hard-won Easter eggs were leaked, they would instantly set the internet on fire. For example, an audio recording of an entertainment executive. If Charlie won't drop his pants, then make him disappear. There were also all sorts of scandalous casting couch secrets, all of which were dug up by netizens. It really gave them the feeling that they were the real professional paparazzi. What's more, every piece of leaked dirt was backed by ironclad evidence. There was even footage of involved personnel being taken away by the police for investigation. This cycle of decryption, leaking, evidence, and punishment created a perfect closed-loop revenge game. It gave the participating netizens and fans an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. It felt as if they had personally uncovered the conspiracy, exposed it to the public, and personally brought the villains to justice. And best of all, they got all the juicy gossip. Oh my God, we actually dug up the conspiracy. This is more exciting than watching 100 press conferences. So the entertainment industry really is this shady. Poor Charlie. He almost had to sell his soul. I wonder if Charlie's as clean as he looks. Hey, get your mind out of the gutter. This immersive sense of participation, combined with the attractive rewards, caused this special album signing event to completely explode online in just a few days. Its popularity far surpassed the previous Dylan King incident, becoming a topic of national conversation. Theodore Vance even had people follow up on the info. Decrypted by the detective fans, he quickly sent out lawyers' letters to certain involved individuals and companies demanding massive compensation. He also publicly announced that half of the compensation would be donated, while the other half would be given as prize money to the netizens and fans who cracked the codes. This move caught those people and companies completely off guard. Even their troll armies were useless, and they fell into a completely defensive position. Starfish Entertainment VP Felix Rain hadn't even had time to leave Pearl City before the Grand Apex Alliance took care of him. Under the Grand Apex Alliance's special care, he spilled a huge amount of industry secrets, providing even more fuel for this murder mystery. As the celebrity wanted poster went viral, the public saw the truly filthy side of certain entertainment companies. This instantly ignited a powder keg that had been building for years. One by one, artists who had been suppressed or victimized began to step forward and speak out, recounting their own experiences. Within a mere 24 hours, topics like industry casting couches and predatory companies swept the internet. Charlie became a massive sensation because of it. However, his hands were completely ruined. In front of a Grand Apex supermarket branch, Charlie looked at the mountain of albums and the endless line of fans waiting for an autograph. He looked at his manager, Leo King, in despair. When the signing is over, find me the best orthopedic doctor. Renovations for the new company progressed very smoothly, and we would soon be able to officially move in. At the same time, the old company had basically finished moving away from the food street. The food street used to be quite bustling, but since the Grand Apex Alliance established itself and became famous, it had quieted down. Although I always emphasized that Grand Apex was a legitimate enterprise and never intentionally disturbed the locals, the reality was obvious. This place, one of the 3 major food streets in Pearl City, did feel like its popularity was declining. Many people were somewhat afraid of the area, especially the punks who used to hang out there. They now gave it a wide berth. Once the new company address was finished and aired out for a few days, the Grand Apex Alliance began its move with great fanfare. Marcus and the Grand Apex crew stood in front of Fortune International Tower. They gazed up at the skyscraper, looking very satisfied. Fortune International Tower. Fortune, fortune, fortune. Fortune favors those who follow us. The owner of this building really knows how to pick a name. The Grand Apex Alliance leased floors 40 through 49 of Fortune International Tower. Floors 40 to 45 were designated as office space for various departments. The 46th floor was Charlie's studio. The 47th floor was the Theo Law Firm. The 48th floor was a gym and lounge. As for the martial arts hall, it remained on the food street for now. The 49th floor was special. It was my exclusive office. As soon as the elevator doors opened, first, a small indoor garden came into view. Emerald green bamboo lined the floor-to-ceiling windows. Through the garden was my office, nearly 200 square meters in size. One entire wall of the office was made of glass, offering a panoramic view of the entire university town. There was also a viewing deck on the roof of the building, which could be used for small gatherings or executive dinners in the future. I had just arrived when the property manager of Fortune International Tower was already waiting for me. A group of property staff stood behind him to welcome us. In the past, if someone leased 10 floors at once, the property manager would simply be happy to have a major client. But in recent days, quite a few men in black had been appearing in the building. After asking around and confirming that the tenant was the famous Grand Apex Alliance, the property manager's attitude was as subservient as a palace eunuch. He was incredibly fawning. Welcome, Ms. Miller, to Fortune International Tower. Welcome, Ms. Miller, to Fortune International Tower. The crowd lined up to welcome me, complete with a red carpet and flowers everywhere. The scene was extremely grand. Normally, when a company moves into the building, the most that happens is sending a flower basket for the opening to offer congratulations. But holding such a grand welcoming ceremony as they did today was a first. However, Manager Chen wasn't a fool. By making it so grand, he could at least leave a good impression on the Grand Apex Alliance. I smiled and said, Manager Chen, you're being too kind. We're just ordinary tenants. Everything can just follow the terms of the contract. There's no need for such a grand display. Not at all, not at all. Manager Chen hurriedly waved his hand. Ms. Miller, it's our good fortune that you chose. Fortune International Tower. Please, come in. Saying this, he led the group toward the elevators. He pressed the button, and I followed Manager Chen with Justin and the others. Just as Manager Chen was showering me with flattery and compliments, something unexpected suddenly happened. The elevator doors had just opened, and as Manager Chen stepped aside for us to enter, a young girl suddenly rushed out of the elevator in a panic, nearly crashing into me as I stood at the front. In an instant, Justin was the first to act, grabbing the girl's arm and pinning her against the wall. Marcus and the others behind me went on high alert immediately, pulling their telescopic batons from their sleeves. The scene gave the girl a massive fright. Seeing it was just a girl, I waved my hand, and only then did Justin let go. The others realized she was wearing what appeared to be a property management uniform, and they lowered their guard as well. Manager Chen, on the other hand, was furious. He had almost thought the Grand Apex Alliance crew was about to get violent just now, which had scared him half to death too. Are you blind? Do you have any idea that you almost ran into an esteemed guest? The girl apologized hurriedly. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Whether you meant to or not doesn't matter. But you nearly collided with a VIP. I'm deducting $500 from your salary this month. To teach you a lesson, Manager Chen barked. The girl tried to explain. Manager. Manager Chen didn't want to hear her explanation at all. He turned back with a smile and apologized to me. I am so sorry. So sorry. Ms. Miller, I hope you weren't too startled. I said it was fine. Manager Chen glared at the girl again. It's lucky that Ms. Miller is generous and doesn't want to hold it against you. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as just a fine. Apologize to Ms. Miller right now. The girl didn't dare to disobey. She bowed to me and apologized. I'm sorry. Once she finished, she lifted her head and saw the exquisite face in front of her. She was stunned for a moment. But before she could confirm if it was that person, the other party had already stepped into the elevator. Once the doors closed, the smile on Manager Chen's face vanished instantly. Annie, what on earth is wrong with you today? Weren't you just taking a client to see a unit? Why did you come down so suddenly? And where is the client? Annie lowered her head and said, Manager, he's still upstairs. I really had no choice but to run down. Manager Chen interrupted her. No choice? I think you just don't want to work here anymore. Haven't you ever heard the saying, the client is our father? No, they're God. And you actually just walked out on him? Oh, besides, you've offended 2 of our clients today, and they're both big clients. Do you even want this job? Go back right now and apologize to Mr. Vance. Annie shook her head. I won't go. I won't go even if it kills me. Manager Chen was livid, pointing his finger at her. What exactly are you trying to do? Are you trying to rebel? Annie bit her lip, finally revealing the truth. Manager, he touched me. Manager Chen froze after hearing this, his mouth agape. Suddenly, he didn't know what to say. After a moment, he sighed helplessly. Take the day off, pack your things, and go home for now. Annie replied. Manager, you. Manager Chen waved his hand. Just go, he said impatiently. I'll handle whatever happens. Only then did Annie obey, heading toward the management office on the 4th floor. After returning to her desk, she started packing up her things to get off work. Just as she was about to turn off her computer, she noticed her messenger icon on the screen, flashing incessantly with message notifications. There were quite a few unread messages. People these days were almost obsessed with leveling up their messenger accounts. To increase their rank, they would stay logged into Messenger anywhere they could. They all wanted to reach the Sun rank as soon as possible, although many people's phones now had the capability to stay logged into Messenger. Data charges these days were incredibly expensive. Most people would only log in occasionally, to check messages and then go offline. Very few people would stay logged in for long periods. Annie saw her Messenger icon flashing, and instinctively clicked it to check the messages. Aside from a few comments from online friends, the most active one was the group chat for Woodside Class 5. This was their primary school class group chat. Including Annie, there were 22 people in the group. Without exception, they had all grown up together since the 1st grade. They were childhood friends from the same village and grade. In a person's life, they have elementary school classmates, middle school classmates, high school classmates, and college classmates. But in many cases, the ones who truly stay in touch for a long time are usually only the elementary school classmates, because most elementary school classmates are childhood friends from the same area. Even if they go their separate ways later on, they always have a chance to meet during the holidays. Unlike high school or college classmates, once they part ways, there's almost no chance to see each other again. Over time, the feelings slowly fade away. The Woodside Class 5 group was very lively now. This group had been created by one of the more active students in Woodside. There were originally 36 students in Annie's primary school class, 14 of whom hadn't joined the group chat, for various reasons. Some had never really fit in with the group from the start, and gradually lost contact. The remaining 22 were all childhood friends who stayed in touch, and had good relationships. Their average age was between 18 and 20, an age for fun and excitement. Seeing that New Year's was only a little over a month away, people in the group had already started discussing plans for the New Year's holiday. Brothers and sisters, it's almost New Year's. What's the plan for this year? Let's all talk about it. Probably the same as usual, right? Going to the county seat every year is getting a bit boring. Why don't we go to Pearl City instead this year? Pearl City is much better. Anyway, the distance is about the same. No problem. We can still do 2 days and 1 night. Everyone was chiming in one after another, quickly narrowing down a rough time and place for the gathering. Once the location was set, someone remembered Annie. They asked in the group, "Annie, you're working in Pearl City, aren't you? Find us some cool places to hang out when the time comes." Since the group chat didn't have an T function yet, by the time Annie scrolled to this message, a long time had already passed. However, people had a good habit when using Messenger back then. They would read through all unread messages from beginning to end. After Annie finished reading the messages, she immediately replied via her computer, "No problem. I've got this covered for when the time comes. I'll find us a spot." Annie had a personality that was relatively lively and cheerful. She was also a very generous person. She had organized several activities before, and everyone highly approved of her. When the guys in the group saw that Annie had finally replied, the chat became lively again. Aside from discussing the gathering, some people were asking who else was at home to go out and cruise the streets together. Someone mentioned a new phone with incredibly loud speakers, saying it was a blast to blast music while walking around. Others suggested those at home should go into the city first to hang out and surf the web or something. It was at this moment that someone suddenly thought of another classmate who was also in Pearl City. "By the way, Annie, it seems the university Vanessa Miller got into was Central State University right there in Pearl City. Since you're working there, have you contacted her?" "Yeah, she was the genius of our class. I heard she scored over 600 on her SATs. I just didn't expect her to choose CSU. CSU is pretty good, but she clearly had a shot at the Ivy League or top-tier schools." Exactly. I even mentioned it in the group back then. Our little Class 5 finally produced a top student at an Ivy League level, and then she ended up at CSU. Annie, if you see her in Pearl City, help us ask what she was thinking. We're all pretty curious. Although the total number of students in the Woodside Class 5 was 36, the number of those who actually got into university was in the single digits. Yes, just single digits. And only one person made it into the top-tier bracket, actually far exceeding the required score. That person was Vanessa Miller. The few other classmates either made it to mid-tier schools, or just vocational colleges. As for the rest of the classmates, without exception, they had all dropped out by middle school. At most, they managed a high school diploma before heading off to work on a factory floor. This was considered the norm for their area during this era. Back when they were in school, many were left behind children. Since first grade, no family members had ever picked them up, and no one really looked after their studies. Aside from the need to work for money, or being too busy with farm work, many parents themselves weren't very educated. Consequently, most of the kids were basically left to grow up wild by the time they reached middle school, high school, or even college. Parents only really started valuing education when the kids hit their senior year of high school. Unlike in later years, where parents, starting from kindergarten, would basically pick up and drop off their kids until middle school, or even until high school graduation. Relatively speaking, graduation rates in the future would be much higher than they were then. Annie, like most of her classmates in the group, had dropped out in middle or high school. She first helped with farm work at home, then went into the city to find work, mainly doing sales jobs, before finally joining Fortune Property Management. When someone in the group suddenly mentioned Vanessa Miller, her first reaction was envy. She felt that Vanessa had truly made it. Getting into a good university was a solid path. Suddenly, the image of that girl in black with the powerful aura, whom she had encountered at the elevator door, flashed through Annie's mind again. They looked so much alike. To be honest, for a split second, she had almost opened her mouth to say hello, but she didn't, because she felt it was impossible. Vanessa was only a freshman this year, and her family background was very ordinary. Plus, she had an introverted personality. She was completely different from that girl, who looked like a high-society young lady, surrounded by a large entourage. They must have just looked similar. Annie shook her head to clear out those messy thoughts. Once they were gone, she continued replying to the group messages. When I'm off, I'll go to University Town to look for her. Remember to remind her to join the group. She still hasn't joined even now. Exactly. Our star student hasn't even joined the group. When New Year's comes around, I was planning to ask her to cruise the streets with us. I wonder if she's coming back for the holidays. How could she not come back? Where else would she go if not home for New Year's? Exactly. Who doesn't go home for New Year's? Don't you guys know? Something happened at her house. What happened? We're either working away or at school. We don't know anything. I heard that Vanessa's father, Silas Miller, lost big at the casino. Not only did he gamble away all their savings, I heard he's even going to sell their land. He almost got into a fight with his own father over it. Holy crap. What a bastard. He even dared to hit old Mr. Miller. Even my grandfather is respectful when he sees the old man. And Silas Miller actually hit him? Exactly, that's just inhuman. Cy, who in the village, doesn't know Silas Miller is a gambling addict? Vanessa is really cursed to have a father like that. It's just terrible luck. Hearing you say that, I actually hope she doesn't come back. We can just hang out in the city for the holidays. Don't let her go home. If her father loses his mind, he might sell her off too, after he's done selling the land. That would be truly tragic. Isn't that the truth? With a gambling addict like him, I suspect he really could do it. Even though it's 2007 now, selling off daughters still happens often. Marrying them off to someone, without their knowledge, is a standard move. Annie saw her classmates at home discussing these things in the group, and felt for Vanessa Miller from the bottom of her heart. That girl was the star of their class, and the only one at a top-tier provincial high school. Yet her home life was a complete disaster, to the point where she didn't even dare to go home for New Year's. Annie replied with a few simple sentences, and prepared to turn off the computer and leave. But just as she opened the door of the management office, a short-tempered and ill-intentioned young man blocked her at the doorway. Behind this young man were several very thuggish-looking punks. "You little bitch, I finally caught you. Damn it, no woman has ever dared to disrespect me like that. You actually had the nerve to kick me. Bitch, you're not going anywhere today." I was sitting in my new office. Inside the office were the key executives of the Grand Apex Alliance. Everyone's eyes were focused on Justin. As the head of Grand Apex Supermarket, he had clearly become the star of the office. Young lady, currently, all 11 Grand Apex Supermarket branches have seen a massive surge in revenue this month. Aside from successfully defeating our industry rival, Omnimart, it was mainly because Mr. Charlie's signing event was too explosive. The supermarket's revenue has increased significantly. Basically, every time Mr. Charlie held an activity at a store, the sales for that day would increase several-fold. Especially last week at the downtown branch, on the day of Mr. Charlie's signing event, sales reached $578 million, directly setting a single-day sales record. This figure is roughly 10 times that of similar stores in the same area. Factoring in our comprehensive business, preliminary estimates suggest that this month's revenue for our supermarket business will reach $300 million. Upon hearing this number, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. They all suddenly had a thought. This supermarket makes way too much money. The revenue was $300 million in just 1 month. Wouldn't that be $3 billion in revenue a year? Even with a low profit margin, that's still hundreds of millions in profit annually. No wonder the young lady values the retail market so much, and places such a high value on ethics. How long has it even been? The team she led has already achieved such staggering results. $300 million. And that's just the supermarket business. If you include the turnover from the online delivery service, that number might even reach 400 million. Plus, there's the shopping mall scheduled to open mid-next year, which is also planned to fall under the supermarket division. If operated well, along with the 11 existing supermarket locations, 5 billion in annual revenue wouldn't be a problem at all. Justin, you're a beast. This is about to take off. Justin, don't forget about us. Hearing everyone's flattery, Justin felt quite speechless. He wasn't actually that impressive. It was primarily the young lady's methods that were so brilliant. He was just keeping things running smoothly and doing the legwork. Besides, these guys all had hidden agendas. They were clearly putting him on the spot. If the young lady asked him about next year's plans, like how many billions in sales he aimed for, the number he gave could only be higher than what these guys said, not lower. But it couldn't be helped. He was almost becoming the person closest to the young lady now. The young lady sought him out far more often than the other business heads, and she was involved throughout the decision-making process for the supermarket business. It would be a lie to say the others weren't envious. When would the young lady be willing to talk to them more and give them some guidance on their work? So far, the Grand Apex Alliance has several major business sectors. The first is the supermarket business led by Justin. The logistics company is temporarily under the supermarket division, mainly handling delivery and supermarket inventory coordination. The second sector is food and beverage, specifically the Stella's Kitchen chain. There are currently 5 stores open. By the end of January next year, the remaining 6 stores are expected to open one after another. The current head is Stella. Furthermore, Stella now represents me as a director of the Sterling Group. Speaking of the Sterling Group, its chairman, Silas Sterling, has yet to return to the country. When Nolan is asked, he just says, "My father says he's coming back next week." There was indeed news last time that Silas Sterling was returning. But after some things were exposed, Silas Sterling canceled his flight. He could only watch helplessly as his son, Nolan Sterling, took control of the group. Of course, the official statement was that Silas Sterling was inspecting overseas markets and planning to build or acquire several 5-star hotels within a few years, vigorously developing international cultural tourism projects, and so on. In reality, those in the know understood why he wasn't coming back. Marcus remains in charge of human resources, primarily focused on personnel allocation, promotions, and recruitment. Justin remains in charge of the martial arts hall and security-related matters. However, the students he leads are basically just those original kids like Tiger. On a side note, the One-Shot Gang is making quite a stir. Intentionally or not, they've taken down several criminal gangs and indirectly rescued many children. Most of them were sent to orphanages. The Grand Apex Alliance doesn't have the proper adoption qualifications, so only those 16 or older, with the ability to choose for themselves, would be considered for the martial arts hall. Additionally, there's less and less news coming from Ethan. Less news isn't necessarily a good thing. It likely indicates that some problems have arisen, making it inconvenient to transmit information. Theodore Vance also gave a brief report on the law firm's record. In the past 6 months, they've successfully sent hundreds of people away to serve time. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but call it too ruthless. Lily watched everyone report on their work, one after another, while she could only sit on the sofa dazed. For some reason, she suddenly felt a bit lost. Originally, she joined the Grand Apex Alliance just for the status. Now that she has that status and has become a somewhat well-known sister in University Town, she's gradually finding that staying like this is becoming a bit boring, especially seeing Marcus, Justin, and Theodore Vance. Even Justin became a hallmaster and made rapid progress. This made her feel even more unsettled. We're all in the life. Being in the life is all about being a drifter. Is it really okay that you guys are all so capable? Doesn't this make it look like she's the only drifter? Should she do something? She knew she couldn't take Marcus's position as a hallmaster, but what could she do to prove herself and not seem like such a drifter? The more Lily thought about it, the more distressed she became. All the important positions in the company are filled. She really didn't know what else she could do. I naturally noticed her state of mind. Lily isn't someone who can hide what's on her face. Just like when a teacher in class can see at a glance which student is daydreaming Lily was currently in that state. After the department reports finished, I directly called out her name, Lily. Lily was still immersed in her own world, and didn't react at all. Justin hurriedly pulled her and reminded her, "Vanessa is calling you." Lily let out an "ah" and stood up abruptly. She looked exactly like a student who was daydreaming in class, and suddenly got called on by the teacher. "Vanessa, what's wrong?" Seeing her like that, I couldn't help but smile and ask, "Lily, do you want to do something for the company?" Lily's eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously. "Of course I do." I directly announced the formation of a new department. Starting today, the company will establish an investment department, responsible for the company's project investments. Lily will be the person in charge. Lily went, "Ah," again, her face turning pale. Then she waved her hands in a panic. I really can't. I don't know anything about investing. If I bankrupt the company, I'll be a criminal." She really didn't expect that the moment I spoke, I would assign her such an important position. Investing. That wasn't just any ordinary job. Without a sharp business eye, knowledge of market trends, or experience, it was truly a difficult task. If the investment failure rate was too high, she might drive the company into the ground. Under normal circumstances, a large-scale company would have an investment department to invest idle funds, letting money make money. It was always better than letting it devalue on the books. Of course, some public companies would even intentionally invest all their money, either because they didn't want to pay dividends to minority shareholders, or to intentionally manufacture a loss, transferring money to related parties and other such maneuvers. However, the Grand Apex Alliance certainly won't do that. We're not a public company, and we won't be going public in the future. Investments definitely have to be profitable. In the future, the Grand Apex Alliance's monthly revenue will be in the hundreds of millions, and because of the credit terms, a lot of funds will often be sitting on the books. Even if those funds are used for short-term investments, and the extra profits are used for long-term ones, it won't go to waste. But that's all in the future. Right now, there isn't that much money on the books. We even have quite a bit of debt. I originally had about 100 million in cash, but a portion was spent on purchasing land. After paying the balance for the land, there wasn't much capital left. Plus, there's the rent and renovations, especially the design for the shopping mall, and the subsequent construction costs. The money has already been mostly spent. The most critical part is that some payments have come due. We owe tens of millions to suppliers. At the time, to buy the land and such, they used an excessive amount of supplier funds, far exceeding the safety limit for capital. That financial hole still hasn't been filled. Fortunately, the suppliers are showing us some respect, and no one has come to demand payment yet. Besides that, the bank loans haven't been repaid either. Don't just look at the Grand Apex Alliance. The underlying businesses are flourishing. But if someone could freeze the Alliance's funds, the Grand Apex Alliance could fall into a bottomless pit. But this situation usually only happens under extreme circumstances. Now, the Grand Apex Alliance's revenue is growing rapidly. Under normal conditions, no bank or supplier would want to offend a major client, like the Grand Apex Alliance. So there's no need to worry too much for now. Of course, I wouldn't let Lily invest recklessly. I will keep an eye on things. Lily, you need to believe in yourself. For investments, you can go out and investigate as much as you want. Once the due diligence report is done, I will personally review it for you. Lily's eyes lit up. Really? I nodded. Of course it's true. Go ahead and do it boldly. Thank you, Vanessa. Hearing me say this, Lily finally felt at ease. If she were given full responsibility for investments, she'd be truly afraid of messing up. After all, this involved money, and anything involving money is never a small matter. But as long as I was backing her up, she had nothing to worry about. Everyone has witnessed my vision and ability. Otherwise, the Grand Apex Alliance wouldn't be so loyal, and it wouldn't have been possible in such a short time for the Alliance to grow to such a large scale. After finalizing the head of the investment department, I pulled several equity agreements from my bag. Since I had decided to go with internal financing, I couldn't follow through on my previous promise to completely separate the supermarket and give Justin some of the equity as an incentive, because if the supermarket were split off, the overall valuation of the Grand Apex Alliance would plummet. It wouldn't be in everyone's best interest. However, giving shares in the Alliance is the same. The value won't be lower than the supermarket business. Today, I plan to set aside a portion of the shares as an incentive to distribute to the core management team. Of course, since the company doesn't plan to go public, and there's no interference from external capital, combined with relevant contractual agreements, no matter how many shares are distributed in the future, it won't affect my control over the company. Even if I only end up with 1% of the shares, I can still make the final decisions. Seeing me bring out the shares, everyone wasn't very surprised. They all knew that they would get shares sooner or later. The young lady was never stingy in this regard. They didn't need to spend money to buy these shares. They would increase later based on their contributions. Brandon took the lead in signing. Thank you, young lady. No one else was modest either. And they all began to sign. Thank you, young lady. Thank you, young lady. Then I won't be modest. Once they all finished signing, it meant that they had truly become shareholders of the Grand Apex Alliance. Their sense of belonging reached its peak instantly. Once all the matters were settled, I stood up. Since we've moved into our new home today, I said with a smile, I'll treat everyone to a meal. Let's go to the Stella's Kitchen branch in the Wujiang district. Villa, didn't you say there were some new dishes at the restaurant? It's the perfect time to go and try them. And we can critique them while we're at it. Okay, Vanessa. I'll arrange it right away. Saying this, she made a direct call to the store manager of that branch, telling them to save a private room. Upon receiving the call, the manager of the Wujiang district branch became nervous immediately. This was the young lady's first time visiting this branch. The meal had to be absolutely flawless. As the earliest catering brand under the Grand Apex Alliance, Stella's Kitchen could not fail at a time like this. We should probably get going then, I said as I stood up to leave first. Everyone else followed behind me, heading toward the elevators. After entering the elevator, just as Brandon was about to press the button for the first floor, I suddenly remembered something. Let's go to the 4th floor to find property management first. It's on the way. Now that the Grand Apex Alliance has taken the top 10 floors, we need to have a word with property management. Restrict the elevators above the 40th floor from now on. You must swipe a card to go up. That way, random people won't be running up there. It's not about being afraid of trouble, it's just that if someone wanders up there and gets lost, that wouldn't be good. Brandon nodded and pressed the button for the 4th floor. Outside the property management office door, Annie was pressed against the wall, staring warily at the man in front of her. What do you want? This is the management office. If you dare to do anything, I'll call for help immediately. This thuggish young man was the same Mr. Vance from earlier, who had been handsy with her upstairs, Bradley Vance. At the time, Annie couldn't take it anymore, so she kicked him and took the chance to run downstairs. Her kick was a bit tricky, hitting Bradley Vance right in the groin. It took him a long time to recover. Even now, it was still burning down there. Bradley Vance laughed angrily, his face twisted. You little bitch, you're calling for help? You freaking almost ruined my lower half. We have a score to settle. If you're a good girl and have some fun with me, maybe I'll be in a good mood and decide to let you off. I might even sign a big contract with you. Annie grit her teeth. In your dreams. If you don't let me go now, I'll call the police right away. Call them then. Do you even know which way the police station door opens? Bradley Vance had a look of disdain. Annie knew it would be difficult, so she immediately pulled out her phone to call the police. Seeing this, Bradley Vance rushed over and snatched the phone from her hand. He smashed it viciously onto the ground. Smash. The phone instantly shattered into pieces. Still want to make a call? Not even Jesus can save you today. As he spoke, Bradley Vance waved to the punks behind him. Hold her down. Today, I'm going to let this little bitch know. What happens when you offend Bradley Vance in Pearl City? Several thugs stepped forward immediately, roughly grabbing Annie's arms. At that critical moment, the elevator doors opened with a ding. A group of people walked out, led by a girl in black with extraordinary charisma. It was none other than me. My eyebrows knitted in anger. Stop it! Bradley Vance and the others were stunned for a moment, but they still didn't choose to stop. His lackeys had already restrained Annie, while he himself swaggered over to the girl in black, sizing her up shamelessly, completely ignoring the people behind her. Oh? Another pretty girl. Interested in having some fun with me? My gaze turned cold. I tilted my head slightly and gave Justin a look. Justin moved instantly. Thud. A sharp, powerful kick. Bradley Vance didn't even see the movement. Before he was sent flying back, crashing heavily against the wall, and sliding to the ground. Before he could even catch his breath, Justin had stepped forward, grabbing him by the throat with one hand, and lifting him off the ground. Bradley Vance's face turned beet red instantly, his legs kicking wildly in the air, making a gurgling, suffocating sound, his expression full of agony. The thugs were all dumbfounded. They hadn't even seen how this young man attacked. He was ruthless and lightning fast, giving them no time to react. Before their little boss was restrained, just as the thugs were preparing to rescue him, Theodore Vance, wearing his gold-rimmed glasses, looked around methodically. After confirming there were no cameras, he calmly pulled out a pair of white gloves and put them on, beginning to wipe away traces of evidence from the scene. His movements were incredibly professional. This scene left the already terrified thugs even more bewildered. What the hell was this operation? They couldn't understand it at all. While wiping the traces, Theodore Vance said, "Justin, hold back your strength next time. This guy is starting to foam at the mouth." Justin nodded, casually tossing the half-dead Bradley Vance to the floor. He pointed to the other thugs still holding Annie. "What should we do with these trash?" What he meant was that since these people saw him move, they could act as witnesses against him. Theodore Vance adjusted his glasses, showing a spine-chilling smile. "It's fine. They're looking at 3 years minimum. Their testimony won't be admitted by the court anyway." The thugs were confused. 3 years? What testimony? They didn't understand a word of it. Bradley Vance's little followers were scared out of their wits by now. Even their little boss had been beaten into such a sorry state. They were probably no match for this cold, stern young man. They trembled, wanting to beg for mercy and be let go, but Theodore Vance held them back. He turned to Justin and said, "Justin, make sure they stay put. Don't let them move." Justin nodded slightly. He pointed his finger at Bradley Vance, threateningly. "Anyone who moves will end up just like him." The thugs were so scared they didn't dare budge. They stayed frozen in a posture that looked like they were taking Annie hostage, standing there, afraid to move. Annie was also a bit stunned, not knowing what they were up to, whether they were rescuing her or not. Before she could think more, she saw the man with the glasses, who looked like a refined gentleman, unhurriedly pull out his phone and start taking rapid-fire photos of her and the thugs. After finishing, the man took the phone and briefly flipped through the photos. Even though phone camera pixels in this era were underwhelming, the blurriness had a benefit as long as the angle was tricky enough. It looked like exactly what they wanted it to be. The photos Theodore Vance took, at first glance, looked like several thugs were forcibly molesting an innocent girl. Regarding the molestation of a girl, sentencing standards follow these criteria. Under normal circumstances, using violence, coercion, or other methods to forcibly molest someone usually results in up to 5 years of imprisonment or detention. If any of the following conditions exist, the sentence increases to over 5 years. First, committing the act in a group, meaning joint crime by 3 or more people. Second, committing the act publicly in a public place. Third, causing serious consequences. Unfortunately, these guys had already met both the first and second conditions. Later, after the law firm's star lawyer David Jong steps in to stack the charges, a heavy sentence is practically guaranteed. Even the 3-year term mentioned earlier was a conservative estimate. These thugs probably never imagined that just by helping their little boss Bradley Vance grab a woman, they might have to spend over 5 years in prison. Just then, Bradley Vance, having recovered, looked at me and suddenly began to laugh strangely. "Heh, I know who you are now." My tone was flat. "You recognize me?" I was certain I had never met this man, but if he came from a powerful background, I might have heard of him in my past life. If he had been on a criminal spree, I would have seen his files, or a rerun of a legal documentary. Bradley Vance wiped the corner of his mouth and stood up again. "Vanessa Miller, don't think you can stay on top for long. It won't be long before you're finished." He had finally realized who she was, especially after seeing the logos on the black suits those men were wearing. He guessed her identity. Vanessa Miller, the young lady of the Grand Apex Alliance. Marcus's face darkened. "Who do you think you are, threatening our young lady?" Bradley Vance. What? Are the people of the Grand Apex Alliance so arrogant now that they don't even recognize Bradley Vance? When I heard that name, I instantly realized who he was. This guy was a real hothead, and more importantly, his father was a truly ruthless character. Madman, I don't give a damn who you are. How dare you disrespect the young lady? Even if the King of Heaven himself showed up, he'd have to crawl while talking to me. Bradley Vance wasn't afraid at all. He had a streak of madness in his bones. I dare you to kill me. Marcus rolled up his sleeves. I think you're looking for. I held out my hand to stop him. The son of Silas Vance from the EC Union. I suppose we should give his father a bit of respect. Marcus reacted immediately upon hearing that name. There were 3 main underground forces in Pearl City: Unity Society, EC Union, and Everglade Association. Each occupied their own territory, not infringing on the others. Unity Society mainly operated underground casinos and arcade halls. EC Union controlled most of the nightlife business, and the majority of hostesses and hosts in the city. Everglade Association was mostly made up of transient criminals, focusing on petty theft and pickpocketing. Their organization was very loose, and they maintained the lowest profile. The group that tried to steal from Grand Apex Supermarket before was actually part of the Everglade Association. These 3 had always minded their own business, each earning their own dirty money, especially the 3 bosses, who would meet on a regular basis to chat and have tea, resolving disputes caused by underlings along the way, to avoid any misjudgments that lead to unnecessary turf wars. Times aren't like they used to be. Nowadays, everyone avoids physical conflict if possible. It's mostly about personal favors. Fighting and killing is for hotheads. The reason Bradley Vance dared to be so brazen and so frivolous was related to his family's power. Marcus suddenly realized he was the son of Old Man Vance. No wonder he was so arrogant. Young lady, should we just take care of him directly? I shook my head. Keep him alive, he's useful. Hearing this, Bradley Vance burst into laughter. Still your young lady, who understands the situation. I'll take the loss today, but I'll definitely get even for this later. He gestured to his lackeys. Let's go. I suddenly called out to stop them. Wait. What? Changing your mind? You can leave. But the dogs behind you stay. You think it's possible to just leave so easily? After bullying my classmate? Do you think that's likely? Since no illegal acts by Bradley Vance were caught on camera, there was no use in forcing him to stay. His lackeys certainly wouldn't testify against him. Annie's eyes widened upon hearing my words. When she heard the name Vanessa Miller earlier, she was already basically certain that this was likely her childhood friend, holes and eyes. As I personally confirmed our relationship, her shock could no longer be described in words. It just felt surreal. Extremely surreal. Was this still the Vanessa Miller she knew? And why were those people calling her young lady? Bradley Vance's face shifted. Vanessa Miller? What do you mean? I've already admitted defeat. What else do you want? Don't tell me you want to fight. The EC Union to the end. The elevator doors opened with a ding. Several police officers stepped out. Because it was in University Town, their response time was always very fast, especially when they received a report from the Grand Apex Alliance. The response was even faster. It meant that as soon as they arrived, they could easily earn credit. So they were very proactive. Bradley Vance saw this and began to curse. Do you have no goddamn respect for the code of the streets? Calling the police? Those in the life taboo reporting to the police most. It's equivalent to breaking the rules of the underworld. Word would get out, and everyone would despise and look down on you. I didn't bother explaining to him. We weren't the same kind of people. I wasn't some gangster. If you don't want to leave, then stay. Bradley Vance's hand trembled with rage. He pointed his finger at them. I'm leaving. He decisively turned to leave. Seeing Bradley Vance about to leave, his lackeys panicked immediately. Boss Bradley, don't leave us. Save us, Boss Bradley. You can't just abandon us. Only after the police appeared did these punks finally understand why that young man with glasses said those inexplicable things. It turned out he was setting them up to send them to the pen. Bradley Vance also knew he wouldn't get the upper hand here today. So he promised, don't worry, I'll definitely get you out. Theodore Vance sneered upon hearing this. Get them out? Have you asked me? Their law firm's conviction rate this year was nearly 100%. Anyone they targeted could not escape the hand of the law. They were definitely going to be eating prison food. Yes, it was a conviction rate. Other law firms usually only speak of win rates. But Theo Law Firm didn't just care about win rates. They cared about conviction rates. Theodore Vance pulled out his phone and sent a text to David Jung. Create an opportunity to defend these guys. How to create it? It's simple. Proactively go to them and offer to defend them if they didn't know what's good for them, and refuse David Zhang as their lawyer, insisting on finding another lawyer than they would beforehand. Intercept lawyers from all other firms. Spend a bit of money to snatch the case. Word. Few lawyers dared to compete with David Zhang for a case. David Zhang was a real oddity in the legal profession. He was probably the only defense lawyer in the country who had a nearly 100% chance of sending his own client into the slammer. If this guy were anywhere else, he probably would have been tossed into a river by now. Fortunately, he had people at Theo Law Firm protecting him. After Bradley Vance fled in disgrace, his unlucky lackeys were also taken away by the police. Annie looked at the girl before her, dressed in designer brands, with a noble and extraordinary aura. She hesitated several times, not knowing how to speak, or rather, she was a bit afraid to speak. I also felt somewhat helpless, to be honest, when I encountered this primary school classmate from the same village. While it was a surprise, I hadn't intended to acknowledge her immediately. It's not that I looked down on her, but I understood that feeling all too well. A reunion after a long separation between people of different statuses sometimes brings not surprise, but rather a burden and distance. If I were alone, or if it weren't in such a formal setting where I ran into Annie, I definitely wouldn't have pretended not to know her. But plans can't keep up with changes. Annie, long time no see. I stepped forward and asked with concern, "You're not hurt, are you?" Annie, who was usually quite talkative, now became tongue-tied. "I'm fine." I turned to Marcus and the others and said, "You go down and wait for me first." "Yes, young lady." Everyone acknowledged and turned to leave. Only Justin remained standing there like a wooden post. I didn't say anything. I directly took Annie's hand and said, "Let's go into your office and chat." Annie nodded, then pushed open the door to the management office and walked in with me. The management office was currently empty. Property management didn't have many people to begin with, and the cleaning and security staff wouldn't stay in the office. Normally, those in the office besides the manager were the two sales agents, including Annie. They were mainly responsible for office leasing and owner inquiries. The other agent had also taken a client up to see a unit. So, at this moment, Annie was the only one in the office, which was why she had been cornered by Bradley Vance and his group. The two sat across from each other on the office sofa. The atmosphere was a mix of the subtlety and awkwardness of a reunion after a long time. Annie looked at her childhood friend, who seemed like a different person. She finally couldn't help but speak. "Vanessa, you've changed so much. I almost didn't recognize you just now. Maybe it's the girl growing up transformation. It must have been 2 years since we last saw each other, right? That's why you didn't recognize me." Annie nodded, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. It's been about 2 years. She had dropped out before finishing high school and went south with a relative to work for over a year. She only returned to Pearl City last month. Actually, she still longed for big cities, like Metropolis. But her family was worried. They didn't want her to go too far, fearing she'd find a boyfriend from out of town and marry into another place, making it hard to come back home. So she came back. For families with daughters, parents always worry a bit more. The two of them chatted about old memories from school in the village, and even mentioned their elementary school teacher. "Annie, I remember you got into that prestigious high school later, right? Why didn't you stay in school? Your grades should have been pretty good," I asked. The smile on Annie's face faded a bit. "Not really. My grades were just average. It would have been hard to get into a 4-year college, and you know my family situation. My brother needs to stay in school, so I thought about coming out to work early, to help share some of the family burden. It's pretty good now, actually. Even though the pay for this new job isn't high, it's at least stable and easy, and it's close to home. I can go back whenever I want. On the other hand, look at you. Not only did you get into CSU, but you've also become so rich." Annie probably suddenly felt that saying this might be inappropriate, fearing I might think she was after something, so she quickly changed the subject. "Vanessa, we started a class group chat. Do you want to join?" When she said this, she was actually prepared in her heart to be rejected. After all, right now, to her, they really didn't seem to belong to the same world anymore. But I readily agreed. "Sure. Send me the invite later, okay? But I'm usually quite busy, so I don't check the app often." Annie's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise upon hearing this. "It's fine. Everyone will be happy just to have you in the group." Once they were done chatting, I also briefly mentioned to her the matter of the floor access control. Only then did Annie realize that the mysterious tenant who had rented 10 floors at once was actually her childhood friend. In floors, the annual rent would be in the millions. This figure was for her completely out of reach. Her salary was only about $1,000, but I was paying so much in rent alone each year. It was just too terrifying. Just as they were finishing their conversation, the manager happened to push open the door and walk in. Seeing me chatting with Annie, he hurriedly put on a smile and walked over. "Ms. Miller, what brings you over here in person? You could have just sent word for anything you needed. There was no need to trouble yourself with a trip." I smiled slightly. "It's nothing. I was just passing by and stopped in to see an old classmate." The smile on Manager Chen's face faltered for a moment. He looked at Annie, and then his smile became even more fawning. "So you and Annie know each other. What a coincidence. Annie, why didn't you say you and Ms. Miller were friends earlier? Go on, spend the day chatting with Ms. Miller. Didn't I just give you the day off?" Annie opened her mouth to speak, but before she could say anything, I stood up and said, "No need, Manager Chen. We've mostly finished catching up. Annie, let's grab a meal together sometime when we're both free." Annie nodded. "Okay." As I reached the door, Annie suddenly called out, "By the way, Vanessa, now that you have money, if you can avoid going home for New Year's, then don't go back." I paused for a split second, without turning back or asking why. I just left. After my figure disappeared from her sight, an unexplainable sense of loss surged in Annie's heart. That feeling was as if someone very familiar now had a massive chasm between them, one she wanted to cross but couldn't. Her relationship with Vanessa Miller in the past was actually quite good. It should be said that many of them in Class 5 were on good terms. After graduating from the 5th grade, everyone went their separate ways. By middle school, they were mostly split up. Some classmates stayed in the town middle school, while some went to middle schools in neighboring towns. Others went to the county seat, and those with better circumstances even went directly to Pearl City for middle school. In short, after elementary school, at least half of the classmates were no longer in the same school. But every holiday, when everyone returned to the village, they would always find their peers for a gathering, which usually meant cruising the streets together. Vanessa Miller used to be quite introverted. Her father rarely let her out of the house. Not out of concern, but because he felt there would be no one left to do chores. So every time, Annie would bring the other kids from the village to shout for Vanessa Miller to come out. With so many students there, Vanessa's father couldn't be as stubborn about not letting her go out to play. After all, the parents of some of those classmates still held some influence in the village. Then, Annie and the other girls in the class would lock arms with Vanessa Miller, giggling and cruising the streets along the way. They'd wander from the north end of the village to the south end. The boys liked to bring out their MP3 players, now replaced by phones, and blast music at full volume, howling along like wolves. Vanessa Miller used to really enjoy that feeling, especially after being apart for so long, being able to chat with everyone. That atmosphere was truly wonderful. The only thing that felt really bad was her troublemaking father, who had caused her to barely ever return home since the time she got into university. Annie had just reminded Vanessa Miller, but she didn't know if she had taken it to heart. To be honest, Vanessa Miller having money was a good thing in itself, but with a father like that, it wasn't necessarily a good thing. If her father knew his daughter was this wealthy, wouldn't he gamble even harder? He'd ask his daughter for money when he ran out, and throw a fit if she didn't give it. Just thinking about it was enough to give anyone a headache. After all, he was her father. Dealing with that kind of relationship was always tricky. Annie was also very curious in her heart about exactly how much money Vanessa Miller had now, and why everyone was calling her young lady. She felt that Manager Chen definitely knew a lot of the inside story. Before she could even ask, Manager Chen put on a fawning smile and started showing concern for her. "Annie, are you used to working here yet? Is there anything you think we need to improve or change here?" Annie thought for a moment and said, "Manager, it's getting a bit cold. Can we turn on the air conditioning?" Pearl City's geographic location was indeed quite awkward. If you call it the north, it doesn't have central heating. If you call it the south, the winter can be cold enough to kill. The only way to keep the indoors warm was with air conditioning, but it consumed too much electricity, so usually they weren't allowed to turn it on. After all, usually only she and one other colleague were in the office. Turning on the AC felt like an extravagance. They had to use hand warmers, Manager Chen said immediately. Turn it on. You must turn it on, from the moment you start work until you leave. Seeing Manager Chen's reaction, she became even more certain that her childhood friend Vanessa Miller was doing extremely well. But even though she already had an answer in her heart, when she later happened to see a business report about the Grand Apex Alliance, she was still left speechless by the numbers mentioned. In the report, Donis, on the other side. As soon as I got downstairs, I turned to Lance and gave him instructions. Lance, keep a close eye on the movements of the Unity Society lately. I have a feeling something big is about to happen. The fact that Bradley Vance dared to be so arrogant today means there must be something fishy going on behind the scenes. You can never be too careful. Based on what Bradley Vance said earlier, he likely knows something we don't. That was one of the reasons I decided to let him off for now. Another reason is that he's far too reckless. In modern terms, he's a complete hothead. In my past life, it was his series of boneheaded moves that directly buried the East Sea Union his father built from scratch. Pearl City doesn't actually have a coast, but there is a well-known street called East Sea Road. The East Sea Union's headquarters is right there, which is how they got the name. I'm not entirely sure what specifically happened in my past life, but I do know that according to the original timeline, all three of these major forces eventually met a bad end. However, a new figure appeared later who was powerful enough to practically run the city from the shadows. Of course, that big shot didn't end up faring too well either. When the crackdowns arrived, hardly anyone managed to walk away clean. The ones who slipped through the cracks were usually just nobodies. Ultimately, a tall tree catches the wind. When the time comes, just recall everyone, there's no need for us to take that risk, unless Uncle Chi can give us explicit authorization. And it would be best to have someone even higher up sign off on it. Otherwise, even with Mina's testimony, if we get tangled up in certain things, it might be hard to clear our names. Young lady, Lance said as if he had just remembered something. Young lady, the annual Underground tournament is starting next month. It's the Unity Society's turn to host this year. By tradition, the three major gangs each send their best fighters to settle their disputes in the ring. Do you think the East Sea Union is planning to pull something during the tournament? This was the first I'd heard of this tournament, but just from Lance's description, I could guess what its purpose was. Lance, what have the results of this tournament been in previous years? The Unity Society has won 5 times, the East Sea Union 3 times, and the Everglade Association only once. According to the rules, the winning side gets to decide the division of disputed territories and holds the say in business allocations for the following year. As far as I know, this year's tournament might revolve around Balon Plaza in the city center. Currently, no single power has been able to completely control that place, not because they lack the strength, but because everyone wants a piece of it. Most importantly, there are many old properties there that can be redeveloped. If someone could build a shopping center or a mall there, combined with the existing commercial streets and entertainment venues nearby, they would make an absolute killing. Lance laid out his analysis. I didn't expect Lance to be able to analyze so much. It seemed he had made a lot of progress as well. However, thanks to his reminder, I did remember some things that happened at Balon Plaza in my past life. The controversy surrounding Balon Plaza was always huge. The situation there was incredibly deep. But if someone could completely take over that place, they would truly skyrocket. At the very least, taking off in the short term would be no problem. The reason it fell into ruin later was due to human factors. This place is in Pearl City's absolute downtown center. It has a very distinctive crescent-shaped shopping street, and it's right across from the Museum Plaza, the Cultural Center, and so on. Many bank headquarters are also located here. The commercial value is extremely high. Plus, whenever there's an event, like a New Year's Eve party, the locals' first instinct is to come here. You could say it has everything going for it, location and timing. It's just missing the right person. However, to this day, the commercial development around Balon Plaza has remained slow, mainly because too many people want to eat this choice piece of meat. Later, even when someone successfully obtained the development rights, and things were lively for a while, it ultimately fell into ruin after the boss behind the scenes was arrested. It ultimately collapsed into decline. For a commercial plaza located in the absolute center of the city, to have an occupancy rate of less than 10% is simply absurd. That is to say, The shopping streets and shopping centers, built around Bellon Plaza, had the vast majority of their shops sitting empty. It hadn't recovered even by the time of my rebirth. Instead, Centennial Plaza, which was originally a bit on the edge of the city center, and the nearby Grand Apex shopping plaza that I acquired, became the absolute hotspots. The popular shopping spots became the new city center, which was a case of the third party reaping the rewards. After having dinner with the executives, I took a car back to school. With Yuna and Lily, the Yuna's kitchen branch we visited, though it hadn't been open long, was no worse than the original store, in terms of service flow or food quality. From this, you could see that Yuna's kitchen's catering chain business had truly gotten on the right track. Yuna's ability and talent in management are quite strong, especially after the previous experiences. Her growth rate has been very fast. Initially, I didn't plan on having Yuna directly take over the management of the restaurant project. I considered hiring professional managers from outside, but after some deliberation, I chose Yuna. Based on the evaluation, hired managers have enough experience and ability, but when it comes to understanding and implementing the philosophy of the Grand Apex Alliance, they're still a bit lacking. They still use standard corporate management models. Compared to Yuna, whom I train personally, Yuna clearly has more potential and is more outstanding. Her ceiling is higher, and she can perfectly execute my business philosophy. So I decisively promoted her, and had the hired manager assist her in her work. The three girls sat in the Maybach, chattering away. Compared to Lily, Yuna has a much clearer sense of hierarchy. This might be related to her personality, even though she was my high school classmate, and one of the founding members of the Grand Apex Alliance. She always felt that proper boundaries and respect were necessary. This respect was mostly shown through her actions. Lily, on the other hand, is much more lively. Her respect for me is purely verbal. Vanessa, you're so amazing. Vanessa, why don't I have a brain like yours? Vanessa, but overall, as the only two women among the current core executives of the Grand Apex Alliance, the personal relationship between the three of us is very good. The three girls chatted about gossip, makeup, skincare, and such. Then the conversation turned back to company matters. I decided to test them. Yuna, the restaurant is doing well now. I can see you've put in a lot of effort, but it's still far from enough. I want to know, what plans and ideas do you have for the restaurant's future development? Yuna instantly turned serious. Watching, I was inspired by our delivery system. A couple of days ago, I had a brief chat with the colleagues in logistics to think about how to handle meal delivery. Supermarkets can do delivery. It's mainly because most supermarket products are pre-packaged, so even with fresh produce delivery, there isn't much loss. But prepared meals are a different story. How can we ensure that when the food reaches the customer, it's still intact, it's hot, and the flavor hasn't changed much? All of these things need to be considered. To maintain the restaurant's reputation, there is certainly a level of difficulty. Yuna was very well prepared. As she spoke, she pulled out a few folded photocopies from her bag. They were detailed data analysis charts. I had someone conduct a week-long test, and we found that, with standard takeout boxes, within 30 minutes, the taste of the food drops by about 22%. After 60 minutes, the drop-off reaches about 48%. But if we use double-layered insulated containers, in conjunction with a heated delivery box, within the same time frame, the quality only drops by roughly 9% and 20% respectively. Lily turned her head from the passenger seat to peer at the data. Whoa, that difference is huge. But the cost of those containers must be pretty high, right? Yuna nodded. The cost per unit increases by about $5. But the repeat purchase rate from higher customer satisfaction can completely make up for that investment. Vanessa has also said that the Grand Apex Alliance will never engage in one-off deals. Besides solving the issue of preserving flavor, in the future, I also plan to offer in-home cooking services for clients with family needs. Given our current surplus of chefs, customers can book in advance. This way, customers who find restaurants too noisy or can't secure a private room can enjoy the same restaurant-quality food and exclusive service in their own homes. Additionally, I've talked with the head chefs at each branch about producing secret signature seasonings. We package them like hot pot bases, ready to use as soon as they're opened. Once the development is successful, we can expand this as a side business for sale. For customers who like to cook, but find it too much of a hassle. They can just buy a packet of seasoning and do it themselves. Of course, these seasoning packets won't be able to 100% replicate the taste we have in the restaurant. But for the casual home cook, they'll be a massive help. Plus, we have the supermarket channel, which allows us to gather sales, data, and customer feedback to make further improvements. Yuna's explanation was exceptionally clear and covered every detail. My red lips curled upward, my eyes filled with obvious appreciation and delight. Yuna, you've really surprised me. I've always known you were capable, but now, it seems you're even more outstanding than I imagined. You haven't disappointed me. Since we've entered the catering industry, we must completely reshape the dining experience, just as supermarket delivery changed the way people shop. That way, our competitors will never be able to surpass us. You've done an excellent job on this front. Proceed with your plan, Yuna said with a smile. Thank you for the praise, Vanessa. I'll definitely work hard. Sitting in the front, Lily listened, completely dazed. She suddenly felt even more like a slacker. Like she was no different from an idiot. Is it really okay for you guys to both be this impressive? She had never felt that being in the life was so exhausting. Especially when you actually had to use your brain. But just then, I turned my gaze toward Lily and asked, Lily, do you have any ideas for your first investment project? Lily almost shook her head and said she had none. No ideas. Her brain was nothing but mush. But soon, she had a sudden stroke of inspiration. She thought of an investment project. Vanessa, if you're really asking me, then I want to invest in opening an internet cafe. Just as I thought, I said to myself. But out loud I asked, why? Lily said in all seriousness, because I love surfing the net. When I'm off and have nothing to do, I can even work as the manager there. I think I'm qualified for that job. If a machine breaks, I'll just swap it for another one. Seeing that neither of us spoke, Lily's face fell instantly. If it's no good, then forget it. I'll go back and do some proper research to see if there are any other good projects. To her surprise, I suddenly said, investing in an internet cafe is actually a good idea. Lily looked up sharply, her eyes shining bright. She asked in pleasant surprise, Vanessa, is it really okay? I nodded affirmatively. It's definitely viable. I didn't explicitly state the reasons, nor did I tell her exactly how to do it. In my view, some things required Lily to figure them out on her own, so she could understand and perform better. The internet cafe that Charlie used to run, he happens to be looking to sell. He wants to focus on music and doesn't have time for it. You should go and inspect it more, thinking about how to boost the cafe's revenue, and how to develop it into a chain in the future. I'll give you 1 week to submit a research report to me. Also, if you can't figure it out, then think about what Yuna did. It was actually very simple. As long as she opened the cafe near one of our supermarkets, leveraging the complementary resources of the Grand Apex Alliance, the project would have massive potential. In the future, all of the Grand Apex Alliance's physical industries will revolve around the supermarket as their core, building a commercial ecosystem that integrates dining, shopping, and entertainment. Simply put, I wanted to ensure that every cent spent by consumers within this commercial circle flowed into the pockets of the Grand Apex Alliance. This was the physical business direction I intended to develop. I want the Grand Apex Alliance's industries to span across all of Pearl City. I want every coin that falls from the sky over Pearl City to be stamped with the words Grand Apex Alliance. Lily nodded earnestly. Okay, Vanessa, I'll find time to check it out. By the way, what's the name of Charlie's internet cafe? Since Charlie's cafe wasn't entirely a Grand Apex Alliance property, usually no one paid much attention to this. Joint Venture Cafe. I thought about it and said 2 words. Yellow Springs. Yellow Springs? Lily snorted, almost bursting out in laughter. Did Charlie really pick that name? Yellow Springs. Does that mean he needs a god of death to go with it? It's Yellow Springs. Using the yellows from Phoenix and the spring from power. It's not the name you're thinking of, Yuna explained. Lily finally understood. Oh, so that's the name. Actually, that's a pretty unique name. Very alternative. When I play games, those clan teams love using names like that. I quite like it too. However, when Lily saw the internet cafe with her own eyes, she was completely stunned. No way. Is it really appropriate for this cafe to be open here? Aren't they afraid of starting a fight? Directly across from the neon sign of Yellow Springs, was another cafe with 4 large characters, Hades Internet Cafe. The 2 stores were right across from each other. An atmosphere of drawn swords and bended bows hitting her in the face. One morning, I pulled out my phone to call my grandfather, to ask about things at home. Since Annie had said those things to me for no reason, I knew something must have happened at home again. Either my father, Jerry Miller, was causing a scene, or my brother, Jackson Miller, was acting up. Those 2 were always itching for trouble if a day went by without them acting out. I had originally planned to call yesterday, but I was delayed by some business. Plus, I got back late, and my grandparents go to bed early, so I didn't want to call and disturb them. I waited until the next morning to call my grandfather. After the call connected, but a male voice came through the other end. Hello? Hey sis, Grandpa and Grandma are here with me. Nothing's wrong at home. I'll put Grandpa on the phone for you right now. I was speechless when I heard that. Wasn't this just a case of, the lady doth protest too much? Everything's fine, my foot. Derek, take your phone outside to a place where no one's around. Don't give the phone to Grandpa just yet. Derek Miller on the other end was taken aback for a moment, but hearing his cousin's serious tone, he obediently did as he was told. I could hear the background noise on the other end of the line. Derek made up an excuse, then ran outside the courtyard, found a secluded corner, and squatted down. Covering the mouthpiece, he said, Hey sis, I'm crouching by the vegetable patch right now. There's no one around. You can talk now. I'm not the type to gossip. I won't breathe a word of whatever you say. I'm totally reliable. What exactly happened at home? What kind of trouble is Jerry Miller stirring up now? Talk. If you dare to trick me into coming home, just wait and see how I deal with you. I'll talk. Geez, sis, I'll be an adult after the new year. Is it really okay that you still want to hit me? Even my own parents don't hit me anymore. You have one last chance. For some reason, Derek didn't know why, but hearing his cousin say those words, he couldn't help but shudder. He actually felt a sense of total authority through the phone, as if he were facing some powerful, high-ranking figure. But his cousin was clearly just an ordinary college student. It was strange, but he didn't dare to dawdle any longer. It's like this. Jerry Miller gambled away the family land. Grandpa was absolutely furious. Grandpa gave him a beating, and then Jerry got desperate and fought back. What did you say? I was standing at the corner of the hallway outside the classroom. My voice was quite loud, and I was clearly agitated. It startled some students in the distance. As a major star and campus beauty at Central State, and also the young lady of the Grand Apex Alliance, no one had ever seen me so enraged. It was as if I were incapable of getting angry. Now, they were seeing me lose my composure for the first time. This was a first for them. They could already imagine that someone was about to have a very bad time. Daring to offend Vanessa Miller? Wouldn't they be crushed into a pancake? The kind that you couldn't even scrape off the floor. Derek on the other end was also startled. He felt as if a cold chill were radiating through the phone. Grandpa and Grandma are okay, but now Buck from the village entrance, and a few local thugs have come to demand the deed. My parents were worried Grandpa's anger would cause a health issue, so they brought them to our house for a few days. But don't worry, sis, you can relax. Grandpa will be fine at our place. I'm home too, so I can help look after them. Derek Miller is my cousin, though we aren't that closely related. His grandfather and mine are brothers, so, by village standards, we are considered cousins. His family lives not far from my grandparents' house, at the east end of the village. After noticing the commotion over there, they hurried over to pick them up for a few days. It managed to temporarily calm things down. My grandfather, because of my father Jerry Miller's actions, was being hounded by debt collectors. The creditors wanted them to sign over the land under a lease agreement, and they wanted a 20-year lease. In the countryside, land generally cannot be sold outright, but it can be leased for elderly people who valued their land more than their own lives. This was basically equivalent to taking their lives. When the creditors came to the door, a conflict broke out. Plus, Jerry Miller had lost his mind from gambling. He owed various debts totaling $70,000 to $80,000. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he'd lost everything they had. Once a gambler gets desperate, they are truly capable of anything. If my Uncle Harold Miller hadn't heard the noise and rushed over, something truly terrible might have happened. And because he almost hurt Silas Miller, the old man nearly suffered a major disaster. Those local thugs, specifically Buck and his crew, only let Silas Miller off temporarily, After all, the old man, Silas Miller, still commands some respect in the village. They didn't dare let things get too out of hand. Regardless, this matter definitely has to be resolved. Otherwise, there will be no peace for anyone in the future. After I listened to the general account from my cousin Derek, my initial rage gradually began to subside. It was only now that I realized why. In my past life, my grandparents suddenly stopped farming. What the two elders told me was that they were getting old. They said leasing it out was easier. And since they had pensions, basic living wasn't an issue. I believed them at the time. I thought it was good for them, so they wouldn't have to work so hard. Now, I finally know the truth. It wasn't that they didn't want to farm, but that the land was forced out to someone else. Although I also agree that Grandpa and Grandma shouldn't be farming anymore. It's very hard to convince them. Their generation has their faces to the earth and backs to the sky. The land is their lifeline. Unless they truly can't move anymore, it's hard for them to give it up, no matter how much money I sent them every month. I later called the bank to check, and the money hadn't been touched at all. Besides the fact that there isn't much to spend on in the country, the frugality of the older generation is ingrained in their bones. Derek, I'm sending people to pick up Grandpa and Grandma. When the time comes, I need you to do something for me. I was not going to let my grandparents continue living at my uncle's house. Even if my uncle was my grandfather's biological nephew, the bloodline is still one step removed. I will take care of my grandparents myself. However, I've taken note of my Uncle Harold Miller's family's kindness. I'll keep it in my heart. It's ironic that my own father, Jerry Miller, is less concerned about me and my grandparents than this cousin of his. Gambling is a thing that can truly destroy a person. It can make someone worse than a beast. Do you want me to bring Grandpa and the others over? Derek, on the other end, sounded a bit eager. He hadn't really been to the city in all his life. Since it wasn't a busy farming season, he wanted to take the opportunity to visit the city, especially the university town. He really wanted to see what the university he used to dream about actually looked like. This cousin of mine actually had a pretty tough life. He dropped out in the 10th grade. It wasn't that he didn't want to go to school, but that his family truly couldn't afford it. My aunt fell seriously ill. While working on the farm, my uncle lost control of the tractor, and it crushed his leg. Now that he's lame, he can't do heavy labor at all. With no one to farm the land, their source of income was effectively cut off. They relied entirely on subsidies and welfare to survive. So, under those circumstances, if Derek had continued going to school, the family wouldn't have been able to handle the tuition at all. Not to mention, he also had a sister in school. The burden was even heavier. Derek and Lily's personalities were somewhat similar. They were both a bit careless and a little bit silly, but in his case, it was intentional. Ever since his mother was diagnosed, his grades had gotten worse and worse. In fact, those who really knew the inside story could guess the reason for his poor grades. He did it just so he could leave the chance for an education to his younger sister, who was in the 9th grade this year. You have to know that in this era, the preference for boys over girls in their village, the preference for boys still exists. He only intentionally made his grades bad, so he could have an excuse to say he couldn't keep up with school, drop out to help with the farm work, support the family, and pay for his sister's tuition. Come whenever you're ready. I'll send someone to pick you up. I had originally intended to go home myself, to teach my worthless father a lesson, but I held myself back. If I were to go back now, it would only make Jerry even more brazen. So, to ensure that I have a peaceful holiday when I return for New Year's, I plan to have Jerry sent away in advance. I'll arrange for him to get at least 5 years. Although I wish I could give Jerry a life sentence, that would be a bit difficult. If he still refuses to change his ways in the future, then I'll find a way to send him back for a second term after he gets out. Really? That's a promise, sis. Derek was quite happy, but then he thought of something else, and his heart grew heavy again. His uncle, Jerry Miller, might have already sold his cousin to the village thug, Buck, to be his wife. He didn't intend to tell me this right now, fearing I would rush back to the village in a rage. Besides, Buck and his crew were the village bullies. If I really did come back, it would be hard to leave again. They might even force a wedding ceremony, which would ruin my life. Even though it was 2007, a parent's command and a matchmaker's word still carried a lot of weight in the village. Sometimes, it really wasn't a matter of whether you wanted to marry or not. As long as the parents agreed, unless you ran away from home, you could hardly escape the fate of being married off. If a wedding was forced upon you, Even calling the police would mostly result in mediation. Furthermore, Buck and his gang were local tyrants. Ordinary families simply couldn't afford to offend them. In my past life, because I was disgusted by Jerry, I never went home after starting college. By some stroke of luck, I managed to dodge a bullet, so I didn't know about this in that life. That my father had intended to sell me. Then, it's settled. Don't come back for now. I can bring the elders over, no problem, Derek said. I hadn't planned on going back right now anyway. It wouldn't be as easy to arrange things if I showed my face. Jerry and those village thugs, I have to wait until they are completely trapped. Before I go back to pull in the net, I understand. By the way, Derek, tell Grandpa and Grandma they don't need to bring a change of clothes. Dragging around large bags is inconvenient. Just come empty-handed. No change of clothes? If they don't change, won't they start to stink? Stop talking so much nonsense. Just do exactly what I tell you. Understood. After hanging up, Derek stared at the phone and mumbled under his breath, "Why does my sister seem a bit scary?" I wasn't even in the mood for classes at Central State. With such a mess happening at home, how could I have the heart to attend classes? I simply went to my counselor to ask for a leave of absence. The counselor, Mrs. Reed, approved it without a second thought. She spoke to me with a strange sense of pride, being exceptionally enthusiastic. Although I noticed the counselor's state today was different from usual, I didn't think too much of it. What I needed to do now was go look at houses. When Grandpa and Grandma arrive, they need a decent place to live. Although staying in a hotel would be more convenient, I still wanted Grandpa and Grandma to live here long term. They shouldn't go back to that house if they don't have to prevent Silas from acting up again and making them sick with anger. I arrived at the school gate. Lance was already waiting by the car. After I got in, Lance asked, "Young lady, where are we going?" I said directly, "To Moonlight Bay." Moonlight Bay was the only villa community on the edge of University Town, built by the lake, with an artificial hill behind it. Its name symbolized the moon shining on the water, a palace riding the waves. It was one of the few villa areas in Pearl City. Overall, the environment of Moonlight Bay was quite good. The house prices wouldn't seem expensive in the future, but they were very expensive for now. The average price was over $6,000 per square meter, compared to the $2,500 to $3,000. For ordinary houses around University Town, it was twice as expensive. Furthermore, the villas in Moonlight Bay were quite large, basically 500 to 600 square meters. A single unit would cost at least $3 or $4 million. Lance searched his memory for information on Moonlight Bay, then asked, "Young lady, are you planning to look at houses?" I nodded. "Yeah. I plan to bring my grandparents over to live here." Lance understood as soon as he heard that. No wonder the young lady suddenly wanted to buy a house. However, he also had to tell Marcus and the others to keep a low profile lately, so that when the old man arrives, he wouldn't start chatting with them about the old days of shooting thugs. That wouldn't be good. Wait, why should he be afraid? The young lady said they were a legitimate company now, every one of them a law-abiding citizen who acts bravely for a just cause. The car stopped at the sales office of the villa area. We didn't encounter any melodramatic plot of a salesperson looking down on people. As soon as I walked into the sales center with Lance, a salesperson warmly greeted us. They were very attentive, serving tea and water. Houses were indeed not easy to sell during this period, especially since the financial crisis was coming next year. These high-end villas would be even harder to sell. So, as long as a guest arrived, the salespeople here would be especially polite. I didn't beat around the bush. I want the house in the best location you have. Ideally, one that's already renovated. I don't want a raw shell. If possible, I would have liked to design a house according to my own ideas, but time was pressing and there wasn't enough time. The salesperson looked a bit troubled, except for the model homes. The remaining unsold ones are all raw shells. "Ms. Miller, could you accept a model home?" I shook my head. "I don't want a model home. If there are no renovated ones, then forget it. I don't have time to waste here." I was about to turn around and leave, but just as I turned, the salesperson hurriedly called out to me, "Ms. Miller, wait a moment." I stopped and asked, "What is it?" "There is an owner in our community who might have the idea of transferring their house. May I ask for you?" He really wanted to close this deal. Otherwise, his family would hardly be able to make ends meet. Houses were truly difficult to sell now. "What kind of house is it?" "It's a house that was just renovated not long ago." However, it has no furniture, and no one has lived in it yet. To be honest, I noticed this owner seems to have gone abroad, and might no longer have a need for the house. So I wanted to ask for you. If it's suitable, I won't give you any less than the commission you deserve. The salesperson hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Ms. Miller. He then immediately looked up the number and dialed. This salesperson was quite straightforward. He put it directly on speaker. Then, a familiar and slightly arrogant voice came from the other end of the line. Not selling. I'm not short on that pocket change. Is that you, Nolan? Sell it. Why wouldn't I sell it? This villa was bought by my father anyway. Since he's gone overseas and doesn't plan on coming back, the house is useless. Selling it is a hassle. Just give it away. For free. These few lines of dialogue left the salesperson completely dumbfounded. What was the situation? He said he wasn't selling just now, but in the blink of an eye, he changed it to giving it away for free. Are rich people so capricious nowadays? Do they not treat money like money? Giving away a multi-million-dollar villa just like that? Then why doesn't he give me one? What he didn't know was that the Maybach worth millions parked outside was also a gift from the person on the phone. Not long after the call ended, a Porsche sports car screeched to a halt in front of the sales office. Nolan Sterling rushed over from the car in a hurry. Vanessa, I brought the property deeds. When should we go to transfer the title? Today happens to be a work day. There's no time like the present, so let's do it today. Why do you seem more anxious than I am? Do you really want to give it away for free that badly? Nolan glanced at the salesperson standing nearby. He pulled out $100,000 directly from his bag and tossed it to the other person. This is the commission. Go about your business. I'll take care of things here. After spending so much time with Yuna, Nolan now understood some of the rules. The salesperson had helped after all, so it was only right to give some commission. The salesperson held the money, his heart racing with shock. The person in front of him was the Sterling Group's new chairman. To have this man acting so subserviently, just what kind of background did she have? He silently memorized Vanessa Miller's appearance, deciding in his heart that if he ever saw this lady again, he must treat her like royalty. The news of the change in chairman at the Sterling Group had already been announced to the public by the group. Those who liked to keep up with gossip were all aware of it. No one expected that this young master Nolan Sterling, only in his early 20s, would take over the mantle and suddenly become Pearl City's youngest billionaire. Then, led by Nolan, the three of us went to look at the house together. I took a quick look around. The renovation style was quite modern. It just felt a bit empty without furniture, but that wasn't a problem. I could just buy all new furniture. Vanessa, are you satisfied? My father bought this one too. If you like it, then it's yours. It's not bad. I'll pay you whatever it's worth. I'm not taking it as a gift. Nolan got anxious and waved his hands repeatedly. Don't do that. Vanessa, isn't that just slapping me in the face? How much can a villa really be worth? I can't possibly take your money. Is that so? It seems your company has plenty of capital right now. Nolan instantly deflated. Vanessa, nothing can be hidden from you. To tell you the truth, I haven't even been able to sleep well lately. Only after truly sitting in this position did he realize how difficult it was to be the boss. He had never had experience managing a large company and wasn't even familiar with the operations before suddenly taking over such a massive enterprise. It was only natural that he was struggling. Currently, the Sterling Group was indeed facing some thorny issues. After his stepmother's group was arrested by the police, because of the money laundering through the Sterling Group's accounts, the accounts were all temporarily frozen for investigation. A portion of the funds was frozen and wouldn't be unfrozen until the investigation was complete. Besides that, the major turnover in the company's management had also affected operations. You could say that what Nolan took over was a total mess full of holes everywhere. If one thing wasn't handled right, the company could go directly into bankruptcy. He had worked so hard to take over the company, so naturally, he didn't want it to go bankrupt like that. So when he found out I wanted to buy a house, he rushed over in a hurry. Simply put, he wanted Vanessa Miller to give him some guidance. If possible, he also wanted to borrow tens of millions in bridge loans from the Grand Apex Alliance. In the current situation, his company couldn't even get loans from banks. Of course, bridge loans definitely require collateral. He planned to put up a residential complex under development as collateral to the Grand Apex Alliance. He would pay back the money once the houses went on sale, or once the company's accounts were unfrozen. Honestly, he really was at his wit's end. he was essentially backed into a corner. As a director of the Sterling Group, I had a fairly good understanding of Sterling's current situation. Compared to my past life, in this life, the Sterling Group was indeed in much more difficulty. But these were all just temporary. The underlying strength of the Sterling Group was still there. As long as they successfully weathered the financial crisis and waited for the real estate industry to take off in '09, everything would get better. Of course, if Nolan really wanted to borrow money, I could lend it. Even if the Sterling Group couldn't get loans right now, I could still secure them. Furthermore, by next month, I plan to announce at the annual meeting that we are releasing another portion of shares for financing. This time, it will be open to all employees. Raising tens of millions for an emergency shouldn't be an issue. Honestly, I suddenly had the illusion that my employees were too poor. If I could raise hundreds of millions in one go, then everything would be easy to solve. I still have to work hard to let everyone make money together. After a moment of thought, I said to Nolan, I can lend you $30 to $50 million. For a short-term emergency, you'll need to use one of your nearly finished residential complexes as collateral. Interest will be handled later. For the next step, you should immediately arrange for people to spread some positive news to the public. For example, invite a newspaper editor for dinner and casually mention that the Pearl South High-Speed Rail project will be located in the South. Also, start hyping up your $10 billion commercial city project in the north side of the city. For instance, mention that the government will be investing in building a large riverfront leisure park nearby. This project will directly increase the value of the land in the north. Then, find a few excavators for your construction site, repaint them, and hang up banners for a key construction project. I laid out a lot of things that needed to be done. The more Nolan listened, the more guilty he felt. Isn't that just lying? I said flatly. I never lie. What does that mean? I don't understand. Just do as I say. Nolan didn't dare ask more. He hurriedly took me to the real estate bureau to handle the title transfer procedures. As we walked out, he saw me look at his newly purchased Porsche. He almost asked if I liked it so he could give it to me. I definitely wouldn't ask for it. I'm a bit thin-skinned. Usually, it's only when people insist on giving me things that I reluctantly accept. It's all about social favors. After the transfer was complete, I could finally say I truly owned my first property. Even though it was free, I had at least shown Nolan a clear path forward. So, it wasn't for nothing. Soon, Nolan began to take action. On the internet and in local newspapers, all sorts of news were flying everywhere. Newspapers weren't obsolete yet. So many people still read them. Nolan spoke extensively about future urban development. Among the news, the most eye-catching was undoubtedly the Pearl South High-Speed Rail Station, as well as the North Riverfront, speculation about a multi-billion-dollar leisure park. After the news broke, the big shots in Pearl City's real estate circle all scoffed. How could it possibly be built in the South? But not long after, the first piece of news was confirmed. The higher-ups issued an announcement. The high-speed rail station was indeed being built to the south. A few days later, the news of the massive investment to renovate the riverfront leisure park was also confirmed. This meant that the plots of land in the core area of the North Development Zone would skyrocket in value. The Sterling Group shot to fame. Nolan Sterling's name also began to be spoken of by the public. Pearl City's wealthiest billionaire under 30. The new leader of the Sterling Group with forward-thinking vision. They practically praised him to the skies. There were basically three reactions from the outside world. The business moguls in Pearl City were all incredibly shocked. He was shocked by the accuracy of Nolan Sterling's information source. Even the relevant city officials were quite surprised. They wondered how the Sterling Group had obtained the news. After all, they had only just received official confirmation from the higher-ups themselves. As for Nolan himself, he was beyond shocked. Vanessa Miller's words truly carry the weight of a divine decree. No wonder she said she never lies. Her information network is just too well informed. He especially thought about the timing when I bought those 3 plots of land in the south, including the land later traded to the Sterling Group. They were all located right around the future high-speed rail station. If you give it even a little bit of thought, it's absolutely terrifying. Her background must be incredibly powerful. He was almost certain that even the leaders of Pearl City didn't know as much as Vanessa Miller did. As expected, Vanessa Miller's success isn't just because of her strong abilities. Her connections are also incredibly solid. Thankfully, he had attached himself to her early. Not long after Nolan and the Sterling Group went viral, an even more explosive news story appeared in the Pearl City Economic Daily. An 18-year-old genius girl, the most beautiful girl on campus, and the youngest self-made female billionaire in the United States. Who is she? I never expected that. My simple suggestion for Nolan to drum up some hype would evolve into my own story, being widely publicized and reported. When I walked across the campus, I could clearly feel the way the students looked at me had changed. Aside from the usual hint of fear, there was now a trace of genuine admiration. Vanessa Miller is truly the star of Central State University. She really is incredibly capable. I really didn't expect Vanessa Miller's rise to wealth to be so spectacular. I always thought that people called her young lady because her family was extremely wealthy. I never imagined that she built everything herself from scratch. Setting aside her somewhat intimidating organization, Vanessa Miller's ability is definitely top tier at our school. The most critical part was that she was only 18 years old and already a billionaire, and self-made at that. To the other students still on campus, this seemed like something straight out of a fairy tale. But now, this living legend was right here on their campus. Central State University had indeed produced some business elites and successful alumni, but they all made their mark after graduation. Or at the very least, they didn't start their businesses until they were close to graduating. In contrast, Vanessa Miller was just a freshman who had only been in school for a few months. What was even more shocking was that the report said she only used a single summer to complete her initial capital accumulation. Calculating it all, it took her only about 6 months to transform from an ordinary country girl into a legendary woman holding billions in assets and commanding a powerful organization. This resume could only be described as terrifying. To be honest, in the beginning, the students at Central State knew Vanessa Miller was rich, but they just didn't expect her to be this rich. According to the news leaks, her estimated net worth had already exceeded $1 billion. If the United States were to create a self-made billionaires under 20 list, Vanessa Miller would almost certainly sit at the very top. The report also mentioned that Vanessa Miller spent hundreds of millions on land and invested over $500 million to acquire the Sterling Group's shopping mall in the South. Every single transaction was on a massive scale. Honestly, these transaction amounts, compared to many students who only have a few $100s for monthly living expenses, were simply too exaggerated and far too surreal. It made them feel like they were only at university, just to make up the numbers. How could the gap between people be so massive? If things continue to develop like this, would Vanessa Miller be far from becoming the richest person in Pearl City? If they weren't mistaken, the net worth of the currently recognized richest person in Pearl City was only around $3 to $5 billion. Furthermore, several of them had built their fortunes in other major cities. After Nolan Sterling took over the Sterling Group, his net worth was already ranked in the top 3 in Pearl City. Pearl City was just a small city, so it was normal to have fewer top-tier billionaires. Initially, Nolan Sterling's high-profile appearance had attracted a lot of attention, and many people considered him Pearl City's #1 eligible bachelor and its youngest billionaire, but my appearance completely shattered that status quo. Nolan Sterling had simply inherited a family business, whereas I was entirely self-made. The two simply couldn't be compared. Moreover, looking at my current rate of development, surpassing Nolan was only a matter of time. No one at school dared to joke with me. Otherwise, someone might really shout at Vanessa Miller, "Please, I really don't want to work hard anymore." I had just returned to the dorm intending to rest for a while, when Lily came running in like a whirlwind. Vanessa, you're viral. Have you seen the news? The campus forum is going crazy right now." I had been wondering why the way the students looked at me had changed. Hearing Lily say this, I was momentarily stunned. "What do you mean, viral?" Lily said hurriedly. "Vanessa, just open your computer and you'll see." Hearing that, I went straight to my desk, opened my laptop, and did a quick search. Sure enough, I found several reports, including local threads. On Reddit, everyone was discussing me, this new billionaire girl. Of course, compared to real life, the comments from netizens were much bolder. "Holy crap, is this girl selling meth? Making billions in 6 months is too exaggerated. I can't even afford to add extra toppings to my ramen right now. Sister, marry me." Is it too late to be her live-in husband? I'm 6 feet tall, muscular, and I'll keep the bed warm. We can even notarize our prenuptial assets. How much have the guys above had to drink to be talking like that? Didn't you see the report? This girl is a campus belle. Why would she pick you? I heard. This girl is some kind of syndicate princess. I wonder if that's true. It's true. I've seen it with my own eyes. I suddenly want to write a book. The title will be, The Billionaire Wife is a Mafia Princess. The male-led will definitely be played by me. By the way, they say this girl is the campus belle, so why can't I find any photos of her online? I don't know. Has no one taken a single picture? Students from Central State replied saying they didn't dare to take one. I really don't dare to film her. Why not? Could it be that she's actually nothing like the description? With no photos, it's definitely all made up. I don't believe a girl like this really exists. Whether it's true or not, you'll know after watching the show. Isn't there a variety show called something like Campus Life that's going to be filming at Central State? With such an impressive girl who's also the campus star, there's no way the production crew won't film her. Really? I'm suddenly looking forward to it. After I quickly browsed through those gossip news stories, I looked at Lily helplessly. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Lily scratched her head. I only just found out myself. Vanessa, isn't it good that you're famous? This way, the reputation of the Grand Apex Alliance will go up, which will also help our business. I sighed and said, You silly girl, do you really think this is a good thing? The industries under the Grand Apex Alliance ultimately have to rely on their own strength to speak. It's fine for our brands to gain fame, but if my personal fame becomes too great, it's not necessarily a good thing. Public opinion is like a double-edged sword. Now they are praising me, but once the tide turns, that same praise can become a lethal weapon. It's because my story is legendary enough. But once someone starts a narrative, or if anything goes wrong, the tide will turn instantly, and the backlash would be severe. Also, this report appeared too suddenly. It's hard to say there isn't someone pushing it from behind. This is my gut feeling, because I didn't arrange any of this publicity. Lily was completely confused. Her mind was simple, but she understood one thing. This might not be a good thing. Then what should we do? Lily asked anxiously. I pulled out my phone and dialed a number. I gave brief, concise instructions. Get rid of as much information about me online as possible, especially the photos. And that report in the Economic Daily, find a way to have it retracted. Handling online news is relatively easy. Just find some trolls to muddy the waters. And it turns into a rumor. Most people won't believe it then. Only that newspaper is a bit more troublesome. It would be hard if they were stubborn. I didn't want to keep such a high profile for now. Being famous means countless eyes watching me. It would also affect my daily life. I didn't want paparazzi and media everywhere, or random strangers secretly filming me, leading to misunderstandings. I'll handle the newspaper. Lily suddenly volunteered. I was stunned for a moment. Then I nodded. Okay. I almost forgot. This girl might seem silly most of the time, but she has a lot of influence. Just as I finished arranging for people to handle the leaks, a situation arose at the supermarket. Several suppliers came to the door, demanding payment for the goods. I understood the moment I heard the news. The real killer move against me had arrived. The leaked news emphasized several key pieces of information. Grand Apex Supermarket spent $500 or $600 million to acquire the Sterling Group's mall project. In reality, only those on the inside knew that we completed the deal through an asset swap. Grand Apex Supermarket didn't actually pay any cash. Besides that, the news also mentioned that Grand Apex spent tens of millions on renovations and tens of millions to acquire the former Mingcheng supermarket. On the surface, Grand Apex seemed incredibly wealthy, but it also sent a signal to the outside world. Where did a newly established supermarket get so much money? Those who really know the industry wouldn't care. If I had a 10-figure net worth is often just on paper. Instead, they would estimate Grand Apex's revenue based on the leaked information. Acquisitions and renovations in such a short time, with no news of financing. Where did the money come from? There was likely only one answer: misappropriated payments that shouldn't have been touched. Lily fiddled with her fingers, looking a bit embarrassed. Vanessa, I can solve this matter. Could you also do me a favor? Seeing her like this, I knew she must have run into some trouble. Normally, there were few things that could trouble Lily. Now that she spoke up, there was only one possibility. Tell me. There's no need for us to be so formal. Then, Lily whispered the situation to me. I immediately burst out laughing. So that's it, Lily. It's actually very easy to solve. Just change your perspective. Not long after, Lily left the dorm, in high spirits. As soon as I arrived at the company, I saw Lance, talking to several suppliers. In the conference room, I walked in after the suppliers left. Lance immediately began to vent. Young lady, being famous is really worse than being unknown. Now, we're in trouble. The suppliers are all here demanding payment. We managed to put these guys off for now. But if more suppliers come to collect later, we'll be in serious trouble. I think you really shouldn't have used the company's funds to help the Sterling Group. The Sterling Group has survived the crisis. But what about us? What are we supposed to do? I frowned and asked, didn't you have a good relationship with those suppliers before? And we were willing to pay interest. Why are they in such a hurry for their money? Lance shook his head. I asked, but those suppliers refused to say anything. They just said their cash flow was in trouble, and they needed the money for an emergency. Cash flow issues? These suppliers, didn't you say you've known them for a long time? And their partnership with Grand Apex was very stable. Coming for the money all of a sudden is fishy. Lance nodded in agreement. Young lady, I think something is wrong too. What's stranger is they don't even want the interest. They're dead set on having the accounts cleared within 3 days. While they were discussing the problem, the office door was kicked open. Marcus rushed in. Young lady, we just cleared the information about you online. But then new rumors appeared. They say Grand Apex Supermarket's cash flow is about to break, and we're going out of business. My eyes, clear as autumn water, were instantly filled with a chill. Have you found the source? Marcus shook his head. Not yet. Also, the 2 banks we work with called to ask about the situation. I also heard someone is secretly buying up the IOUs from our suppliers, and they're buying them at a premium. Lance heard this, and his face changed drastically. They're trying to strangle our cash flow by force. Young lady, if what Marcus says is true, then we're really in trouble. I suggest we have Nolan pay us back immediately. We can't delay. Marcus, however, was eager to act. Young lady, if all else fails, I'll just gather the brothers and invite those suppliers for tea. Let's see who dares to disrespect us and come to collect. I thought for a moment and said, don't be in a hurry. Lance, go contact the banks and prepare for a loan. Marcus, send out a notice. Next month, all employees will hold an annual meeting. All stores will close for 1 day for the holiday. Okay, young lady. Marcus and Lance replied in unison. After the 2 left, Lance happened to return from outside. During this time, he was mainly responsible for watching Ethan's movements. The Unity Society has been acting abnormally lately. Most importantly, Flora has lost contact. Flora had provided them with a lot of important intelligence before, but ever since Scar took down those human traffickers at the train station, there has been no news from her at all. Even though I sent people to search everywhere, we still haven't found anything. It's very strange. The current situation is so complex that even as a transmigrator, I don't know which way it will develop. Lance's first words upon entering were, young lady, Manager Pan wants to invite you to dinner. I was slightly startled. A look of surprise appeared on my face. He's inviting me to dinner? Lance nodded. I guess he might want to reconcile with you. I sneered and asked, reconcile? Lance, do you think that's possible? Lance shook his head. Based on what I know of him, it's indeed unlikely. However, I think this might have something to do with that tournament. He probably feels we're finally qualified to have a seat at the table. In the past, only the 3 major gangs were qualified to be at the table. This also shows, from another angle, that those 3 are very powerful. Smaller forces don't have that privilege at all. Even though the Grand Apex Alliance is mainly based in University Town, no one in the life dares to look down on this rising power. Success on the streets relies mainly on money and manpower. The Grand Apex Alliance has plenty of both. Patrick probably feels he has no way to deal with the threat Vanessa Miller poses right now, so he's considering a reconciliation. Plus, during this recent period, the Grand Apex Alliance has been in a passive, defensive state, never once taking the initiative to retaliate. To outsiders, this basically suggests 2 things. One is that I have no interest in fighting for the Unity Society's position. Second, they think that since I'm just a woman, It's normal for me to be somewhat indecisive. Of course, there's another possibility, which is that I'm secretly building up my strength, preparing to swallow the Unity Society in one gulp and deal with Patrick while I'm at it. I shook my head. Lance, we are not at all the same kind of people as them. What's the point of a seat at their table? While I was still calculating in my head whether or not to accept Patrick's invitation, George Young ran back, out of breath. Why, young lady? The bank rejected our loan application. We're being targeted. What was the reason? The amount we asked for wasn't even that large. Given our current asset situation, getting a loan for 100 or 200 million shouldn't be an issue, right? The bank said our debt-to-asset ratio is too high. High debt ratio? We've never made our financial status public. How would they know what our current debt ratio is? Besides, our company's debt ratio isn't high to begin with. That's true, but now isn't the time to obsess over that. George Young, immediately invite the heads of those 2 Pearl City branches to the office for a talk. Tell them if they don't come, they can forget about ever working with us again. And another thing, cancel all of our employees' payroll cards and switch them to other banks. I don't believe we can't find other partners besides those 2 banks. Yes, young lady, I'll get right on it. After George Young left, Nolan called to talk about the bridge loan. He actually had a bit of a conscience. He said if the Grand Apex Alliance was truly short on cash, he would pay the money back no matter what. No need. Keep that money for your own use for now. No one can choke off my capital. Then, Vanessa, if you need anything, just let me know at any time. After hanging up the phone, Nolan also felt a bit uneasy. He really didn't expect someone to be so bold as to try and cut off my funding. Aren't they afraid of being sunk? Thinking of the sinking, Nolan couldn't help but remember what happened that night. His body gave a shudder. That was truly ruthless. Throwing someone in the river just like that. Recently, he also noticed that the police were patrolling that area of the river on motorboats. To be honest, he had almost forgotten about that incident, but ever since he knew the police were there, he'd been having nightmares every night. It wasn't that he was afraid of anything else. He was just afraid of suddenly hearing a voice at the door saying, "Welfare check, open the door." Although he wasn't the one who did it, he certainly couldn't distance himself from it. He absolutely could not let anything happen to me. Even if he had to go bankrupt, he had to protect Vanessa Miller. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stay safe himself. This was also why, once he learned the Grand Apex Alliance was having funding issues, he called immediately to state his position. While waiting for the bank branch managers from River District to arrive, Lance reported another major piece of news. Young lady, news came from Secretary Hill's office. They found Danny's body. Give me the details. Secretary Hill didn't reveal too many specifics. He only said the body wasn't found at the pier. I'm guessing it might have gotten caught in a cargo ship's propeller, or somewhere else, causing the body to be carried to another location. There's a lot of ship traffic at the pier anyway, so this kind of thing isn't that unusual. Lance offered his analysis. I was never sure who exactly hit Danny. In my past life at this time, such a heinous incident had never occurred. If Nolan hadn't mentioned it back then, I would have thought Danny had just fled to avoid prosecution. And that ledger, should I really hand it over? I still feel that with Secretary Hill's current power, he probably can't touch the people on this list. Unless, in the end, I decided to wait and see for a while longer. Dealing with the people in the ledger, especially the mastermind behind them, wouldn't be easy. The most urgent task right now is to resolve the funding issue first. After waiting about 10 minutes, the 2 branch managers from River District arrived one after the other. They were the managers of the National Bank and Commercial Bank branches, named Luke and Jasper. I didn't bother talking to them one-on-one. I went straight to the point. Managers, my company is valued at $3 or $4 billion at the very least. Even if you ignore the valuation, based solely on my company's existing assets, are you telling me we can't even get a $100 million loan? Or is it that you've already decided to stop working with the Grand Apex Alliance? My tone was perfectly calm, but it put quite a bit of pressure on the 2 managers. If they were facing an ordinary company, they would, at most, regret losing a major client. But this was the Grand Apex Alliance. In University Town, and in River District, who hasn't heard of the Grand Apex Alliance? To be honest, they were stuck. They couldn't afford to offend me on one side, but they couldn't afford to offend the other side either. Luke and Jasper stammered, not knowing how to explain themselves. At that moment, Lance took a set of brass knuckles from his pocket, slipped them onto his right hand, and then threw a heavy punch at a training dummy in the office. There was a loud bang, and the dummy's head was smashed inward. The stuffing inside exploded and burst out. Luke and Jasper turned pale instantly upon seeing this. They couldn't help but use their hands to wipe the non-existent cold sweat from their foreheads. Holy crap, is he even human? That dummy looked pretty sturdy, but he blew its head off with a single punch. If that hit them in the head, Lance smiled apologetically. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your business. My knuckles were just a bit itchy, so I wanted to move around a little. Luke and Jasper waved their hands frantically. No interruption at all. I smiled slightly and picked up the conversation. Managers, I'm not one for talking in circles. The fact that you came today shows there's still a way out. But if you think the Grand Apex Alliance is a pushover, then I don't mind changing the way we talk. Luke finally couldn't take it anymore. With a miserable face, he said, Ms. Miller, it's really not that I won't approve the loan. My hands are tied. The loan that George Young applied for before was actually already approved, but it was diverted by someone else. Jasper also said hurriedly, it's the same at our bank. The funds were approved, but they were intercepted. It's really not that we want to go against you. We truly have no choice. I tilted my chin up slightly at those words. Her eyes seemed to carry an innate sharpness. Who exactly diverted my loan? Luke and Jasper glanced at each other, then looked at the young man standing beside me, who was staring at them coldly. It was an order from the risk management department. They didn't just pull your company's files. They also showed us those reports, saying your company's debt ratio has far exceeded the warning line. My situation is the same as Manager Luke's. It's also because of the risk management issue. I sneered. Others might believe those rumors, but you two banks actually believe them? I am extremely dissatisfied with your bank's actions. Starting today, the Grand Apex Alliance will no longer have any business dealings with your banks. You may leave. Ms. Miller, this was indeed our bank's mistake. We will try to. I cut them off directly. There's no need. Please leave. Lance, show them out. Lance walked to the door expressionlessly and made a gesture for them to exit. The two managers wanted to plead their case further, but seeing the cold light reflecting off the brass knuckles on Lance's hand, they ultimately slunk out of the office in disgrace. As soon as the office door closed, George Young couldn't help but ask, Young lady, if you just let them leave, what about our loan? My long eyelashes lowered. They're just too small fry, nothing more than shields pushed out by someone else. I turned to Lance. Go investigate Director Wagner from the National Bank's Risk Management Department. He's the one in charge of fund approvals. I want to know who he has been in contact with lately. Yes, young lady. Do I need to check the risk management department of the other bank too? I shook my head slightly. No need. One is enough. Lance nodded again and turned to leave the office. I looked back at George Young and instructed, tell those suppliers that our company is holding its annual meeting next month. I'm inviting them for dinner then. Anyone who wants their money can come. After George Young also left, when I was finally alone in the office, I rubbed my temples, feeling a bit of a headache. My refined profile looked a bit more tired under the lights. Seriously, I clearly said I wanted a more relaxed life in this lifetime, yet I've been dragged into this mess again. So much for my quiet countryside dreams. Before I could even doze off, my phone suddenly rang. I saw the caller ID was Julian Sterling. This guy was quite direct, his tone seemingly carrying a hint of stifled anger. It wasn't me. Do you believe me? I sat up straight, my slender fingers gently brushing away a stray strand of hair from my forehead. Why wouldn't I believe you? I said. Julian Sterling on the other end was instantly choked up. The rebuttal he had prepared for a long time became useless in an instant. I was still so direct, never beating around the bush. But chatting with a woman like this was at least less exhausting. Mr. Sterling, did you call just to tell me this? If you're short on cash, I can. No need. The Grand Apex Alliance isn't short on money. I hung up the phone. Julian Sterling listened to the dial tone, stunned for a few seconds. Immediately after, he dialed another number. After the call ended, he completely exploded. Are you satisfied now? What are you talking about? Don't tell me what happened to the Grand Apex Alliance wasn't your doing. That girl is the one you like. Why would I target her? Besides, she has always refused to accept you. Even if I give her a lesson, so what? It's her good fortune to marry you. And she still dares to be picky? Enough. Don't you ever speak to me in that tone again. I am your father, not your punching bag. You ungrateful brat. The person on the other end was also furious. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Julian Sterling was hung up on again, his expression flickering with uncertainty. Could it really not be his father's doing? But if it wasn't him, who could cut off the Grand Apex Alliance's loans? With just a single word? Meanwhile, inside a certain government compound, after the middle-aged official hung up the phone angrily, he said to the secretary beside him, "Tell me, how did I end up with a son like that? He's going to be the death of me." Secretary Hill handed him a warm cup of Longjing tea and consoled him, "The young master is still young. He'll understand your hard work in a few years." The official took a sip of tea and continued, "For a woman, he's lost all basic judgment. He actually suspected his own father. But this is a good opportunity to put some pressure on that girl. I still quite like her. At least she knows the rules and never crosses the line. Unlike some people, who start acting more and more outrageous once they have power. By the way, I heard a body was pulled out of the river yesterday." Secretary Hill quickly replied, "Yes. The deceased was named Danny. The police still need to make a further determination on whether it was an accident." The official's expression instantly became serious. "Regardless of whether it was an accident, investigate it thoroughly. Do it quickly, and don't let anyone involved slip through the cracks." "Yes, sir." As Secretary Hill left, he noticed the official's gaze was fixed on the calligraphy scroll on the wall that read "Integrity and Justice." That evening, at a certain apartment in Pearl City, Lily was silently praying in her heart that her father wouldn't come back. Please don't come back. But things didn't go as she wished. Her father did return, and not long after arriving at the residence, he called her over from school. Richard was intently watching the news on TV. Lily and a young man in his early 30s sat obediently to the side, watching the news with their father. Neither dared to make a sound, fearing they would disturb him. Compared to Lily, the young man beside her was sitting much more upright and stiff. He was wearing a prosecution uniform, but it wasn't from the Pearl City Inspectorate. It was from a higher-level unit, and he held quite a high rank. He was the director of the 2nd Prosecution Department of the State Inspectorate, named Justice. This young man had another identity. He was Lily's older cousin. After enduring half an hour of silence, Richard finished watching the news, turned his head, and looked at Lily. "Lily, how have your studies been at school lately? Have you been going out with those shady people? To fool around or go to internet cafes?" Here it comes. It was here. Even though Lily had been mentally prepared, she still couldn't help but feel her fingers tremble, and she unconsciously began picking at the sofa. Sitting nearby, Justice saw his cousin Lily was a bit nervous and scared, and just as he was about to speak to lighten the mood, Richard directly raised his hand to stop him. "Let her speak for herself." Justice immediately fell silent. Even as the director of the 2nd Prosecution Department of the State Inspectorate, he had to obediently follow instructions in front of his uncle. Lily grit her teeth and suddenly stood up. Justice felt a bad premonition. It's over. Her stubborn streak is coming out. She's going to go head-to-head with Uncle. But in the next second, Lily pulled a stack of honorary certificates directly from her bag and dumped them all onto the coffee table with a clatter. "This is the Outstanding Trainee Certificate from Freshman Military Training. This is the Outstanding Officer Certificate from the Student Union. This is the Best Debater Certificate from the Freshman Debate Competition. This is the Merit Student Certificate at the school level. This is the Clean Plates King Honorary Certificate from the cafeteria for not leaving a single scrap of food for 60 consecutive days. And this is the Bravery Certificate issued by the River District Police Station. Do you want to see anything else?" Just then, Justice looked at Lily, counting the honorary certificates one by one. His whole world turned upside down. "Wait, little sis. Are you being serious right now? Since when did you become so outstanding? This isn't like you at all. And this Clean Plate King Award? What kind of weird nonsense is this? Your school actually hands this stuff out?" If he didn't know the real Lily, and especially didn't know that she was currently running the streets with some girl, he might actually have been fooled by these certificates. But while he didn't believe it, Richard did. Richard's originally stern expression softened slightly. He reached out and picked up the certificates one by one. Examining them carefully, his brow gradually unfurled. They don't look like forgeries." Lily stole a glance at her father's reaction. trying her best to breathe a small sigh of relief. If you don't believe me, you can call the school and ask. Richard was silent for a moment, before finally revealing a smile. At least you didn't embarrass me. Keep it up. Wait. Uncle, isn't this attitude change a bit too fast? A second ago, you were ready for a full interrogation, and now you've suddenly turned into a doting father? Lily breathed a complete sigh of relief, the corners of her mouth curling up in spite of herself. She quickly composed herself, pretending to be well-behaved as she nodded. Dad, I'll keep working hard. Then, remembering something, she hurried forward to dotingly massage her father's shoulders. Dad, now that I'm being so good, stop being so mean to me all the time. Oh, and Dad, I have a gift for you. As she spoke, she reached into her bag again and pulled out a meticulously handcrafted photo album to hand to her father. This album was very special. The photos inside weren't standard shots, but were clippings from news and newspapers, or downloaded and reprinted images. There were photos of her father in the countryside during his youth, extending all the way to the present. And next to every single photo, there was a goofy sticker of Lily's face, cleverly mimicking her father's exact gestures and angles, creating a parent-child interaction that spanned across time and space. Richard looked through it very seriously, even more seriously than he read important documents. When he turned to the final page, there was a genuine photo of the father and daughter together. It was the only photo taken together since Lily had grown up. Above the photo was a line of small text, chasing the light for 18 years. Yours is the silhouette I will always follow. This man, who had been stern his whole life, felt his heart completely melt in that moment. Only then did he realize that because of his work, he had truly missed far too much of his daughter's life. Just as he was secretly sighing with guilt, Lily was also secretly observing her father's expression. Seeing that her father seemed genuinely won over, she felt extremely proud of herself. Vanessa's psychological warfare really works. Old man, I've got you right where I want you. As a leader who devoted his entire soul to his work, most of Richard's time did not belong to him. Richard also knew in his heart that he owed his daughter a great debt. Between being in the countryside in his youth and his frequent transfers over the years, the amount of time he could actually spend with his daughter was exceptionally sparse. Because of this, his being strict with his daughter could be considered understandable. But Lily had always been a lively and eccentric child. Richard's excessive severity toward her and his tendency to criticize her at the drop of a hat easily triggered her rebellious side. It was fine when she was little, but as Lily grew older, the conflict deepened more and more. Especially after Lily entered high school, her attitude toward her father became one of total avoidance. I can't afford to provoke you, but can I at least hide from you? In her heart, she wished her father wouldn't come home, so that she could have some peace and quiet. Of course, most of it was born out of fear. Lily loved to have fun, and had a carefree personality, whereas her father was extremely stern, and carried the rigidness of the older generation. To some extent, when people with these two personalities were put together, conflicts were bound to arise. Most importantly, Richard simply didn't have time to communicate with his daughter. Usually, before they could even exchange a few sentences, he would see Lily's gaudy wigs and other outfits, and his temper would flare up. He couldn't stay calm. And the higher a person's position, the more they tended to care about appearances. Lily seemed carefree on the surface, but once she got stubborn, not even 9 oxen could pull her back. The more her father scolded and criticized her, the less she wanted to change. And so, the friction between the father and daughter grew deeper. Actually, breaking this deadlock wasn't hard. If Richard felt his daughter was wasting her life, then she just had to look like she was working hard, or making massive progress. Of course, just talking about it wouldn't work. Richard already had a fixed stereotype of his daughter. So, the most direct way was to let the facts speak. So, I gave Lily an idea. First, get some proof. For example, certificates. For Lily, obtaining these certificates wasn't actually difficult, except the girl's way of thinking was a bit unique. Initially, when Lily heard my suggestion, her first instinct was to find a forger, to whip up a few fake certificates to get by. I immediately vetoed that method. Lying is wrong. Lily used her brilliant little brain, and after much thought she finally hit upon a great idea. She went straight to her counselor and said point-blank, "Counselor, give me a dozen or so honorary certificates." The counselor had never seen such an outrageous student. but considering her background, the counselor patiently asked why. Lily didn't explain, only saying, "My dad wants them. My dad just loves this kind of stuff." The counselor hadn't originally intended to give Lily a back door, but upon hearing it was for Lily's father, the counselor immediately said, "I understand." Understood, the counselor thought, though they couldn't help wondering about the official's weird hobbies. And just like that, the certificates were acquired. Of course, Lily's father definitely didn't know about this. If he found out, he'd probably spit up blood from rage. Why would an esteemed leader like him want those things? Regardless, Lily's trick was a success. At the very least, it softened her father's attitude. Then, striking while the iron was hot, Lily presented the gift she had meticulously prepared. She hadn't played any tricks with this one. Well, it was mainly because she didn't want to expose her identity. Otherwise, she'd probably just have hired someone to make it for her. As expected, once the second killing move was deployed, her father's expression softened significantly. "I must treasure this. Lily, you are truly thoughtful. This was probably the most special and irresistible gift he had ever received. It's getting late. Go back and get some sleep. Rest up early." "Then I'm going, Dad." "You should get some rest too." "I know. Off you go." Lily couldn't wait to leave. She immediately skipped out of the guest house. After she left, Richard's gaze shifted to his nephew, Justice. His tone suddenly turned stern. "As for you, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Stand up straight." Justice, who was already in his 30s, could only obediently stand up, like a naughty schoolboy ready to be scolded. However, he felt quite indignant in his heart. Why was it that his cousin could spend all day running the streets without getting scolded? He, the esteemed state inspector and director of the 2nd Prosecution Department, was the one getting a lecture instead. Where was the justice in that? But this also indirectly showed that his cousin definitely had someone expert guiding her. Even his uncle had been won over. Based on his understanding of his cousin, there was no way that girl could have come up with such a strategy. Someone must be pulling the strings behind the scenes. That case with the chemical plant last time. Your department handled it far too carelessly. In criminal cases, the biggest mistake is being fooled by appearances. Have you been a prosecutor this long and still don't know that? Richard said. Justice lowered his head in shame. Uncle, I know I was wrong. The case Richard mentioned had only happened recently. A middle-aged woman had a car accident on the roadside, near the chemical plant, since large trucks frequented that area, and accidents were common, and the driver had turned himself in. The case was handled as a simple traffic offense, but things were far from that simple. It was later discovered that this woman was related to a body that had been pulled out of the river in Pearl City. They were mother and son. Add to that the fact that Danny was a wanted man, and the problem became massive. Clearly, the prosecution department had not been meticulous when reviewing the related cases. It could be called a dereliction of duty. Specifically, after Justice sent people to communicate with the police officers in Pearl City who handled the case, he felt more and more that this wasn't simple. There might be a massive interest group involved, or even organized crime. This was one of the reasons why Richard and Justice took time out of their busy schedules to come to Pearl City. Of course, given Richard's rank, he didn't actually need to oversee these matters personally. He just wanted to check on his daughter Lily while he was at it. After Richard finished lecturing Justice, his tone softened slightly. When necessary, you should come here personally to oversee things. Whether you're transferred here, or we establish a special task force, will be decided based on the investigation. Justice straightened his back. Yes, sir. I won't let you down. Richard frowned. It's not about me. It's about not letting down the expectations of the people. Justice took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Yes, I will live up to this uniform and the trust of the people. Richard stared at him for a few seconds and warned, remember, an investigation isn't just a formality. Behind every deceased person is a family. Especially if your prosecution is sloppy, missing even a single detail could lead to a completely different outcome, or the truth being buried. That is absolutely unacceptable. Justice clenched his fists. Uncle, I'll send people to Pearl City tomorrow to investigate. We'll re-examine every lead in these two cases. If organized crime is truly involved, we will pull them out by the roots. Richard nodded slightly. He turned to look out the window and suddenly asked, Do you know why I insisted on coming here in person? Justice was startled. Is it because of my cousin? Richard nodded. Lily is my only daughter. I originally hoped she would follow the same path as you, joining the government. But she doesn't have any interest in that. So be it, as long as she's happy. However, Lily is simple-minded, and doesn't understand how treacherous people can be. You need to keep a close eye on that girl she's following. That girl is no ordinary person. Justice was taken aback. Uncle, you know about her? He had originally intended to help Lily hide the fact that she was running the streets. Coming here for the investigation, he accidentally discovered that his cousin was actually very close to a local gang. Later, he looked into it. This Grand Apex Alliance, although it looked like a legitimate company on the surface, the information he gathered made it look like nothing more than a criminal organization wearing a corporate mask. Almost all the news he heard was far from positive. There were even rumors of people being taken out. The most outrageous and shocking part was that such a large organization was actually founded by a mere 18-year-old girl. It felt completely surreal. Because of this, he hadn't dared to mention it to his uncle, fearing his uncle would be furious. He didn't expect his uncle to have known all along. Is it difficult for me to find things out? Especially when it concerns my own daughter. Hearing this, Justice thought, that's true. Even though his uncle was usually busy, it didn't mean he wouldn't send people to keep tabs on his daughter. Uncle, if there's nothing else, I'll head out. Justice couldn't wait to leave. Even though the man was his own uncle, his naturally imposing aura still put a lot of pressure on him. Richard waved his hand. Go on. After Justice left, Richard could no longer contain his smile. He picked up the stack of certificates and began looking through them. The girl is finally showing some ambition. So many awards. Not bad at all. With his sharp eyes, he could tell at a glance that the certificates were authentic. It meant his daughter had truly put in the effort. Even a man in his high position, with all his experience, could still be fooled by his own daughter at times. Lily didn't go straight back to school. She rushed excitedly to the office, eager to share the good news with me. She simply couldn't keep anything to herself. I watched Lily as she gesticulated wildly, pinching her thumb and index finger together. In a controlled gesture, she said proudly, I never thought my old man would be so easy to handle. Wahaha. She was as happy as if she had discovered some secret manual. I was speechless. This girl, instead of using the chance to build a closer relationship with her father, was bad-mouthing him behind his back. As expected, her brain just doesn't work like a normal person's. Lily said excitedly, Oh right. Vanessa, my cousin came too. My dad ended up scolding him instead. Ha ha ha. In the past, whenever she was with her cousin, she was usually the one getting lectured. This time, it was finally the other way around. I hadn't thought much of it at first, but as I processed it, I suddenly realized things might not be that simple. According to the public records I'd found before, Lily's cousin, Justice, was the director of the 2nd Prosecution Department of the State Inspectorate. That department was very important within the inspectorate, specifically handling major criminal cases. His sudden arrival in Pearl City was highly unusual. I thought about it, and sent a text message directly to Secretary Hill. The content was simply that I wanted to chat. Secretary Hill replied quickly, setting a meeting for tomorrow afternoon. When Lance returned, I told him directly, tell Patrick I'll accept his invitation. I want to see what this tournament is all about. Lance nodded. All right. Lily heard their conversation, and her eyes lit up. Vanessa, is it a big deal? I want to go too. Take me along. I didn't refuse. All right. You can come with me then. Lily nearly jumped for joy. Great. Finally, it's my time to shine. Hey, I really don't know what your father would think if he saw you like this. The next day, Lance and George Young each brought new information. Lance reported that Director Wagner of the Risk Management Department had recently been in contact with people from Starbound Entertainment. George Young brought another important piece of intelligence. The news I've received is other supermarkets have also jumped in. They're the ones behind the trouble with the suppliers. Starbound Entertainment is the company of Silas Vance from the EC Union. Silas Vance's son is the guy we ran into at Property Management, who was taught a lesson by Lance. I didn't expect him to be so vengeful, retaliating so quickly. As for other competitors targeting Grand Apex Supermarket, I'm only slightly surprised, but also not really. Grand Apex Supermarket now holds the #1 market share in Pearl City, and since we're primarily large-scale supermarkets, having some impact on companies like Community Mart, which mostly focus on neighborhood convenience stores, is still manageable. But for the likes of Freshco, Lovemart, and ValueMart, which have similar attributes, the rise of Grand Apex Supermarket has hit them way too hard. These national chain giants never imagined they wouldn't be able to compete with a small local supermarket company. It's quite absurd. No matter where they went before, it was always a slaughter for those local supermarkets, an absolute annihilation. This time, they've run into a tough opponent, especially after Grand Apex Supermarket completely defeated Omnimart. Its momentum has been at an all-time high. Combined with its O2O delivery model and continuously optimized service, Grand Apex Supermarket's reputation far surpasses that of other major supermarket brands. Although some residents know that the Grand Apex alliance behind the supermarket has some underworld ties, those street people have never bullied them. On the contrary, they've helped them solve quite a few problems. Like Mr. Zhang, since those men in black gave his son a beating, the guy has become much more well-behaved. Although every day when he comes home, he carries a smell of sewage, Mr. Zhang smells it and praises how real it is. In short, apart from those little punks and gangs, and the forces that care about the Grand Apex Alliance, ordinary people don't care about that at all. As long as the service is good, no one cares about your background. Grand Apex Supermarket's business has grown better and better because of this. If Grand Apex Supermarket only had 1 or 2 stores, it wouldn't matter, but there are 7 in the downtown area alone. Pearl City's downtown isn't that large. These 7 stores, plus the delivery network, are enough to achieve over 90% coverage. One can imagine how big the impact on other supermarkets has been. It practically leaves no room for other large supermarkets to survive. Of course, that's a bit of an exaggeration. The fact that their business has been hit is true. As the saying goes, competitors are natural enemies. Since someone has put out the word to take down Grand Apex Supermarket, they naturally wouldn't miss this chance to crush Grand Apex Supermarket once and for all. They've jumped right in, encouraging the suppliers to demand payment for overdue accounts. They tell them, if you don't demand your money, and Grand Apex Supermarket goes bankrupt, you'll lose everything. To make those suppliers believe that the Grand Apex Alliance is truly at a dead end, they've even proactively offered a premium to buy up some of Grand Apex Supermarket's IOUs. Combined with the rumors spreading outside, and the blocked loans, it's caused panic among the suppliers, who have all started coming to Grand Apex demanding their money back. After listening to the report, I already had a plan in mind. The trouble with the suppliers was indeed the work of our competitors. However, this also reminded me that I need to build a supply chain system, specifically dedicated to Grand Apex Supermarket. In simple terms, it's about supporting suppliers for certain products, preferably the original manufacturers, to create a complete farm-to-shelf supply system, with no middleman involved. This way, it will be impossible for suppliers to choke us off like this in the future. Of course, to pull off such a massive supply chain system, our sales capability must first be strong enough. Otherwise, why would anyone follow you? But this is something that needs long-term planning. It has to be done slowly. And Bradley Vance actually being able to have the banks block Grand Apex Supermarket's funds was indeed something I didn't expect. Starbound Entertainment isn't very large. In terms of bank transaction volume, it's nowhere near the level of the Grand Apex Alliance. Under normal circumstances, anyone would know which side to choose. But the result was completely different. I don't bother thinking about the reasons anymore. Since they want to fight me, then I'll give them one hell of a game. Young lady, what should we do? Remember how we dealt with Brock and Rainy Creek? Since Bradley Vance wants to block our money, then we'll borrow some money from his family's company to spend. The primary businesses under Silas Vance and his son are those entertainment venues, but of the gray market venues they run, hardly any are legitimate. Under-the-table income basically accounts for the lion's share. The situation is similar for the other gangs. Gray income makes up the majority of their earnings. However, money earned through these industries can't be used directly. It has to be washed. First, clean is healthy after all. This isn't a secret in the life. Every gang has its own money laundering channels. But when it comes down to it, there are only a few types. The more advanced way is through international operations, using shell companies in multiple countries, and offshore accounts to transfer funds rapidly. Another common method is using antique deals, the stock market, or art sales to clean the money. But these high-end plays require professional financial staff. You have to trust that the other person won't run off with the money for a rough around-the-edges thug like Silas Vance, who likely didn't even finish middle school and grew up scrapping on the streets. These high-level laundering methods are beyond him. Moreover, the commission for such methods is exceptionally high, and they might not be willing to spend that much. As far as I know, only Nolan's stepmother has used this kind of method. After all, the Sterling Group has some overseas investments, though not large-scale. It's sufficient. Overseas accounts can't be monitored. Whatever they say they earned is what they earned. Silas Vance and his crew don't have the capability to handle overseas operations. Of course, there's another place that's very convenient for money laundering: casinos. Unfortunately, there are no legal casinos in the country, so that path is blocked. As a result, their options are limited. Either they take the troublesome route of using the restaurant and entertainment business, opening numerous bars, restaurants, fast food joints, and so on, to report false turnover, and claim the illegal cash is the daily revenue. Just forge some receipts, and you're done. But you can't be too outrageous with this approach, or you'll easily be targeted. So you need to open a large number of shops to spread out the cash flow. But with more shops, management becomes prone to issues. Of course, if the cash flow isn't that large, it doesn't really matter. There's also another channel that's quite effective and convenient: fake loans. By creating fake loan contracts, one can use illegal cash to pay off a debt that never actually existed, making the funds look like a legitimate, real contract. As long as the creditor you find is reliable enough, or if this creditor is just a puppet you control. When the time comes, they use cash to pay back the creditor. Once the creditor receives the repayment, this money is recorded as debt recovery or business revenue. That's how it's cleaned. Then the creditor uses their own company to invest this money back out into a company started by the original owner of the funds. The money is washed clean and returns to the source. It's incredibly simple and crude. This method is currently the most popular among those street guys because it's much easier than opening a shop. Of course, it's not nearly as safe as opening a shop. My plan is simple. I want to be the final recipient of the investment. How can I become the last person in the chain? Simple. I proactively seek investment and persuade them to invest in my project. The key is to control the legal representative of the creditor company. Usually, to avoid risk, these guys will find a scapegoat to serve as the legal rep. By doing this, I'm also saving that poor soul from a lot of trouble. If I remember correctly, in my previous life, the legal representative of the laundering company that Silas Vance and his crew controlled was directly sentenced to at least 10 years. No matter how much they claimed innocence, it was useless. It was truly tragic. Most importantly, I actually knew that person. They were a fellow villager from my hometown. I'll need Yuna's help for a bit to put on a show when the time comes. After arranging the details of the loan, I had Lance call over his young students. The ultimate move I prepared for my competitors was incredibly plain and simple. It's professional fraud fighting. My goal is clear. From price gouging, expired food and faulty labels, to promotional traps and counterfeit products, including all the products in my memories of my past life. That turned out to be scandals. I called Tiger and the boys over to arrange for them to visit all the major supermarkets, specifically to find these problematic items. Tiger and his crew might not have other skills, but their eyes are absolutely sharp, and they don't easily attract attention. Once they find a problematic product, then I'm afraid it's game over. A demand letter from Theo Law Firm will follow immediately. As long as they find counterfeit goods or other issues, then too bad for them. The Theo Law Firm letters will arrive, return the item, and pay triple or even 10 times the price. Then I'll leak it to the media. That will be enough to give those competitors a real headache. That's right. I'm going to assemble a professional fraud-fighting team to really put the pressure on my competitors. To be precise, I'm driving industry progress. I hope everyone strictly controls product quality. Stop selling fakes. Don't lie to customers. And don't rip people off. Otherwise, just wait to be dealt with. If you don't want to pay up, you'll have to ask my legal team and my hundreds of brothers if they agree. Of course, to prevent competitors from retaliating with the same methods, I had George Young strictly control our supermarket's quality. I won't let anyone find a single flaw. I trust the execution of my own employees. There won't be any problems. But as for those competitors, I don't trust them at all. Forget about this era, even in the future. It's not difficult to find product issues in a supermarket. If you look for them, you'll find them. At the end of the day, it's about not being thorough enough. Not every supermarket service can be as meticulous as Grand Apex Supermarket. Plus, a professional fraud-fighting team. This kind of operation easily earns you enemies, especially those businesses whose interests are harmed. They might threaten the team, or even find thugs to retaliate. It's a pity that the Grand Apex Alliance isn't afraid of threats, and even less afraid of a physical confrontation. Besides, I don't plan on making money from this. All compensation will be donated directly. This way, we can silence those who say we are doing this purely for profit, and will also gain a good reputation, promoting industry progress, improving the consumer experience, and doing some charity along the way. We'll be seen as absolute philanthropists. Once I had everything more or less arranged, I went to see George Hill. I still needed to give him a heads up on some things, like the fact that the director of the second prosecution department might be coming down. Come to think of it, it's been a while since I've had a proper talk with George. It was still a private room at Yuna's kitchen, though it wasn't the original location. Both Vanessa Miller and George Hill had undergone significant changes. George was now the head of the River District Police Station, carrying more of the aura of a high-ranking official. After greeting each other, they sat down. I had pre-arranged the dishes. They weren't extravagant. Berry home style, our signature small fish pot stickers, plus a few side dishes. I paired it with a bottle of ordinary white liquor. The whole table cost around $300 or $400. It's not that I was stingy with high-end liquor or seafood when entertaining him, but that I understood George's character all too well. He's a man with very high aspirations, who cannot be bought by worldly things. Of course, I had no intention of bribing anyone, because I am also a person with high standards. Sure enough, when George saw the table of home-style food, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. These are all my favorite dishes, especially your small fish pot stickers. I've been thinking about them for a long time. I feigned dissatisfaction. Uncle George, listen to you. It makes it sound like our restaurant's prices are out of reach. As the head of the River District Police, surely you can afford some small fish pot stickers. George laughed. Isn't it because of my official duties? I usually don't have time to come, do I? No matter how busy you are, you have to eat well. I picked up the bottle and poured George a small glass of liquor. I know your stomach hasn't been feeling great lately, Uncle George, so I specifically told the kitchen to go easy on the chili. This liquor has been warmed up too, so it won't hurt your stomach. George was taken aback. He shook his head and laughed. You even found out about that? It seems you really care about me. Uncle George, you took out the trash in Rainy Creek for the people, and you stood up for an ordinary citizen like me. It's only right to care about you. There's a good saying, Uncle George, if you want to go far, first you need a healthy body. Don't you think that makes sense? George picked up a small fish and put it in his mouth. After tasting it, he praised, the taste is as good as ever. He put down his chopsticks and went straight to the point. Ms. Miller, you didn't come to find me today just to buy me a simple meal, did you? I didn't want to beat around the bush with him either. I'd heard that the director of the second prosecution department has also tried our small fish pot stickers. Unfortunately, I haven't heard the director's review. I wonder if he likes this signature dish. Hearing this, George's eyes flashed. Ms. Miller, you really know quite a bit, don't you? We're old acquaintances. No need to beat around the bush. What do you want? I said frankly, what I wanted before is still what I want now. That will never change. George had to admit that the ambition and methods of the girl before him were truly breathtaking. She is meticulous in everything she does, never leaving a single piece of evidence behind. Danny's case. How much do you know about it, Uncle George? I asked. George was honest and didn't hide anything. That case doesn't fall under our jurisdiction. Technically, I have no right to interfere. However, I've always felt there was a major problem with that person. To tell you the truth, Uncle George, I have some things in my possession. I was actually hesitant about handing them over at first. But here, you're the only person I can truly trust. Perhaps you can use this information to reach out to the director. George really didn't have a way to directly interfere in Danny's case. But as long as the state inspectorate forms a task force to investigate, then if he's brought on board, he can get involved. There are a lot of big fish on this line. Just being involved in this case would mean earning a massive amount of credit. This was also one of the reasons why I haven't handed over the ledger until now. If I'm going to give it, I have to give it to someone I feel is more reliable. George fell silent for a moment, and then suddenly smiled. Ms. Miller, every time you bring something out, it's impossible to refuse. I said quite sincerely, Uncle George, I told you I'm a good person. As long as you have a need, I can continue to be your informant. George put down his chopsticks and stood up. He held out his right hand directly. I look forward to our cooperation. I also reached down my fair hand and shook his. I look forward to it too. 2 days later, my newly acquired, or rather, the villa I got for free, was ready. After a bit of tidying up, the furniture had been purchased and installed. It was ready to move in at any time. At the same time, I directly arranged for someone to drive the company's $1 million Mercedes to pick up my grandparents. I specifically instructed them to tell Grandpa and Grandma they didn't need to bring a thing, so as soon as the car arrived, they picked them up and headed right back. However, a luxury Mercedes suddenly appearing in the village to pick up old Mr. George Miller and his wife caused quite a stir in the village. In this day and age, there were very few cars in all of Woodside. Most villagers still traveled by tractor, or three-wheel trikes, let alone this legendary Mercedes that only big bosses could afford to ride in. But today, a black Mercedes suddenly appeared in the village like that and whisked the old Miller couple away. The middle-aged women at the village entrance who loved to gossip, naturally and logically, treated this as the hot news of the day to gossip about. Auntie Sarah sat at the village entrance, sunflower seeds flying as she spoke. Oh my goodness, you guys didn't see that car. It was shiny and black, and it had that big star standing on the hood. That must be one of those Mercedes, right? The two old Millers, who've lived here so long, were actually respectfully invited into the car. Really? What's the story there? I've seen people drive over to pick up the old accountant before, but those were always town government cars. None of them could compare to this Mercedes. A Mercedes like that? Even the richest man in our town probably couldn't afford it. Definitely not. I heard those cars are incredibly expensive. How much money could the richest man in this poor village have anyway? He's nothing compared to those big city bosses. Tesk, is the accountant finally having a stroke of luck? All the family land was gambled away by that youngest son. Yet now a Mercedes comes to pick them up. I wonder which relative finally struck it rich. Someone suddenly drove a Mercedes into the village and picked up the old Millers. Naturally, this news couldn't be kept from Silas Miller, who was busy losing his shirt at the village casino. When he heard the news, his eyes went wide. What did you say? Someone picked up my old man in a Mercedes? His first reaction was that it was impossible, but when he rushed back home, he indeed heard all the neighbors talking about it. Some even teased him, saying his father had been picked up by a wealthy relative to go and enjoy a life of luxury. Silas turned red and white with rage. They took a Mercedes and didn't call him. They went to live in luxury and didn't call him. It was just too much. He racked his brains but couldn't think of which relative could have possibly struck it rich, let alone be driving a Mercedes. Several of his low-life gambling buddies made fun of him after they found out. Maybe that daughter of yours struck it rich, one said. Yeah, when Logan Brooks came back the other day, he said, there's a girl in Pearl City with the same name as your daughter, who became some kind of billionaire. She was even on the news. Logan Brooks was just talking big. What kind of girl is that impressive? To become a billionaire from scratch? Isn't that just total nonsense? Besides, everyone knows Vanessa Miller. The girl is only a freshman. How could she have that kind of ability? Exactly. It must just be someone with the same name. It's hard to say. What if it really is that girl? Old Miller would be rich then. Ha ha ha. Silas got more and more annoyed as he listened. He knew perfectly well these people were just mocking him. He roared at his group of low-life friends. Bullshit. That money-losing brat? Her? Get rich? Hey Silas, what are you getting so worked up for? We're just joking around. Yeah, besides, it's not like we're making it up. It's all what Logan Brooks said. Speak of the devil. Logan Brooks, who had spent the whole night at the town's internet cafe, walked into Buck's casino, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. When everyone saw him arrive, they immediately asked, Lance, Plager, tell us, did you really see the news in Pearl City? Was there really a report about a young billionaire named Vanessa Miller? Logan Brooks perked up instantly at the question. This was his time to shine and brag. He nodded immediately. It's absolutely true. I went to Pearl City a few days ago to get my wages, and I saw it with my own eyes. I'm telling you, how is this girl so incredible? So young and earning that much money. And I heard her net worth is over $1 billion. If you changed that all into cash, you'd need a semi-truck to haul it. Uncle Silas, at first, I almost thought that girl was your daughter. But then again, if it really were your daughter, you'd be rolling in piles of cash every day. Haha. Silas Miller looked annoyed as he listened to everyone tease him, feeling very displeased. But in his heart, he couldn't help but wonder, how great would it be if that really were my daughter? If it were all true, then from now on, I could eat like a king every single day, and throw around thousands at the casino. Let's see if these bastards would still dare to tease me then. They'd probably be licking my boots. Then he thought again about his old man being picked up in a Mercedes. He felt like there was something fishy going on, like people were intentionally keeping things from him. Although he was a bit of a scoundrel, he knew his father's situation well enough. How could such a wealthy relative or friend just suddenly appear out of nowhere? It wasn't right. Just then, Logan Brooks's phone rang. The guy immediately put down his cards and answered the call. After hearing what was said on the other end, his face lit up with joy. Okay, I'll be right there. Seeing Lance in such a state, the others asked curiously, Lance, did something good happen? Logan Brooks said with a smug look, It's nothing. I just got paid. I couldn't get it last time, but I finally got it in my hands now. Someone heard this and looked envious. Lance, what kind of job do you have anyway? It's so great, you don't even have to go to work, and you still get paid every month. Logan Brooks didn't hide it. It's nothing much. A friend in Pearl City started a company and asked me to be the legal representative. Legal representative? What's that? You don't know what a legal representative is? I saw it on TV. The legal representative is the boss of the company. Then how did Lance become the legal representative? Yeah, Lance, how did you get to be the owner of record? You're not even as handsome as me. Get lost. In this era, information didn't travel that quickly. General knowledge was relatively behind. They didn't understand why someone could be a nominal legal representative. Even in the future, many people lacked the experience to know that being a nominal representative carried risks, let alone these guys in the village, who had barely any education. It's nothing, really. I just met a good buddy in Pearl City previously, and he found this gig for me. It doesn't pay much per month, just $3,000. When Logan Brooks said this, his face was full of smug superiority. He didn't have to do anything. He just had to go to the city once a month to get $3,000. It was simply a miracle from heaven. $3,000. When the crowd heard Lance say that, the envy on their faces intensified. Some of them had gone to work in other places, toiling in factories for only $1,000 or $2,000 a month. But Lance didn't have to do a thing to get $3,000 every month. How could they not be green with envy? Especially for these drifters who spent their days in the casino, loafing around the village, and were too lazy to find real jobs. This was incredibly attractive. Getting paid without going to work? What a dream! Several gamblers immediately surrounded him. One even pulled out a premium cigarette and handed it over. Lance, does that representative job need more people? Could you hook me up too? Yeah, look out for your brothers. Lance looked troubled. It's not that easy to find. I just got lucky to land this job. Anyway, let's not talk about it. I have to go. Though the crowd was jealous, they could only drop it. As Logan Brooks walked out of Buck's casino, Silas Miller's eyes darted around, and he quickly chased after him. He had been curious in his heart about exactly who had picked up his father. He wanted Lance to help ask around in the city. Lance didn't refuse. In a great mood, he readily agreed. Soon, he flagged down a 3-wheel trike by the road, paid $2, and left. After Silas Miller returned to the casino, Buck spoke meaningfully. While dealing the cards, Uncle Silas, I think you'd be better off going to town to buy a lottery ticket. Maybe you'll hit the jackpot. Silas was stunned. What do you mean? Buck didn't explain. He changed the subject. Old man, if you don't lease those few acres to me, then I'll have to ask you for the money. If I remember correctly, besides the portion covered by the land you put up, you still owe me $37,000. Silas was annoyed. I never said I wouldn't pay you back. What's the point of bringing it up all the time? It's nothing. I just wanted to remind you. Buck continued. Actually, Uncle Silas, you don't really have to pay this money back. Vanessa is 18 this year, right? In our village, she's a grown woman. She's old enough to get married. When Silas Miller heard this, he understood Buck's intentions perfectly. This guy had already hinted at it many times. The reason Silas had been playing dumb and didn't agree wasn't because he cared for his daughter, but because he felt Buck's bride price was too low. It was all about the debt now. Who wants to pay back a debt? Besides canceling the debt, he should at least get some cash in hand, right? Buck didn't even want to give him any cash. It would be a miracle if he agreed. Silas thought about it and made up an excuse. Vanessa is still in college. Let's talk about it after she graduates. When Buck heard that, his face instantly darkened. Uncle Silas, now you're just being difficult. So what if she's a college student? Can't college students get married? She can get married and then go back to school. I can even pay her tuition for her. Just tell me straight, do you just not want to pay me back? When he said those words, several of the village drifters all stood up at once. They all ran with Buck and shared the same surname as him. They were also distantly related. In the village of Woodside, the Vance and Brooks families were the dominant clans. The Millers and other families were basically outsiders who moved in later. Woodside was split into the front and back manors. The front manor was mostly inhabited by the Brooks family, while the back manor was mostly Vance territory. Buck alone had over 40 distant cousins in his generation. The family was massive. Plus, his father was the village chief. Buck was incredibly arrogant in the village. He had the manpower, and he had the money. In short, even though Silas Miller was twice Buck's age, he didn't dare offend him. Of course I want to pay you back, but you have to give me a little more time. If all else fails, I'll go out and find work to earn the money, okay? But Buck wouldn't have it. Uncle, what if you leave and don't come back? Where would I find you then? If you agree to this marriage between me and Vanessa, I'll give you another 30,000. He pointed to the small shop he ran and said, and from now on, Uncle, when you come here, you can have whatever you want for free. After all, we'd be family, wouldn't we? If Vanessa Miller were just average-looking, Buck wouldn't be nearly this polite to Silas Miller. His behavior was entirely due to Vanessa Miller. In all of Woodside, among all the girls in those hundreds of households, Vanessa Miller's beauty was absolutely top tier. She'd been called a natural beauty since she was a child. Her skin was also fair. In that era, village girls were rarely that pale, because they were often exposed to the sun and wind, even doing farm work, which made it easy to get tanned. Vanessa Miller was a rare exception. Of course, it also had to do with her grandfather not letting her work in the fields. Even during the busy season, he only had her stay home to cook and do the laundry. Especially as Vanessa Miller grew up, her figure and looks nearly stole Buck's soul when he saw her. Not just him, many guys in the village liked her. But since Buck spoke up first, they had to give up. Moreover, in their village, it was very common for girls to marry at 18. Silas Miller also knew that if he didn't give a straight answer today, things wouldn't end well. He grit his teeth. He held up one hand. 50,000. Give me 50,000 in cash. We'll do the engagement when my daughter comes back for New Year. When Buck heard that, he barely hesitated. He slapped the table. Deal. 30,000 was just his opening offer. In reality, his limit was 80,000. Now, he could marry a young, beautiful wife for 50,000. It was worth it. As for the debt, he basically won it all back from Silas anyway, so he didn't even need to count it. Once the two sides reached an agreement, Buck's attitude towards Silas Miller did a complete 180-degree turn. He proactively offered a cigarette and lit it, and also voluntarily canceled Silas's debt. He even started calling him Dad, and his tone was truly affectionate. Silas Miller enjoyed it very much, and accepted it all. This outrageous pair of future in-laws enacted a scene of filial piety. Pearl City. When Grandpa and Grandma were nearly at Pearl City, I was already waiting at the school gate. I had originally wanted to take them to the newly purchased house first, but Grandpa said he wanted to see my school first, so I temporarily changed our destination. I planned for them to finish touring the campus first, then head back to our place to rest for a bit. After that, I'd take them to the mall to buy some new clothes and essentials. To spend time with my grandparents, I pushed back my meeting with Patrick for a few days. I didn't plan on doing anything else these next few days, other than taking them around to see the sights. When I appeared at the school gate as if waiting for someone, the passing students were all incredibly surprised. To make a billionaire like me, the young lady of the Grand Apex Alliance, wait in person. It had to be someone very important. As a black Mercedes slowly pulled up to the gate, a smile suddenly broke across my face. That smile was so bright, it felt like it could melt the surrounding ice and snow, leaving many onlookers dazed. The car door opened, and two simply dressed elderly people stepped out. Everyone was momentarily stunned by the sight. They were all quite surprised to see two very ordinary-looking people, who appeared to be from the countryside. However, no one dared to look down on them. My attitude alone was enough to tell them everything. Who would dare to disrespect them and risk my wrath? "Grandpa! Grandma!" I stepped forward and called out sweetly. "Oh my! Vanessa, why have you lost weight again? Have you not been eating properly?" Grandma touched my cheek fretfully. "I haven't lost weight, Grandma. I actually gained a pound during my checkup last week." I turned toward my grandfather. "Grandpa, how's your leg feeling?" "I've made an appointment with the best orthopedic specialist in Pearl City. I'll take you to see him tomorrow." Grandpa suffered from chronic leg pain, which was very common among the elderly in the countryside, who had worked hard all their lives. He even had to wear knee braces whenever he went out now. Grandpa gave a cheerful wave of his hand. "It's no bother at all. Just seeing our Vanessa makes all my aches and pains disappear. Vanessa, your school is truly impressive. In all my years, I've never set foot on a university campus before. Then let me take you and Grandma inside for a tour." Grandpa nodded. "That sounds wonderful." In that instant, all the frustration and gloom that had built up in his heart vanished without a trace. At least he had an accomplished granddaughter to make him proud. I then noticed my cousin Derek hadn't come along. "Grandpa, where's Derek?" I asked. "He wanted to go to the county seat to see Chloe," Grandpa explained. "He's bringing her some money for living expenses. He had the driver drop him off at the intersection. He'll take a bus to join us later." I nodded. "I see." I then took Grandma by the arm and walked with them into the campus. The surrounding students watched as the young lady of the Grand Apex Alliance, whom everyone usually treated with fearful respect, now acted like a pampered young girl. It felt surreal to them. At the same time, it confirmed the truth of the news reports they had seen. Vanessa Miller really was self-made. Her grandparents did not look like the elders of some wealthy elite family. They were very ordinary, genuine farmers. That was something you couldn't fake. The students felt even more admiration for me. For a girl to build such a massive business entirely on her own was simply incredible. As we walked through the school, the students passing by initially didn't pay much attention to the elderly couple, but when they saw me walking beside them, their expressions shifted instantly. They began greeting them enthusiastically. "Hello, Grandpa." "Hello, Grandma." "Hello, sir." "Hello, ma'am." George Miller waved back cheerfully. "Hello to you all." "Hello." "Hello." He couldn't hide the smile on his face, and couldn't help but praise me. "The students at your school have such excellent manners." He had visited other schools before, and even though they weren't universities, he had never experienced anything like this. Whether it was students or people who appeared to be professors, everyone was being very warm and polite. It made him feel very welcome. What made Grandpa even happier was when he reached the school's bulletin board and saw his granddaughter's name. Right there, in the most prominent top spot, was a long list of honors and achievements. There was no helping it. Vanessa Miller was simply too brilliant. She had only been in school for a few months, but had already created a company valued at over $1 billion. If the school didn't highlight that, it would look like they had no vision. Most importantly, Vanessa Miller's company was clearly moving toward labor-intensive industries. This meant it could provide a massive number of jobs in the future. As her alma mater, they had to give her special attention. For the school, granting these honors was just a matter of stamping a few papers. They gave them out to her just as they had for Lily. The only difference was that one earned them through merit, while the other relied on her father's background. Central State University, being a key provincial university, usually had its funding approved at the provincial level. By showing respect to the daughter of an official, wouldn't it be easier to secure that funding? In short, it was a win-win for everyone. The news that I was taking my grandparents around campus eventually reached the ears of the school leadership. The vice president of academic affairs even came out to find us in person. He insisted on inviting the elders to his office for a chat. As the VP in charge of academics, he had to pay attention to such an outstanding freshman. Whether considering future student employment, his own professional record, or potential donations, it was well worth building a closer relationship. Even if the school didn't mention it, I definitely planned on donating to them in the future. Maintaining good ties with the university was highly beneficial. The VP chatted with my grandparents about their lives. When he learned that George Miller had been a soldier in his youth, he showed him even greater respect. There were rumors outside that their star student, Vanessa Miller, had a criminal background. A criminal? That was just blatant nonsense. She clearly had a very patriotic background. Her grandfather was a veteran, and she was close friends with a student like Lily. Her background was as solid and patriotic as it could be. Could a common criminal possibly have the ability to connect with these people? That was just a joke. After the VP finished chatting with George Miller, he asked about my company's current status. I've heard rumors that your supermarket is short on cash. Do you need the school to help facilitate anything for you? I shook my head. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Vice President. Our supermarket isn't lacking funds at the moment. In fact, we expect our revenue to hit $300 million this month. I slightly revealed the figures, primarily to let the school know that my company was no small operation. We were a powerful entity that deserved the school's full attention. Sure enough, the vice president's eyes lit up when he heard that number. To achieve such results in such a short time was truly worthy of our school's finest student. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask the school. If all else fails, come find me directly. Thank you, sir, I replied. Actually, there is something I'd like to discuss with you. Grand Apex Supermarket is growing very rapidly, and we are in need of more talent. I plan to hold a job fair after the new year, as well as establish a scholarship fund. I might need to trouble you and the school with that when the time comes. That's no problem at all. The vice president was even more pleased when he heard this, and readily agreed. He then turned to the somewhat dazed George Miller beside him and said, Sir, you have an extraordinary granddaughter. George Miller had seen his fair share of life, so he quickly regained his composure. He waved his hand modestly and offered some pleasantries, saying it was all thanks to the school's excellent education. The atmosphere in the office was very harmonious. After the conversation ended, everyone had a smile on their face. As I left the vice president's office with my grandparents, Grandpa George Miller finally couldn't hold it back and asked, Vanessa, what was that about $300 million you were talking about earlier? The old man had known for a while that his granddaughter was doing some business. For example, in Rainy Creek, she had opened a supermarket and a restaurant. Although he knew the supermarket and restaurant were quite profitable, he never really looked into it, thinking it was enough for her to cover her tuition. Now, suddenly hearing his granddaughter mention $300 million, this figure, horrid of caw, to him, a farmer who had spent his entire life dealing with the earth, carried a shock comparable to finding a massive gold mine right in his own fields. It was absolutely staggering. $300 million, just how much money was that? He turned to look at his wife and saw she hadn't come to her senses either. The most money they had seen in their lives was probably the figures recorded in the ledgers, back when Grandpa was a township accountant. Seeing the shocked look on the two elders' faces, I explained, Grandpa, that was the revenue. It's not like we actually made that much profit. In reality, we only made about $20 million this month. The old man didn't even know how to describe it anymore. Only the metal cabinet at home probably couldn't even hold that much money. Are your supermarket and restaurant really that profitable? In the afternoon, I planned to take my grandparents to the mall to buy new clothes. But when they heard my supermarket also sold clothes, they insisted on going there to take a look. I had no choice but to take the two elders to the supermarket first. This visit truly opened their eyes. In the past, they mostly went to the farmers' markets in town to buy things during fair days. They had only seen small convenience stores. Where would they have seen such a massive supermarket? After touring the University Town branch of Grand Apex Supermarket, the experience was simply beyond words. Everything from the service to the environment left them full of praise. And that was just one of the branches. Grandma asked curiously, if all the big supermarkets in the city were this large and this nice? I thought for a moment. Not yet, Grandma. But maybe in the future. In all of Pearl City, the only one that could take service and details to such an extreme was Grand Apex Supermarket. As for the other supermarkets, whether they could reach the same level as Grand Apex would depend on whether they could withstand my professional fraud fighting team. If they withstand it, maybe they can evolve and keep competing with Grand Apex. If not, they can only settle for being second rate. I took my grandparents around the supermarket, and after buying a few sets of clothes, we had a meal at Yuna's kitchen before heading home. The moment they stepped into the villa, the magnificent renovation left them dazed. The floors were polished to a mirror shine, and the grand chandelier radiated luxury in every corner. It all felt completely surreal to them. Grandma even subconsciously pulled up her pant legs, fearing she would dirty the incredibly clean floors. Is this really your house, Vanessa? In her entire life, even the grandest and most luxurious houses she'd seen couldn't compare to 1% of this. Yes, this is our home, Grandma. You can stay as long as you want. This house was originally prepared for you two, I said with a smile. Grandma touched the sofa, still unable to believe it. How much must this have cost? The house didn't cost anything. It was a gift from a friend. I bought the furniture myself. Don't you worry about that, Grandma. I helped her sit down on the sofa. Grandma, is this sofa comfortable? The old lady sat on the plush sofa and sank right into it. She shifted a bit uncomfortably and said, It's too soft. I'm not used to this. Maybe give me a wooden stool instead. I was amused by her words. Grandma, we don't have wooden stools. Just try to get used to it for now. You'll be accustomed to it in a couple of days. Grandpa, you sit down too. The remote is on the coffee table. You can watch some TV. I'll go make some tea for you. Watching his granddaughter's busy figure, the old man whispered to his wife, Old woman, pinch me. I'm not dreaming, am I? The old lady took him seriously and gave his arm a sharp twist. The old man let out an ouch. With that, the two elders were sure they weren't dreaming, but their eyes were turning slightly red. Our Vanessa has really made it. With parents like hers, just how much hardship did this child endure to reach this point? That night, Grandpa and Grandma went to their rooms to rest, but my cousin Derek Miller still hadn't arrived. I called him on my phone, but it showed his phone was powered off. My cousin Chloe Miller didn't have a phone either, so I couldn't ask her directly if her brother Derek had actually left for Pearl City, or if he planned to stay in the county seat for another day. However, I had employees back in Rainy Creek. After they went to the school to ask Chloe, they sent me a message soon after. They said Derek had left around 4:00 p.m., so he shouldn't have lingered there. Hearing that, I had a good idea of what was going on. I dialed Vanessa's number directly and told him to take some men to the station to search. Honestly, I was a bit annoyed. Does delivering living expenses really take that much time? If he had just told me, I could have arranged for someone in Rainy Creek to deliver it. Wouldn't that have been easier? Of course, I knew I was just venting. It was only natural for Derek to want to see his sister. When Chloe Miller reached the 9th grade, specifically this September, she was transferred to a private middle school in the county seat. That school was a boarding school with strict management. The annual tuition was nearly $10,000, but it included room and board. Under normal circumstances, she could only go home once a month. Although the management was strict, it was much better than in the village, where she'd have to ride a bike at 4:30 or 5:30 a.m. and travel miles just to get to school. Especially when it rained or was windy, it was a truly miserable experience. Woodside only had an elementary school. She'd have to go to the town for middle school, which was about several miles away. Later, with the support of Derek's family, Chloe was transferred to the private middle school in the county, in the hope that she could focus on her studies and get into a good high school. There was still no news from Derek. Instead, I received a call from my aunt, asking if Derek had arrived yet. I had to tell a lie, saying he was already asleep, but I was truly starting to get worried. Could this guy really have been kidnapped and sent to some black brick kiln? Have people searched thoroughly, especially the area around the station? I made another phone call. Yes, young lady. After Scar and his trusted men left the train station, that area had slowly begun to become chaotic again. Anything could happen there. The train station and the long-distance and short-distance bus stations are all together, not far from each other. There are so many strangers and scammers looking for marks there. I was truly worried that Derek Miller might have been scammed. After all, he'd only been to the city a few times. It turned out I was right. My cousin Derek Miller was currently in an internet cafe near the station, stupidly watching a wallet for someone. Inside a small, dingy internet cafe, Derek Miller sat in front of an old, bulky CRT monitor. His eyes kept flickering toward the entrance of the cafe, his expression a mix of anxiety and impatience. Earlier that day, he had to make an impromptu trip to give his sister her living expenses, or more accurately, her pocket money. It happened on the state highway, near Yahello Road, where he had parted ways with Silas Miller's Mercedes. He'd hopped on a bus heading toward the township, going first to Misty Creek. The school Derek's sister, Yolanda Miller, attended was a strictly managed boarding school. However, the students were still given half a day off each week to let them get some fresh air and do a bit of shopping. Going out usually required money, and being a young girl, she naturally liked to buy snacks and treats. Quite up. So, he needed to make sure she had some spending money every month. Otherwise, it would be heartbreaking for her to just watch her classmates eat, while she had nothing. Derek didn't leave immediately after dropping off the cash. Taking advantage of her half-day break, he took her to buy some warm clothes, and grabbed a bite to eat at a snack street before finally heading out. When he reached Brighton and stepped off the bus, he was immediately intercepted at the terminal entrance by a very persistent biker offering a ride. He rarely visited the city, usually only going as far as the local township. Faced with such a pushy driver, Derek felt too embarrassed to keep saying no. Moreover, the biker only wanted $5 to take him to the university district, which seemed like a fair deal. A taxi would have cost him at least $15. As for taking the city bus, he had no idea which route to take. He wasn't familiar with Brighton at all, let alone the city's public transit system. The biker for hire seemed like the most economical choice. His cousin, Vanessa Miller, had previously told him to call her when he arrived so she could send someone to pick him up. But he felt bad about bothering her for such a small thing, so he chose to take the bike and make his own way there. After settling on the price, he followed the driver to where the bike was parked. It was tucked away in an alley right next to the station. Bikes and trikes weren't allowed to pick up passengers directly in front of the terminal, or they'd be chased off by security. Because of that, they always staged their vehicles nearby, in convenient hiding spots. The driver was a talkative man, who kept trying to strike up a conversation. He asked Derek what he was doing in Brighton, who he was looking for, and so on. It felt like he was intentionally digging for information, though Derek was too naive to notice. Just as the two of them walked into the alley, a young woman riding a bicycle ahead of them suddenly dropped a small black bag. Before Derek could even react, the biker lunged forward and snatched it up. Then he grabbed Derek by the arm, spun around, and ducked into a nearby internet cafe. The place looked like a shady, unlicensed gaming den. There weren't many machines, and the ones they had were ancient, and there wasn't a single security camera in sight. However, due to its location, business was actually quite good. The room was packed with travelers waiting for their buses. Being suddenly yanked inside, Derek was completely caught off guard. Before he could get a word out, the driver pressed a finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet. He then immediately paid for 2 machines, telling Derek to sit down and act like a normal customer. Sure enough, they had barely sat down when the woman from the alley rushed into the cafe, looking panicked. She scrambled around, searching desperately for something, even going from person to person to ask if they'd seen her bag. The driver urgently whispered for Derek to open up his tote bag. He shoved the found black pouch deep inside it, then pretended to be engrossed in a game. He nudged Derek to pull up a game as well. Derek was now being led completely by the nose. He did whatever the driver told him to do, his entire being lapsing into a state of total passivity. When a person is under extreme stress, it's very easy for them to be swept up by someone else's pace, losing their own judgment and the ability to think clearly. That was exactly the situation Derek found himself in. It wasn't until the middle-aged woman finally left the cafe that Derek's heart, which had been in his throat, finally began to settle back down. "Finders keepers," the driver whispered. "No matter how much is in there, we split it 50-50, all right?" Without waiting for Derek's consent, the driver pulled the small black bag back out. He unzipped it, revealing that there was no cash inside, but rather a gleaming gold bracelet. Before Derek could get a good look at it, the driver quickly snapped the bag shut. He glanced around shiftily, and once he was sure no one was watching, he leaned in and whispered, "Brother, we just hit the jackpot. This is a real gold bracelet. Look, I happen to know a guy who buys gold. I'll go fetch him so we can sell this." And then we split the cash right down the middle, to gain Derek's trust. The driver actually took the bag and tucked it back into Derek's tote. He even made sure it was buried deep. "I'm a man of my word," he said smoothly, "but we're basically strangers. To make sure you don't run off with the bracelet while I'm gone, you need to leave something with me as collateral." Under the driver's relentless smooth talking, a confused Derek ended up handing over his phone. and his wallet as a deposit. Once he had the items in hand, the driver made an excuse about finding his contact, and told Derek to just keep playing games and wait for him. Time ticked by. Derek lost track of how long he'd been sitting there. As the sky outside began to darken, a notification popped up on the screen saying his time was up. Only then did it hit him. The driver still hadn't come back for him. Panic immediately set in. He wanted to call his cousin, but he didn't know her number by heart. Every contact he had was stored in his phone, and now his phone was gone. Without it, he had no way of making a call even if he found a landline. He didn't know the numbers of anyone else in the family either. The only number he actually remembered was his own. He thought about going to the university district to find Vanessa, but he had no idea where he was going. Plus, it was quite a distance away. The biggest problem was that he didn't have a single cent on him for bus fare. The more Derek waited, the more frantic he became. Yet there was still no sign of the man. The driver's plan had worked perfectly. Derek was far too honest for his own good, even after all this time. It hadn't even occurred to him to open the bag, to check what was actually inside. Finally, because he was taking up a seat, another customer waiting for a machine told him to move. Feeling hesitant and lost, he finally prepared to leave the cafe. Meanwhile, the driver was inside a local card room. After losing every penny he had on him, he cursed his luck and finally trudged out. But just as he stepped onto the main road, he was blocked by a group of men who looked like street thugs. "Ratty, where do you think you're going? When exactly do you plan on paying back what you owe Vince?" Ratty's legs began to shake. "Gentlemen, please, just give me 2 more days. I'm a little short right now, but I'll pay it all back as soon as I win my next hand." The leader of the thugs, a man nicknamed Blade, gave a look of pure disdain. "Win it back? You lost so much, you don't even have a pair of shorts left. What are you going to win with? Come on, give him a little reminder." The moment the words left his mouth, several dyed-haired lackeys swarmed forward. They unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on Ratty. Ratty let out a string of pathetic screams, begging for mercy over and over again. When they had beaten him enough, Blade signaled for them to stop. He reached down, grabbed a handful of Ratty's hair, and yanked his head up. He spoke with a vicious snarl. "Vince's rules were made clear to you a long time ago. If you're a day late, the interest doubles. If you can't come up with the money today, I'm taking one of your arms to settle the debt." Ratty was so terrified he started crying. He begged for mercy immediately. Wait! Blade, I have a plan. I just met a total sucker. The kid is as naive as they come. He definitely has money on him. Once I get my hands on it, I'll pay Vince back every cent right away." Blade narrowed his eyes and patted Ratty's cheek. "Fine, I'll trust you one more time. But if I don't see that cash by tomorrow, you'd better get used to lying in a hospital bed." "Let's go," he said, leading his lackeys away. Truthfully, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have let him off with just a light beating. But Vince had given a direct order. No matter what happened tonight, they had to catch that girl who was suspected of being a spy. That was the only reason Ratty was getting a pass. Once Blade and his men had disappeared, Ratty finally dared to crawl away from the edge of the open sewer. His legs were still shaking uncontrollably. He let out a shaky breath, his heart still pounding with lingering fear. Only then did he pull out his phone and call his old flame. "Hey, we're doing another job. Don't worry, the kid doesn't have much on him, but his family is definitely loaded." After Derek Miller stepped out of the internet cafe, he stood there hesitating for a long moment. Finally, he made a decision. He would take the bag to the security booth near the station. To be honest, he had been completely overwhelmed earlier. In all the confusion, he had let that biker lead him astray. Now that he had calmed down, the more he thought about it, the more wrong it felt. Why did he feel so guilty? Why had he gone along with that biker's scheme? He had grown up learning that if you find something on the street, you should hand it over to the authorities. But as soon as something actually happened, he had forgotten everything he'd been taught. This whole ordeal also proved that the biker was a real pro when it came to running scams. In psychological terms, he had used the environment and emotional manipulation to completely strip Derek of his common sense. By promising to split the loot, he had dragged Derek down with him, turning a normal, independent thinker into a passive puppet who only knew how to follow orders. The reason Derek had been led by the nose was essentially because his mental defenses had been systematically dismantled under the pressure the man applied. And it wasn't just Derek. Many people who encounter these types of scammers for the first time fall into the exact same trap. By the time they realize what's happening, their money has already been stolen, and only then do they, belatedly realize that the valuable items they were holding onto are fakes. Derek still hadn't opened the small black bag to check if the contents were real or not. You could call him honest, or you could call him a fool. But he felt that if he really kept it, and something happened later, he might never be able to clear his name. Derek Miller was determined to turn the bag in at the security booth, but just as he stepped out of the alley, a familiar woman suddenly appeared. "It's him!" she screamed, pointing. "He's the one who stole my bag." The voice was so sudden and sharp that it made Derek jump out of his skin. Before Derek could even process what was happening, he was blocked by 3 young men with dyed hair. The woman, who was wearing a bright red puffer jacket, reached out and snatched his tote bag away. The result was inevitable. She reached right into his tote and pulled out the small black bag. "Caught you red-handed with the evidence. What do you have to say for yourself now?" Derek's face went white. He was so nervous he couldn't find his words. One of the men, wearing a leather jacket, grabbed him by the collar. "You've got some nerve, kid," he snarled. "Stealing my girl's bag?" No, it wasn't me. It was that biker," Derek stammered, trying to explain. But as he spoke, he got a clear look at the man's face and realized something was very wrong. "Wait, aren't you the biker? Give me back my phone." Ratty had no intention of admitting it. "I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You stole Macy's bag. Now, what are you going to do about it?" A lackey standing nearby chimed in. "Yeah, Ratty. This kid is actually trying to turn the tables on us." Everything finally clicked for Derek. It was all a setup. He really wanted to slap himself. If he hadn't tried to save a few bucks and just taken a taxi, or if he had just called his cousin, none of this would have happened. "You have the bag back now. Can you please just give me my phone back?" he asked, summoning whatever courage he had left. Ratty let out a mocking laugh. "You're still worried about that piece of junk phone?" The other thugs joined in the laughter. "Hey, Ratty, this kid is a riot. He steals from the lady and then asks for his phone back." Derek, of course, refused to admit to a theft he didn't commit. "I didn't steal the bag. You're the one who shoved it into my hands. And you took my phone. I'm calling the police." "Go ahead. We have all these witnesses. Who saw you steal Macy's wallet? Let's see how you explain that to the cops." Ratty turned to his old flame. "Check the bag. Is anything missing?" The woman in the red jacket made a show of rummaging through the bag before letting out a deliberate shriek. "Ratty, the $5,000 I had in here is gone. And my gold bracelet is missing too." "Well, look at that. You stole all those things. You've got some serious guts." Derek panicked immediately. "I never even opened your bag. You're trying to frame me. We say you did, so you did." "Where's your proof?" Ratty snapped impatiently. "Cut the crap. Where's the money and the bracelet? Hand them over right now." He obviously knew the kid didn't have any money, because he had already swindled him out of every cent earlier. Normally, he wouldn't have come back. He usually just took the money and ran. If he weren't in such a desperate situation, he wouldn't have thought about coming back to fleece the kid a second time. However, there was a specific reason he chose to target him again. He had fished for information earlier, and knew the kid was in Brighton, to stay with his sister. He also remembered the kid mentioning that his sister had planned to drive over to pick him up. That revealed a very important piece of information. His sister actually owned a car. Back in 2007, electric scooters and motorcycles were the primary modes of transport. Cars were still a luxury item that very few people could afford. He concluded that the kid's sister must be quite wealthy. If he could squeeze a decent amount out of this brat, he'd finally have the money to pay Vince back. "If you really think I stole something, then call the police. Let them figure it out," Derek said. "Oh, you're a tough one, aren't you? Still talking about the police? I guess you won't learn your lesson until you're staring at your own grave." As he spoke, he shot a look to the side. The thugs immediately closed in around him. One of the guys pulled a switchblade from his waistband. "Ratty, why are you wasting your breath on this kid?" he said sinisterly. "Just make him call his sister. Have her bring the cash and we're done with it." Derek jumped to the son's side of the blade. My sister is just a regular college student. She doesn't have that kind of money." At that moment, his father's warning echoed in his mind. City folks are full of tricks. Keep your guard up and stay sharp. But it was too late for regrets now. Ratty slapped him across the face. "Quit lying to me. Didn't you say earlier that your sister has a car?" Either you call her right now and tell her to bring $50,000. Or else, Prue, he pointed at the lackey holding the switchblade, his threat loud and clear. But even with a knife in his face, Derek Miller refused to make that call. Instead, he actually toughened up and spat, "Kill me if you've got the guts. I'm not making that call even if I die." In his mind, his cousin was a gentle, somewhat introverted, and timid girl. If she actually fell into the hands of these thugs, there was no telling what they would do to her. He couldn't let his cousin take that risk. As a man, he had to maintain at least this much backbone. Just then, one of the lackeys nearby spoke up. "Ratty, why are you bothering with him? If he won't call, we'll just do it ourselves. It's not like he has the phone on him." Ratty realized he had a point. He immediately pulled out Derek Miller's phone. It was just a cheap prepaid burner phone. He pressed the end call button, and then hit the unlock key to open it. If this phone were worth anything at all, he would have sold it long ago. Ratty unlocked it with ease, and then saw over a dozen missed calls on the screen. The contact name for all of them was Cousin. "Oh, so it's a cousin. And here I thought it was your sister. I wonder if this cousin of yours is a real looker." He. Derek instantly panicked. He lunged forward to grab it. "Give it back. Give me back my phone." But he was quickly pinned down by the thugs Ratty had brought along. Ratty held a finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet and stay still. The two dyed-haired punks immediately covered Derek's mouth, making it impossible for him to make a sound. He could only struggle and muffle his cries. The call was answered almost instantly. From the other end came a voice that was cold, slightly husky, and incredibly beautiful. "Derek, why was your phone turned off? Where are you right now? You're Derek Miller's sister, right? Who is this? Where is my brother? Your brother stole my girlfriend's bag. Either you bring the cash to bail him out, or we hand him over to the cops and let him rot in a cell." "How much?" The girl's voice was terrifyingly calm. $100,000. "Of course, if you don't have that much on hand, we can negotiate." Ratty had intentionally inflated the price, just so he would have more room to haggle. "No need to negotiate." The girl cut him off sharply. "Give me an address. I'll bring the money right now." Smart girl, the address is. Ratty and his crew were either incredibly bold, or just certain they were about to hit a massive payday. They actually chose the meeting spot to be at the family lounge, a bar near the station. Perhaps they hadn't had a chance to live it up in a while, and figured they'd enjoy themselves once they had the cash. Plus, a bar was crowded and chaotic, and it was Vince's territory for the Unity Society. If anything went wrong, they had people who could back them up. If the girl ignored their rules and called the cops, they could use the crowd as cover to disappear. Besides, Ratty felt a strange sense of unease. The girl had agreed far too easily, which made him a bit wary. But then again, he knew she was just a college student. He wasn't worried about her being some kind of underworld figure. A student, and a female one at that? What kind of power could she possibly have? Even if she were connected, could she possibly be more connected than the Unity Society? His main concern was her calling the police, which is why he had picked the bar, just to be safe. Once he had the money in his hands, he could arrogantly throw the cash in Blade's face. "Nagging me every single day like it's the end of the world. Do I look like I'm short on cash?" This was Derek Miller's very first time inside a bar. The dizzying environment made his head spin, and he felt like he was going to throw up. Ratty draped an arm over his shoulder, grinning like a shark. "Looks like you really haven't seen much of the world, kid. Since your sister is being so cooperative, drinks are on me." The five of them took a small booth and ordered a few rounds of drinks and fruit platters. They began to drink heavily. Derek was sandwiched in the middle of the group, with no hope of escaping. As time went by, the group forced quite a few drinks down his throat. His head began to swim, and he eventually just slumped over and fell asleep. Ratty and the others saw how poor the kid's tolerance was, and couldn't help but mock him for a bit. They completely let their guard down, and began to enjoy themselves. After an unknown amount of time, two girls appeared at the entrance of the bar. One had short hair, and looked very capable. The other wore a white puffer jacket, her expression slightly nervous. The two of them began searching the room for someone. Ratty and his crew noticed them immediately, assuming this was the cousin coming to save the kid. But before Ratty could even stand up to greet them, the short-haired girl suddenly turned toward a man who was drinking alone, a middle-aged man with a long ponytail, who looked somewhat disheveled. "Chirp Jung, do you have a moment? I'd like to have a word with you." The man looked at her with confusion. Who are you? What do you want with me? The short-haired girl didn't waste any words. She pulled out an old photograph. In the picture were two men, and one of them was indeed the man with the ponytail. Trip Zhang's face paled. His drunken buzz evaporated instantly, and he immediately tried to bolt. The short-haired girl didn't hesitate. With a clean, swift grappling move, she took him down to the floor. She pinned his back with her knee, seized his wrist, and twisted his arm behind him. She got straight to the point. Back then, what exactly did you see? How did Barnaby Grant really die? Tell me right now. Trip Zhang's face was pressed into the floor, distorting his features. His lips trembled as he spoke. I don't know what you're talking about. You'd better let me go, or you aren't making it out of here alive. This is Vince's territory. He had already made up his mind. The moment he got free, he was going to run. He would leave town that very night. Claire Grant let out a cold laugh. Vince, huh? Why don't you ask him? Who exactly handed this territory over to him? Trip Zhang went silent. He knew exactly who she meant. It was the organization. It had been handed over by that loser. Everyone used to look down on Scar. No one expected that after such a short time, that guy would have risen so far. Not only had he taken over the train station territory, but he'd also become a hall leader. Specifically, that swarm of followers he'd built up had become the boss's personal elite force. Their numbers were growing, and their combat strength was terrifying, especially that guy Ethan. He was far more dangerous than Boss Hale's two former enforcers, Shane Wolf and Dante Vane. In fact, Ethan was rumored to be the only fighter the boss had handpicked to represent them in the upcoming tournament. The boss clearly valued him immensely. No matter how much Claire Grant interrogated him, Trip Zhang refused to say a single word. She was becoming more and more anxious. If it weren't for her official status, she really would have used the organization's brutal methods to beat the truth out of him. Seeing that she wasn't getting anywhere, the girl standing next to Claire, the one in the white jacket, tugged at her arm. Claire, we can't stay here. We need to get him out of here now. Your cover is blown. Vince's men are looking for him. If we don't leave now, we're going to be cornered. By now, the eyes of everyone in the bar were fixed on the two of them. Several bouncers who worked for the bar heard the commotion, and were already marching over aggressively to see who dared to cause trouble in their establishment. What followed was a scene that nearly made the patrons' jaws hit the floor. The bouncers were taken down by the short-haired girl in a matter of seconds. Then, the girl simply grabbed him. The man with the long ponytail sauntered out the door with an air of absolute dominance, acting as tough as nails. Ratty and his crew sat in their booth nearby, watching the scene with their jaws on the floor. Since when did women become so terrifying? Little did they know that the woman they just saw was nothing compared to the woman they were about to face. This girl was just skilled with her hands, but the one coming for them, not long after the two girls left, another group of people stormed into the bar. The leader was none other than Blade, the guy who'd given Ratty a beating earlier. Where are Vince's boys? Where did they go? Useless, absolute useless trash. Ratty, who had been ready to stand up and say hello, immediately ducked his head in terror, praying that Blade wouldn't spot him. Sometimes that's just how it goes. The more you fear something, the more likely it is to happen. Blade was already fuming. If he didn't catch that woman today, Vince would definitely have his head. Wah. So, when he saw that Ratty, who owed money, was drinking here, instead of out finding cash, his temper flared even higher. Well, look who it is. Our very own Ratty. Can't find my money. But you've got plenty of spare cash to live it up here, huh? Ratty scrambled to his feet. Blah Blade, sir. Please let me explain. Explain my ass. Blade suddenly exploded, grabbing a beer bottle and smashing it over Ratty's head. Ratty let out a sharp cry of pain. Derek. Miller was jolted awake by the commotion. He opened his eyes groggily, only to see Ratty and his friends kneeling on the floor, shivering with fear. He decided to just quietly close his eyes again. I told you to pay up. Where the hell is my money? Blade's eyes fell on the figure slumped on the sofa, looking half asleep, and dressed in ragged clothes. Derek Miller. Don't tell me. This kid is the cash cows you were talking about. It sounds like you're playing me and Vince for fools. Ratty clutched his bleeding head and pleaded, Blade, please, just listen to me. He might not have any money on him, but his sister is loaded. I'm not lying. I swear I'm not lying to you. Before he could finish, The sound of screeching tires echoed from outside. It was followed by a barrage of heavy footsteps, and the thunderous sound of the front door being kicked open. Dozens of young men dressed in black suits, with the dragon logo embroidered on their left chest, swarmed into the room. They immediately sealed off the exit, while the crowd watched in shock. A youth with yellow hair stepped out in front of the men in black. He pulled out a megaphone. Testing, 1, 2, 3, W. Once he was sure it was working, he roared into it. Everyone, hands behind your heads. Don't move. Suddenly, dozens of men in identical black suits flooded the bar, scaring the daylights out of every patron inside. Before anyone could even process what was happening, the yellow-haired youth stood at the door and raised the megaphone again. Listen up. Hands on your heads and get down on the floor. Men on the left, women on the right. As for you in-betweens who can't decide, we'll just drag you outside and deal with you on the spot. There were a few people in the crowd who had been thinking about staying in the middle, but they immediately gave up that fantasy and picked a side. However, they couldn't help but grumble under their breath. Damn, this is totally inhuman. Why the hell can't we stand in the middle? Yeah, what happened to freedom and basic rights? Of course, they were all just keyboard warriors. No matter how much they complained, not a single one of them dared to actually stand up and protest. The main reason was that these men in black who had suddenly appeared looked absolutely terrifying. Ratty and his friends were quite sensible. Kneeling obediently on the floor, they started whispering to each other. Who the hell are these guys? I've never seen them around here before. You think they're here to take Vince's territory? Probably. The train station area has been a mess lately. Several of Vince's spots have already been taken out. There's no other way. Everyone used to stay out of each other's way. But now everyone has to pay a cut to Vince. It's no wonder people can't swallow that. Wait, I thought. This territory was won by Scar from the Unity Society? I'm telling you, Scar is a devious bastard. He won the territory and then handed it straight to Vince. Then he turned around and became a new hall leader for the Unity Society. Vince is the one stuck taking the heat for him. It's absolutely insane. I heard Vince is so angry he's about to explode. The prize he thought he won just flew away. If you ask me, even without the title of hall leader, with the territory and power Vince has now, he's not exactly doing worse than a hall leader. That might be true. But in the Underworld, your official title is everything. Hey, aren't we getting a bit off track? Shouldn't we be wondering which organization these guys in black belong to? Blade and his lackeys were still standing, their faces grim, as they glared at the group that had just stormed in. He recognized where they came from and shouted the name out loud. Grand Apex Alliance. When they heard that name, the people on the floor, including Ratty and his crew, were stunned. Grand Apex? Which Grand Apex? The one from the University District. Don't you guys know? Those guys are as crooked as they come. I knew they looked familiar. Black suits, black pants. Who else but Grand Apex would dress like that? Oh, I remember now. The Grand Apex Alliance is notorious. I heard they're so arrogant that they'll beat people up right in front of the cops. They'll even beat up ordinary citizens for no reason. Apparently, it was because someone didn't buy enough. At their Grand Apex supermarket, I heard about that too. It's definitely true. My uncle saw it with his own eyes. Man, that is dark. Getting beaten up just for not buying enough groceries? Are they gangsters or bandits? Do you remember that big star, Dylan King? He got blacklisted and ruined just for offending Grand Apex. They even threw him in jail. Wait, didn't the news say he committed a crime? You actually believe that? Think about the timing. He was fine until he crossed Grand Apex. Just think about it. It's terrifying once you connect the dots. As the rumors spread from those who knew Grand Apex's history, the atmosphere in the bar became heavy with dread, horror, even though many of the patrons had a bit of a delinquent background themselves, dressed in edgy, non-mainstream fashion, and usually spent their time bragging about their exploits. They all acted like well-behaved children in the face of such a ruthless gang. From the look of things, something massive was about to happen today. It was definitely going to be ugly. People might even die. Mitch walked through the rows of kneeling men and women, leading a group, straight up to Blade and his crew. He looked them up and down, and said, "Why aren't you kneeling? Do you think you're special?" Blade kept his chin up, refusing to back down. "You're out of line. This is Vince's territory." Mitch used his pinky to pick at his ear. "Vince? Who the hell is that?" "I've never heard of him. Blade replied. Unity Society. If you have any sense, you'll get out of here right now. Otherwise, none of you are leaving today. Mitch took a piece of yellow earwax out and held it on his palm, looking completely indifferent. Oh? Unity Society? Big deal. You think I'm scared? But today, I'm not in the mood to scrap with you, Unity Society punks. I'm just here to find someone. If you cooperate, I promise I won't cause you any trouble. But if you don't, I'll make you fly. As he spoke, he actually blew the earwax from his palm straight onto Blade. He was just about to step forward and talk big. But before he could even move, everything became a blur. A massive hand had already seized his collar. In the next instant, he felt weightless, as his entire body was hoisted into the air. Then, the sound of whistling wind rushed past his ears. By the time he realized what was happening, he saw his own body sailing through the bar's entrance. He really was freaking flying. Mitch fell silent for a moment. He quickly tried to distance himself from the act. This has nothing to do with me. I didn't lift a finger. If you have a problem, take it up with him. Him. He pointed at Grizzly, who had just finished his throwing motion. If Blade had any complaints, he could just find Grizzly. After all, this guy had a protective charm anyway. Grizzly looked at him with a face full of confusion. Mitch, did I do something wrong? Was the throwing posture off or something? However, the sheer intimidation factor of Grizzly's move was incredibly powerful. The entire bar fell deathly silent in an instant. Not a single person dared to make a sound. Even Blade's lackeys, all silently dropped to the floor, clutching their heads with both hands. Their willingness to cooperate wasn't because they were cowards. It was because the group had said they weren't here to cause trouble, just to find someone. Squatting on the ground was just a way of showing respect. As for their boss, Blade, being tossed out like trash, hadn't the leader already said it? It had nothing to do with him. Of course, the most important thing was that they truly didn't dare to cross this giant, who looked like he could kill a grizzly bear with a single punch. No one was going to mess with a man that huge. Some people stole a glance at his hands. If those hands were placed on their heads, they could probably crack their skulls like walnuts. It was just too absurd. Seeing that the people in the bar were now much more obedient, Mitch had his men take care of the security cameras first. Then he began searching for the target using the photo the young lady had provided. Ratty and his brothers, meanwhile, felt their hearts leap into their throats. Ratty, in particular, felt a strange, nagging panic in his chest for some reason. But he thought back carefully several times, and was certain he had never offended anyone from the Grand Apex Alliance, so he breathed a slight sigh of relief. To be on the safe side, though, he couldn't help but whisper a question. Have any of you messed with someone from Grand Apex lately? The group all shook their heads. No. Don't worry, Ratty. They're definitely not here for us. None of us have even been to the University District. Yeah, we don't operate on that side of town. There's no way we could have offended them. Exactly, unless we kidnapped the boss's brother or something. But what are the odds of that? If that were actually true, we might as well go buy a lottery ticket. Ahaha. Relax. Ratty thought about it and realized they were right. They had never even set foot in the other group's territory. How could they have crossed their big boss? Much less messed with the boss's relatives. He was probably just overthinking things. To be honest, he really had wanted to duck his head and sneak out through the back door earlier. The only reason he hadn't run was the thought of letting a sure thing slip through his fingers. That was $100,000 after all. Even after paying back his debt, it would be more than enough for him to live like a king for a while. Last Ben, just then, one of his brothers suddenly pointed at his right eye and said in surprise, "Whoa, Ratty, when did you get eyelid surgery? And only on one side? It looks a little lopsided. It looks kinda weird, man." Ratty was about to curse him out. "You idiot. Who the hell gets surgery on just one eye?" But just as he was about to speak, he saw a young man in a black suit walking toward their booth. The man's gaze swept over the group before finally locking on to the unconscious boy lying on the small sofa. After glancing down to confirm the details matched his intel, the man in black immediately turned and shouted to the person behind him, "Mitch, I found him." Ratty and the others felt their hearts drop through the floor. Damn it. Their luck couldn't really be that bad, could it? Following the shout from the Grand Apex member, the men in black who were scattered around the bar surged forward like a dark tide, converging on their location. Mitch directly addressed the remaining patrons. "This doesn't concern the rest of you. Go back to whatever you were doing. Get the party started again." The guests, including Blade's lackeys, slowly began to stand up from the floor. But who could possibly be in the mood to party now? Every single one of them scrambled to leave the bar, terrified that staying would get them killed. Mitch and his men didn't stop them, letting everyone leave as they pleased. Once the room was nearly empty, Mitch walked over to Derek Miller. He patted the boy's cheek. "Hey, wake up, wake up. Come on, quit faking it." But no matter how much Mitch shouted, Derek remained perfectly still with his eyes closed. At this point, Ratty and his crew, who were standing by, couldn't help but speak up. Excuse me, sir. He's had way too much to drink. Maybe you should get something to sober him up." Mitch turned his head to look at them. "How did he end up this drunk?" he asked. Ratty, God knows what he was thinking, actually stepped forward to take credit. "Sir, we're the ones who got him drunk. We knew this kid was up to no good from the start. Luckily, we knocked him out with booze first. Otherwise, he would have run off." Mitch gave a half-smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Oh, really? So you're saying you did a good deed?" Ratty had no clue how much trouble he was in. In his attempt to suck up to them, he even tried to add fuel to the fire. "Sir, to tell you the truth, I met this kid at the station. He's incredibly dishonest. Not only did he steal Macy's bag, she's my girlfriend, but he also tried to extort money from us. You can see he's a real piece of work. You guys arrived just in time. You really need to teach this punk a lesson. Yeah, he definitely deserves it. He really needs to be put in his place." The others chimed in. We had no idea. He'd offended the bosses of the Grand Apex Alliance. If we'd known, we wouldn't have let him off so easily. "It's not too late though, sir. Just tell us how you want to handle him. We'll do the dirty work. We'll make sure he learns his lesson." As Ratty spoke, he reached out and hauled the drunken Derek Miller upright, eager to show off. He was ready to give the kid a few quick strikes, to help the Grand Apex bosses vent their anger. If they made a good impression on these Grand Apex guys, they might even get a shot at the big leagues. But before they could land a blow, Mitch reached out and stopped them. "Wait, find something to sober him up first." Ratty thought to himself that these guys were indeed ruthless. They weren't even going to let him off while he was passed out. But out loud he said, "You're absolutely right, sir. Waking him up first is the way to go. It's way more satisfying to teach him a lesson when he's conscious. Quick, get some hangover medicine. And some ice water." They scrambled to find the medicine and grabbed some ice cubes. Ratty eagerly took them, pried Derek Miller's mouth open, and shoved the pills inside. Then he actually took the freezing cold ice and stuffed it down Derek's shirt. Derek's body jerked violently. He snapped his eyes open, mostly sobered up by the shock. However, when he saw the group of very intimidating men in black surrounding him, he was instantly stunned. Was he hallucinating? He used to think Ratty looked like a thug, but now the man was acting like a total lapdog, flatteringly kissing up to these men in black. But these new guys definitely looked way more dangerous, and much more terrifying. The more Derek thought about it, the more miserable he felt. He had only come here to see his cousin, and have a little fun in Brighton. First, he ran into scammers, and now he was facing these real-deal gangsters. The worst part was that he saw something in the leader's hand. He saw his own photo. What else could that mean? He was definitely a wanted man in the underworld. Suddenly, he had a desperate urge to go home to his mother. He was never coming back to Brighton. To think even a poor country boy like him could be on a hit list. The world in Brighton was just too dark. Yeah. Then, while everyone watched him like hungry wolves, Derek Miller did something unexpected. He raised his right hand and gave himself a sharp slap across the face. Then, he lay down stiffly on the sofa. "I'm wasted, don't call me." He went right back to playing dead. Seeing the kid faking it, Ratty stepped forward and hauled him up by the collar. "Damn it. A big boss from the Grand Apex Alliance is right here. You still have the nerve to play dead? Get the hell up." He raised his hand to deliver a slap, but his wrist was suddenly caught in a vice-like grip by Mitch. "Hold on. There are too many eyes here. Clear the place first." Ratty and his crew looked around the room, seeing over 30 men dressed in black. They couldn't help but complain in their heads. "You guys being here is having way too many eyes." Still, he was smart enough to realize that this underworld boss didn't want any outsiders witnessing the bloody scene. Even though the patrons had all fled, the staff members were still there. So, the idiot actually took the initiative. He started helping them clear the room. "And gentlemen, don't bother your hands with a small chore like clearing the place. Leave it all to us." "Exactly, we'll handle it." Before the Grand Apex men could move, They arrogantly started driving the staff out, including the bouncers. Get out, move it. Can't you see the Grand Apex bosses have business to attend to? If you want to keep your lives, beat it. After herding the staff into the back room, they even went so far as to shut the front door and hang a handwritten sign on the handle. It simply said, "Closed." Honestly, seeing how industrious they were, Mitch almost felt a twinge of pity for them. He'd heard of people digging their own graves before, but this was his first time seeing it in person. It was a sight to behold. It just so happened that the company had manufactured a batch of custom impact vests. He could use these guys as lab rats to see if the newest model actually worked. Word was, the brothers who tested them said, that the pain value increased by 50%. More importantly, the chance of a medical exam finding anything dropped below 10%. This was the ultimate fusion of technology and violence. Once everything was set, Ratty and his crew ran over with sycophantic smiles to claim credit. "Boss, we've cleared out all the extras. I guarantee no one will ever know what happens here. Rest assured, my brothers and I are very tight-lipped. We won't say a word to anyone." Mitch nodded. "You've done a great job. I'm very satisfied. Later, I'll reward you by taking you to a very safe and cozy spot. How's that sound?" "Thank you, boss." "Thank you so much, boss." Ratty beamed. "Thank you, boss." The others were grinning from ear to ear as well, feeling honored to be praised by a Grand Apex boss, being rewarded with a trip to a safe spot. Given how high tier this guy was, he was definitely taking them to one of those exclusive private clubs to relax, right? The thought made them jittery with excitement. Relaxing was great. They lived for that kind of relaxation. Except for Ratty's old flame, who shot him an annoyed glare. Ratty didn't care. They weren't even a real couple anyway. Most importantly, this might be their chance to successfully join this legendary organization. If they did, they wouldn't have to put up with Blade's crap anymore. Even if they didn't pay him back, Blade wouldn't dare touch them. These men in black were the most badass, most formidable people they had ever met. On top of that, they were still about to get a huge payday. Of course, once the sister arrived with the money, they'd have to give half to their new boss as a tribute. Ratty suddenly felt that his luck today was truly off the charts. While Ratty was lost in his delusions of a glorious future, Mitch signaled his men to haul up Derek Miller, who was still pretending to be drunk. Thanks to the hangover meds and the adrenaline from the situation, Derek was actually mostly sober. He just didn't dare to open his eyes. Please let this just be a hallucination. But now that he was being forcibly held up, he couldn't keep up the act any longer. He opened his eyes and wailed, I'm sorry, please let me go." Before he could finish, Mitch addressed the entire group. "Why are you just standing there?" Every man in the room bowed respectfully and shouted, "Brother Derek!" Derek's wailing stopped instantly. Was it possible he really had drunk some fake booze today? He woke up and he was a mob boss? Bro? Brother Derek? Did I hear that right? Whether Derek was hallucinating or not was one thing, but Ratty and his brothers, as well as the old flame, were certain they were losing their minds. Who could have imagined that this honest-looking, poor country kid would actually be called brother by a gang of hardened thugs? The world was becoming too surreal. It must have been the fake alcohol from earlier. It had caused some sort of mass hallucination. It had to be. Ooh, my head is spinning. The kickback from that fake booze is brutal. I think I'm gonna puke. Yeah, me too. My stomach is doing somersaults, so, I'm gonna head to the restroom to handle this. My grandma always said, if you see something wrong, act blind. If you hear something wrong, act deaf. Right now, I'm blind, deaf, and my legs are like jelly. I must be terminally ill. Quick, someone take me to the hospital. I'll take you. Several of them leaned on each other, trying to sneak out as inconspicuously as possible. Ratty was even more pathetic. He dropped to the floor like an insect and started inching toward the door, with a clumsy, wriggling motion that made Mitch and the others laugh. To be fair, he was really committed to the role. Just as they had painstakingly shuffled their way to the entrance, they realized the front door was bolted from the inside, and they were the ones who had locked it. Ratty couldn't resist giving himself a hard slap. Then, he and his cronies, along with the woman, slowly shuffled back, while they kept a wary eye on the Grand Apex men. They reached out for the keys sitting on the bar counter. Just need the keys to open the door, right? Once they had the keys, they managed to unlock the door. But the strange thing was, Not a single person from Grand Apex moved. They just stood there, watching with wide-eyed amusement, as the group fumbled back and forth with the door, in their desperate attempt to flee. Derek Miller was fully awake now. He gradually processed the situation. He was wondering why these thugs were calling him brother. In all his years, aside from a few trips to the township, he had never even left the countryside. There was no way he could have any connection to these city gangsters. Or maybe he was born with a natural alpha aura, a hidden potential for leadership, and they had recognized it. Actually, it wasn't entirely impossible. Derek recalled the times back in the village, when he'd faced down the local stray dogs. As long as he bared his teeth, those barking mutts would scatter in a panic. Of course, it had absolutely nothing to do with the massive mountain scythe that was over a meter long in his hand. After a fair bit of self-delusion, Derek felt a surge of confidence. He asked with forced authority, what kind of organization is this? Wait, no. Where do I rank in all this? Am I the top boss? He didn't know which organization they belonged to, but he couldn't ask so directly. Otherwise, his cover would be blown. So, he quickly changed his phrasing. Mitch said very solemnly, "You have nothing on you." What did he mean by that? On the other side, Ratty and his crew opened the door. They found that the Grand Apex members hadn't come chasing after them. Joy involuntarily appeared on their faces. Once they were out of that door, they would sooner fly than run. However, the smiles on their faces froze just as they appeared. Once they saw the scene outside clearly, they gasped in shock. A dense crowd of young men in black suits stood at the entrance. In front of these young men stood a young woman. She was tall and slender, wearing a form-fitting black trench coat. Her long hair was tied high in a simple ponytail. On her cold, pale face, her eyes were as clear and cold as water. When she slightly raised her head to look at them, even the air seemed to freeze for a second. "You haven't taken the money yet. Why are you in such a rush to leave?" She reached out a hand. Someone behind her immediately and respectfully handed her a bulging craft paper bag. Inside were 10 stacks of brand new $100 bills. Then she casually held the money out to the group. Ratty and his crew were already so scared their legs were weak. How could they dare to reach for it? They all fell to their knees with a thud, begging for mercy. "We were wrong. Please, show some mercy and let us go. We don't want the money. We really don't want it. Yes, we don't want the money." She looked down at them and started a countdown. "I'll count to 3. 3, 2, 1. We'll take it. We'll take it." Ratty reached out both hands in a panic and took the craft paper bag. Once they had taken the money, she pointed back toward the bar. "Since you've got the cash, let's head inside and have a chat." Taking this money was essentially securing the evidence for extortion. However, she still needed these people to voluntarily confess the whole process, including their previous crimes. Inside the bar, Derek was still wondering what Mitch meant by "you have nothing on you" when he saw the crew that had set him up backing into the bar step by step. Their terrified expressions made it look like they had seen some incredibly fierce and terrifying beast. Then a familiar figure came into view. Derek was stunned. Wasn't that his cousin? Seeing her appear, Derek immediately trotted over. He said boastfully, "Don't you worry. These guys are all my brothers. They were even calling me brothers earlier. These punks won't dare to do anything to us." Just as he said that, he noticed the craft paper bag in Ratty's hand. He could see the red bills inside. He immediately got anxious. "Why would you give them money?" "Give the money back to my cousin. Right now." Backed by Mitch and the men in black, although he hadn't figured out his actual rank in this organization, as long as they were on his side, that was all that mattered. So he spoke with a lot of confidence. Ratty looked at him, then at the girl in front of him. He was crying a river inside. "I really didn't want this money. Your sister forced it on me." But hearing how Derek addressed her, he finally caught on. This girl was probably the real mastermind who had called in the Grand Apex crew. "Don't test my patience. Are you giving it back or not?" Derek rolled up his sleeves, ready to make them return the money, when Mitch and the rest of the crew in the bar all gathered around. They bowed respectfully to her and said, "Young lady, young lady, young lady." Derek was stunned. "Wait, who are you talking to? Who's the young lady?" He turned his head mechanically to look at his cousin. A thought echoed in his head. "No way. They can't be calling my cousin the young lady, can they?" Honestly, if he hadn't seen it for himself, he would never have believed that these men in black were actually connected to his cousin. They were even calling her the young lady. In his mind, his cousin had always been a gentle, well-mannered and cultured girl. How could she have any ties to the underworld? How am I supposed to explain this? Could it be that my cousin was possessed by some transmigrator from a web novel? A second chance at life. The mob princess returns in a new body, determined to lead her syndicate back to the top. It's not impossible. I walked up to him and checked his arm for any injuries. Did they hit you? Derek nodded. Yeah, but I'm tough, so I held up. Then he couldn't help but ask, Sis, you didn't really start this organization, did you? And were you possessed by a reborn person? Derek's mind worked in mysterious ways, but he was the only one who got close to the truth. I replied, Don't talk about organizations. They're just formal employees of my company. Mitch nodded along. That's right. We're just employees. Exactly. We're just the young lady's employees. Everyone spoke in unison. Derek looked at the sea of men in black, noticing that some even had batons showing in their sleeves. Do you really think I'm that gullible? Before he could question it further, he saw me reach out my hand without any expression. Mitch immediately handed me a shiny baton. With a sharp click, the baton extended into the air. Derek fell to his knees in front of me with a thud, clutching my leg and crying, Sis, I believe you, I really do. But in his mind he was thinking, with those moves, how can you say you're not a mob heiress? You're ready to crack heads at any moment. Honestly, he really missed the old Vanessa. She was so gentle and sweet. Then he looked at his cousin. Get down over there. Mitch and the others were quick to react. They immediately brought over a long bench. Buddy, it's time for you to take a seat. Derek gave Mitch a long look. 1 second he was, brother. The next he was being pinned to a bench. Men really are fickle. But he didn't dare to disobey. After all, I looked pretty scary right now. It wasn't that my face was scary, but the aura I exuded was intense. Finally, he lay down on the bench obediently. He didn't forget to beg, Sis, please take it easy. I don't have much meat on my bones. It'll hurt a lot if you hit me. Before he could even finish, whack! I struck his backside directly with the baton. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. That sound was exactly like a pig being slaughtered back in the village. Completely terrified Ratty and the others. If she treated her own brother this harshly, what would she do to them? Their faces turned white as ghosts. I did this entirely to give him a lesson. If he hadn't forgotten what I'd told him, he wouldn't have been set up. If I really were just an ordinary student, with no money, he'd be finished today. He might have even dragged me into it. After giving him a thrashing, I had them take my dead cousin away. Once Derek was in the car, he rubbed his butt frantically. I'm this old, and other than when my dad hit me as a kid, no one has ever hit me like that. My sister is too heartless. Before he could finish, he suddenly noticed a young man in a black suit sat in the driver's seat. He was watching Derek through the rearview mirror. Terrified, Derek immediately changed his tune. Good job, sis. She hit me for my own good. As the old saying goes, you can't make a jade statue without some carving. I definitely deserve that thrashing. Derek Miller felt his heart sink. Suddenly, he had a desperate urge to just go home. He didn't want to spend another second in this city. But as he recalled the scenes he'd just witnessed, and looked out the window at the luxury fleet of black cars, the world felt surreal again. It didn't feel real at all. His cousin had changed far too much. A few moments later, Derek faintly heard a series of heart-wrenching screams, echoing from inside the bar. He snapped back to reality, jolted. What are they doing in there? The driver clearly found it routine and replied casually, nothing much. Just testing out some new equipment. What's going to happen to them in the end? The driver thought for a moment and said, usually. According to the customs of the Grand Apex Alliance, they are dealt with permanently. Moving forward, there's a high probability you'll never see them again. Dealt with permanently? Like executed? Derek's first instinct was the literal ancient meaning. An execution where someone's head is taken off. Derek didn't dare think about it anymore. He turned his head away slightly, grimacing and sucking in a breath through his teeth. Was she really that ruthless? For a moment, his mind flooded with memories of all those thrilling crime documentaries he'd seen on TV. His cousin had likely walked down a path of no return. What was he supposed to do? Just then, his phone rang. It was his father calling. I couldn't get through to you earlier. What's wrong with you? Did you run off to play somewhere? Your sister said you were sleeping, but I didn't believe you'd go to bed that early. On the other end of the line, Harold Miller started by giving his son a piece of his mind. He scolded him for being immature and running off to play the moment he arrived. Then he added, "Come home soon. Don't keep causing trouble for your sister. She's only in college. Bringing your grandfather and the others over to stay, and looking after them is already hard enough. Don't go over there and be a burden. Also, I heard the city is full of thugs and lowlifes. The security isn't that great. As her brother, you need to look after her. Don't let anyone bully your sister, okay? Dad. The security in the city is actually fine. And my sister doesn't really need me to look after her. What kind of nonsense is that? Is this how I raised you? You're a grown man. What's wrong with looking after your sister?" Derek Miller almost choked on his own spit. He pointed toward the bar. Given the current situation, did she really need his protection? It was a miracle she wasn't looking after everyone else. Just as he was about to say more to his father, a group of people emerged from the bar. Ratty and the crew who had scammed him were being hauled out like dead dogs and taken away. Vanessa Miller walked out as well and got into the car, taking the other seat in the back. The fleet of vehicles quickly set off. Sitting next to her, Derek felt incredibly restless. He had never felt this much pressure sitting beside his cousin before. To break the heavy silence, he looked around at the car's interior and searched for a topic. "Sis, what kind of car is this? It's so comfortable to sit in. It looks really high-end, too. It must have cost at least $1 million, right?" "Over $10 million. Vanessa corrected him calmly. Derek Miller thought he had been generous with his estimation. After all, he hadn't recognized the hood ornament. It just looked like a Mercedes logo, since it was standing upright, so he figured it was a luxury car, on par with a high-end Mercedes. He hadn't expected his cousin to drop such a bombshell. This car actually cost over $10 million. It was completely beyond his imagination. The most expensive vehicle he'd ever ridden in his life was a bus. Besides the bus, the most expensive thing he had ever been in and actually knew how to drive was the family's single-cylinder tractor. Suddenly sitting in such an expensive car, his first thought was that the beating he took on his backside wasn't for nothing. It was worth it. He'd even made a profit. On the east side of the city, Claire Grant and the other girl had fled to the dam at Bridge East. However, they were still cut off from both sides by Vince's men. Dozens of people piled out of several cars. "Run! Didn't you two think you were fast? Hand the stuff over to Vince right now." A lackey wearing a studded jacket with a flashy hairstyle shouted viciously. Claire Grant appeared calm on the surface, but she was panicking inside. The main issue was that she couldn't expose her identity yet. Otherwise, all their hard work would go to waste. She had to protect the woman beside her. That was the condition of their deal. But the current situation was heavily stacked against them. For a moment, she didn't know how to resolve the crisis they were facing. A moment later, a sedan pulled up. A middle-aged man wearing a black leather jacket and sunglasses stepped out. There was a prominent scar on the man's forehead. This man was Vince, a veteran of the Unity Society, and effectively the top man below the hall leaders. Of course, he didn't have much respect for those hall leaders anyway, especially Scar, who had nearly gotten him killed. Vince walked up to the two of them and looked them over. He recognized the short-haired girl in front of him. Then he turned to the woman in white. "I'll tell you what. Where did you get the nerve to steal from me and betray me? So, you went and hooked up with Scar's people, huh? Well, that explains it." Clearly, he was pinning everything on Scar. The two of them had a long-standing grudge. Vince had been certain he would get the position of White Tiger Hall leader, but it was suddenly given to Scar instead. It was no wonder he was bitter. Even though the boss had handed Scar's old territory over to him, Vince knew how deep those waters were. But he couldn't refuse the assignment. Only after taking over did he realize how troublesome and dangerous the area was. He'd been targeted by several different groups already. Luckily, he always brought a lot of men with him. Otherwise, he might have ended up in real trouble. But the feud between him and Scar was now set in stone. "Vince, are you sure you want to mess with us? If you do, how are you going to explain it to Scar?" Claire Grant felt a bit embarrassed saying those words. She had actually been reduced to using the name of an Underworld figure to try and scare off Vince and his crew. Vince let out a look of pure disdain. "You little brat! Using Scar to threaten me, don't you know that I've been looking for an excuse to go after him? if he dares to move against me. It'll be the perfect chance to settle our old and new scores at once. Vince didn't waste any more time talking to them. He turned to the lackeys behind him. These two women. Do whatever you want with them tonight. I only have one requirement. Make them spit out the stuff they took. You got it, Vince. A group of lackeys surrounded them with wide, leering grins. Claire Grant grabbed the other girl's hand and couldn't help but retreat a few steps. Wait, you run first. WH. What about you? I'll hold them off. In that exact moment, Claire Grant suddenly thought of that girl, Vanessa Miller. If she were in this situation, how would she handle it? Perhaps with her dominant presence, she would simply crush these thugs with overwhelming force. But what about herself? It seemed that, other than calling the police, there was nothing she could do. Just as Vince was about to turn around and get back in his car, suddenly, he saw Blade being carried over by a group of subordinates. The moment they met, Blade started wailing. Vince, our place was just trashed. Vince flew into a rage the second he heard the news. Who the hell did it? Having his spots raided once, twice, multiple times. Even with a temper as steady as Vince's, he was reaching his breaking point. Vince, it's the Grand Apex Alliance. The moment Blade said those words, both Vince and Claire Grant tensed up slightly. They both immediately thought of one person, Vanessa Miller. Grand Apex Alliance? Vince frowned. If it had been any other time, he might not have paid much attention to that name. But now, word had spread throughout the entire organization. The young lady of the Grand Apex Alliance was very likely the biological daughter of the late boss of the Unity Society, Leo Miller, which meant she was the true young lady of their own Unity Society. Furthermore, this young lady's track record was nothing short of legendary. So legendary, in fact, that even the veteran elders within the organization had begun to change their tune. Some were even starting to wonder if supporting Patrick Hale's rise to power had been a mistake. The news that had suddenly broken a few days ago about a girl building a multi-billion-dollar company from scratch in just 6 months. They had all seen it. They'd already been keeping a very close eye on any information regarding her, regardless of whether she was actually the former boss, Leo Miller's daughter. Her sheer capability alone had caused many people to entertain the idea of bringing her back to reclaim her lineage. The reason was simple. The Unity Society's primary business was still largely centered around illicit activities like gambling, but as the domestic authorities cracked down harder and harder on these sectors, their revenue from those casinos had been in a steady decline. On top of that, their spots were being raided constantly. They simply couldn't see a future for themselves. It wasn't that no one had thought about going legitimate, but transforming an entire organization was easier said than done. Expecting a bunch of thugs who were used to violence to suddenly manage a legitimate, professional enterprise was a massive reach. Furthermore, the issue of how to distribute profits afterward was nearly impossible to resolve. It seemed better to just maintain the status quo, with everyone guarding their own turf and paying their monthly dues. It was far less of a headache. Besides, if they actually tried to force those punks who were used to doing whatever they wanted to work an honest job, it would be harder than climbing to heaven. Once those habits are formed, they are incredibly difficult to break, unless someone could single-handedly reform everything and make the company extremely profitable. Only then, under that person's influence, might it be possible to slowly transition the organization and actually go straight. But that was just too high a bar. Initially, everyone had basically given up hope. But Vanessa's emergence had made everyone's eyes light up. This woman was incredibly capable, creating billions in wealth in just half a year, if she were brought back. To take control of the Unity Society's finances, wouldn't they finally be able to go legit and enjoy a lifetime of endless wealth and prosperity? They wouldn't have to worry about being stabbed in an alley one day, or being pinned to the ground by the cops. Of course, those who thought this way were mostly the older veterans, with enough life experience to be tired of the streets. They knew very well what their final outcome should look like if they wanted to do it right. The hot-headed young lackeys, however, felt the opposite. The vast majority of them were unwilling to see a woman stepping all over them. In fact, one could argue that even if Boss Miller had just died and they had immediately confirmed the young lady's identity and brought her back, the result would likely have been the same. To put it bluntly, the men in the ranks, aside from a small portion who were fiercely loyal to Boss Miller, the rest, including many of the veterans, wouldn't have supported a female lead. The organization belonged to everyone. A hereditary system was inherently seen as inappropriate, especially handing power to a woman. It would be a miracle if they were satisfied with that. That's also the primary reason why, out of over 1,000 members, only Lance and those dozen or so people were willing to go and find the young lady. Aside from those who hesitated, and those who didn't believe the rumors, the vast majority were simply opposed to the idea of succession. Of course, that was also a result of how the sudden circumstances were handled at the time. But now, things were different. The way she had achieved total dominance in Misty Creek, and how she had expanded after arriving in Brighton, the Grand Apex Alliance she had built herself, already had hundreds of members. While not as numerous as the Unity Society's ranks, it had already demonstrated formidable power. Building something to that scale from absolutely nothing was nothing short of terrifying. They believed that if things continued this way, surpassing the Unity Society was only a matter of time. Now, looking at the Unity Society again, contrasting it with Patrick Hale's reign, the organization had not only failed to progress, but had even, in short, the talk within the organization regarding this matter was becoming louder and louder. Many were beginning to hope for the young lady's return. Of course, their calling her that in private wasn't necessarily out of true loyalty to her title, but because they believed she could help them make money. That was the only thing that mattered. In the end, it was all about profit. As a result, Patrick Hale was becoming increasingly overwhelmed. Between the upcoming tournament and the Unity Society's own internal fractures, he simply didn't have the resources to keep targeting her. This was a major factor in his recent decisions. Otherwise, with his ruthless nature, he would never have just given up on targeting her so easily, or suddenly invited her to dinner to try and make peace. When Vince heard the name Grand Apex Alliance, and especially when he thought of the woman behind it, images began to flash through his mind again. A specific, sharp anger erupted in his eyes. There were some things he had accidentally overheard while he was serving time. When he was behind bars, he had caught a cellmate in the same block, talking about something that happened a long time ago. It had caught his attention immediately. After digging for information from various sources, and getting descriptions of the people involved, he was essentially 80% certain that he had been betrayed. It had nearly driven him insane. For the sake of the organization, and one could even say for the sake of the boss, he had chosen to take the fall and go to prison. He never would have imagined that the person who actually sent him and his brothers to jail was the boss himself. The blow was absolutely devastating to him. If he hadn't found out after getting out that the boss was dead, he would have taken a blade to find him, desperately demanding to know why he betrayed his own men. Of course, because the boss was dead, he had figured the debt died with the man, and decided not to pursue it further. Who could have guessed the boss's daughter would come looking for trouble? How could he not be furious and resentful? Take these two away and deal with them slowly. Let's head back and take care of those Grand Apex scumbags first, Vince said through gritted teeth. Yes, Vince, the lackeys shouted in unison. Wait, how many of them showed up? Although Vince was itching to wipe them out, he hadn't completely lost his head. If they had brought a lot of people, he would call for even more backup. That way, he could trap all those guys who dared to trash his bar in one single sweep, and then force Vanessa to come personally to ransom them. About 20, Blade said quickly. Vince looked at the lackeys he had with him. There were about 50 or 60. That was more than enough. He didn't hesitate any longer. Move out. Go. The group immediately raised their weapons and rushed toward Claire Grant and the other girl. Claire Grant shoved the girl in white away. Run. Then she charged straight into the fray. The girl in white panicked. Claire! But when she saw Claire Grant, instantly dropped two of the lackeys. She realized that if she didn't leave, she would only be a burden. Gritting her teeth, she turned and ran. Of course, Vince and his men weren't about to let her escape that easily. A few of them broke off to chase her. A tense scene immediately unfolded on the dam. One group was swarming the short-haired girl in black, while another group was hunting down the girl in the white puffer jacket. However, a woman's physical stamina was no match for them in a situation like this. Although Claire Grant was a skilled fighter, she still couldn't dodge every blow. A steel pipe slammed hard against her arm. The pain made her arm tremble violently, and she could barely even lift it. Claire. The girl in white saw this and panicked. But at that moment, one of the thugs behind her grabbed the hood of her puffer jacket and yanked her straight to the ground. Tears of pain nearly welled in her eyes. Run. Why aren't you running now? The thug leered. stepping forward to teach her a lesson. At that critical second, a blinding high-beam light suddenly shot out from the end of the dam. Piercing through the darkness, it instantly blinded the thugs. Though a few streetlights were scattered across the dam, their glow was pathetic and dim, offering almost no real visibility. So when that blinding high beam glared directly at them, the thugs standing in the shadows instinctively shielded their eyes with their hands. The light was too intense. Even the group swarming Claire Grant in the distance subconsciously stopped their assault, turning their heads to look toward the source. Their eyes squinted into slits against the glare. Once they had somewhat adjusted to the light, they saw the lackeys who had been chasing the girl in the white jacket, slowly backing away step by step. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. Vince followed their gaze. Within the glow of the lead car's headlights, a silhouette stood tall. Because the person was backlit, they couldn't make out a face, but they could tell from the outline that the shadow belonged to a woman. She walked forward at a steady, unhurried pace, while the lackeys backed away as if they had seen a demon, retreating further and further. One of them was too scared to even pick up his dropped weapon. They didn't stop until they had reached the main group. Only then did they come to a halt. But their cowardly display was immediately met with a harsh scolding. "You useless trash. What the hell is wrong with you? Where's the person I told you to catch? Why are you running back here? Stop stuttering. It's just one woman. Look at you, acting like total cowards. Aren't you ashamed? And no, it's not her. She's not alone. So what? Did she bring a ghost with her? In the middle of the night, you bunch of cowards. It's not a ghost. What is it? What is it? Did she bring a whole army with her or something?" The retreating thug nodded frantically. "Yes, exactly, it's an army." Before he could finish, Blade, who was already injured, slapped him across the face. "Useless. You're so scared you're making up excuses now. An army. If a woman can bring an army here, I'll swallow this steel pipe on the spot." Before the words were even out of his mouth, the high beams shifted slightly, illuminating the scene behind the woman. Everyone stared in disbelief. Good Lord, a sea of shadows stretched back as far as the eye could see. It was a mass of people, all of them armed. Blade and the others stood frozen. "Holy crap," one of the lackeys whispered, swallowing hard. He asked in a small voice, Blade, that steel pipe is pretty hard. It's probably not going to be easy to digest, right?" Blade glared at him. "Shut up. Nobody's going to think you're a mute if you keep your mouth closed." He'd rather be stabbed with the pipe than have to eat it. Even though they could tell there were many people, they were still backlit, so they couldn't identify the group yet. All they could see was a massive, dark swarm of silhouettes. It was a terrifying sight in the dead of night. Everyone was wearing a uniform black outfit, marching forward in perfect unison. They seemed endless, like a vicious dragon lurking in the darkness. They exuded a suffocating aura of pressure as they closed in on them, sending chills down everyone's spines, until the woman leading them, Vanessa Miller, spoke coldly. "So many grown men, nigh. Bullying a woman seems a bit inappropriate, don't you think?" Just as she finished speaking, the headlights of the cars behind her all cut out at once. Only then, by the faint light of the street lamps, could they clearly see her face. She was poised and strikingly beautiful, but the most eye-catching thing was the dragon-shaped metal brooch on her black coat, and on the chests of the countless men in black behind her. They all wore similar dragon-shaped embroidery. Claire Grant clutched her injured arm, stunned. Seeing that familiar face again, her heart began to race. Vince's men began to panic. "It's the Grand Apex Alliance. Holy crap, it really is them. How many people did they bring? 1, 2, 3, damn, I can't even count them all. There are only 50 or 60 of us, but there's at least 200 of them. If you're so good at math, why aren't you in college? Did I ask for your opinion? Their sudden appearance here. This has to be a setup, right? I heard a rumor that the leader of the Grand Apex Alliance is actually Leo Miller's daughter. I heard that too. First, they trashed our place earlier today, and now they show up here with this many people. They must have planned this all along, looking for an excuse to start trouble with the Unity Society. It's very likely." While the men whispered among themselves, none of them dared to make a move. A strange tension filled the air. This was Vince's first time seeing the legendary daughter of Leo Miller in person. Strangely enough, the moment he saw her, he began to doubt the truth as he knew it. He wavered, and not for no reason, just from the aura she projected, and that dark, ruthless vibe. Even a veteran of the Unity Society like him felt a massive amount of pressure. She was the perfect picture of a natural-born Mauve heiress. Ms. Miller, bringing this many people here, are you trying to start a war? With the Unity Society? Vince asked. I didn't even give him a glance. I've said it before. I don't like talking to lackeys. Move, I spat out coldly. Then, I walked straight toward Claire Grant. Vince's men instinctively cleared a path, not daring to block her way. Claire Grant's heart raced faster as I approached. When my cool hand took her left, she let out an involuntary whimper. I frowned slightly. Only then did I notice Claire's awkward movements. Her arm was definitely injured. I didn't want to waste time dwelling on it. The priority was getting Claire to a hospital. Just as we were turning to leave, Vince suddenly shouted, "You can take her, but the other one has to stay. Otherwise, none of you are leaving tonight." The girl in white had taken something of his, including some secrets he had documented. There was no way he would allow that information to fall into anyone else's hands. I had originally intended to keep the peace. After all, I was about to meet with Patrick Hale. I didn't want to start a major conflict right now. I just wanted to take Claire and the others and go. But Vince's outburst had successfully ignited a spark of rage deep inside me. I slowly turned back around, my eyes cold as ice as I stared at Vince. "Which one of you did it?" I asked coldly. "Step forward." The moment the words left my mouth, a sturdy, well-built man pushed through the crowd and stepped out. He was massive, with heavily developed chest muscles, and a fierce face. He certainly had the look and aura of someone meant to intimidate. I did it. What about it? This guy was certainly tough enough, and he had the guts to match. Facing a force from the Grand Apex Alliance that far outnumbered his own, he didn't show even a flicker of fear. Of course, there was a reason for his boldness. The East Side Dam was indeed quite remote, and there were very few people around at night, but this place was still within the territory of the Unity Society. If they needed backup, they could call in hundreds of men in a matter of minutes. Even though the internal politics of the Unity Society were fractured, at the end of the day, even if just for the sake of their own reputation, if you called for help, they would send enough people over to save face. Moreover, Vince had already spoken up. As Vince's right-hand man, he naturally had to be the first to step forward. He couldn't let Vince lose face. Besides, in this day and age, syndicates rarely engaged in actual all-out wars. It was mostly just talking tough and posturing. No matter how many people you brought, usually everyone just cursed at each other. All bark and no bite. The Grand Apex Alliance had brought a lot of people, but he didn't believe they actually dared to start a fight. When I saw this early bird step out, I simply called out a name. The rest of the Grand Apex members automatically parted, and a giant over 2 meters tall, built like a steel tower, stepped out. Grizzly was wearing an extra-large black suit today, but it still couldn't hide his exaggerated musculature. With every step he took, the ground seemed to vibrate slightly. He was essentially a human tank. The gaze of the previously arrogant thug shifted from looking straight ahead to gradually looking upward, especially when he saw that Grizzly's chest was more than double the size of his own. He couldn't help but swallow hard. How the hell do you even train for a chest that big? Grizzly didn't answer. That was just his personality. He only listened to orders and got the job done. He simply reached out with a hand the size of a palm leaf, and as if he were palm gripping a basketball, he seized the man's entire head. Then, while everyone watched in total shock, he used a single hand to lift the man, who weighed nearly 200 pounds, straight off the ground. He was literally lifting a grown man by his skull. The man tried to struggle, but Grizzly just hoisted him higher, and, as if he were handling a disobedient child, he delivered several sharp spanks to the man's backside. The thug went silent and still instantly. This scene, which should have looked comical, didn't make anyone laugh. Instead, it left everyone feeling profoundly shaken, because it completely shattered their reality. It was the first time they had ever seen something so surreal. They had never even imagined that a grown man could be disciplined like a 3-year-old. Then, Grizzly walked over to me, still holding the man with one hand. "Young lady, I've got him." I glanced at Claire and didn't say a word. Grizzly rubbed his bald head, thinking seriously about what I wanted him to do. Then he dropped the man onto the ground and delivered a swift kick to the back of his knees. With a cry of pain, the man was forced into a kneeling position directly in front of Claire Grant. I have to say, Grizzly's execution of my orders was much faster than Mitch's, and incredibly precise. "Ms. Grant, he's in position," Grizzly said in his deep, rumbling voice. "Claire Grant." She didn't know if I did this on purpose, or if he simply wanted to vent his frustration on her behalf. Regardless, in the eyes of any outsider, this action was seen as her directing the hit. The man kneeling before her had assaulted an officer, and Grizzly was merely assisting her in subduing the criminal. If there were any repercussions, they would fall on her first. As for why they wouldn't look for me, it was because I hadn't actually issued a single command throughout the entire process. I had simply called out a man's name. True to form, I was as cautious as ever. The thug on the ground looked up through the pane, glancing at Vince, with a look of pure humiliation. "Vince," he cried out. Vince's face was ashen, but he didn't say a word, because Grizzly's massive hand was now resting on his own shoulder, pinning him in place like a mountain. Just how much intimidation can one person project? That question was fully answered in this moment. No matter how many men you had behind you, no one dared to make a move. Furthermore, the person standing behind her had even more men. The scene fell into a tense stalemate. Neither side made a move. The reason the Grand Apex Alliance didn't strike was that they strictly adhered to the principle of never being the ones to throw the first punch. If you start the fight, it's hard to justify yourself legally. But if you're the one finishing it, that's a different story. It gives you much more room to maneuver. To put it simply, once Vince's men made a move, they could strike back under the guise of protecting Claire Grant. They might even end up with a commendation for it. Street thugs attacking a police officer. Their intervention would be seen as a heroic act of a good citizen, stopping dangerous criminals. Just then, a few more cars appeared in the distance, speeding toward the dam. Even after seeing the massive, dense crowd that nearly covered the entire dam, the vehicles continued to drive forward calmly from the direction where Vince was standing. A total of 5 cars arrived, 2 Mercedes and 3 BMWs. Someone quickly recognized the vehicles. "Those are cars from the Unity Society's main hall," one of Vince's lackeys exclaimed. Soon, the door of the middle Mercedes was opened by a junior lackey. A man wearing a white suit, black-rimmed glasses, and a side-parted hairstyle stepped out. His features were cold and hard, and his eyes held a certain air of casual ruthlessness. He carried a natural weight of authority. The moment he stood there after getting out of the car, the entire dam fell silent. Patrick Hale, the current boss of the Unity Society, had actually arrived, and he hadn't come alone. Scar and Ethan were with him as well, bringing along a group of their own elite followers. Patrick Hale truly lived up to his title as the boss of a 1,000-man organization. Even though he only had a dozen men with him, he remained unfazed by the massive crowd. When Vince's lackeys saw him, they all lowered their heads in unison as Patrick Hale walked over. No matter how much Vince disliked it, he had to respectfully call out, "Boss." Patrick Hale only gave him a sideways glance and walked right past him without saying a word. Scar, who followed behind him, wasn't nearly as polite to Vince. He raised his hand and delivered a massive slap across Vince's face. The strike was incredibly heavy, and Vince's cheek flushed red instantly. Vince instinctively moved to strike back, but Scar beat him to it, pointing a finger at him and shaking it. He didn't say a word, but the meaning was crystal clear. "I dare you to try it." He was now the hall leader of the North Hall. If Vince dared to openly attack him, it would be a flagrant violation of the organization's rules. According to their internal laws, striking a superior was punishable by severe disciplinary action. So, even though Vince was seething with rage, itching to tear Scar limb from limb, he had to endure it. His knuckles were white from how hard he was clenching his fists. Ethan, standing behind Scar, gave him a thumbs up. "Nice one, Scar." There was something else he didn't say. "If Vince ever catches you alone, you'd better run fast." Slapping Vince in front of hundreds of people, they were officially mortal enemies now. Scar immediately gave him a smug wink in return. It meant that to a small fry like this, Scar could give him a beating whenever he felt like it, and the guy wouldn't dare to let out a single peep. Although Scar didn't have many men under him now, his status as a hall leader meant he was still thriving within the organization. After all, rank was rank. On top of that, he was responsible for helping the boss collect tributes from the other halls, which meant he held a significant amount of financial power. Why was he chosen to collect the money? It was because Scar was absolutely beyond reproach. When it came to this specific task, he wasn't greedy at all. He was as upright as a saint. In the past, the people responsible for collecting the tributes from the halls would always skim a little off the top. Scar, however, didn't take a single cent for himself. With such an outstanding character, how could Patrick Hale not hold him in high regard? Little did he know that Scar had been completely brainwashed by Big Kane. The reason Big Kane had him do this was to dig a massive hole for Patrick Hale, ensuring he'd be the one left holding the bag. To this day, Patrick Hale didn't know that the Unity Society's ledgers had been split into two. One copy was in Big Kane's hands, and furthermore, this ledger hadn't been laundered or processed at all. To put it simply, if the authorities ever decided to take down the Unity Society in one sweep, this ledger alone would be enough evidence to put Patrick Hale away for a long time. Patrick Hale arrived with a group of lackeys in white suits and came to stand before me. Currently, his main hall, the Green Dragon Hall, had mostly switched to white suits under Scar's influence. Most of the members had changed their attire, and they even had a unified logo on their clothes. The character for Justice. However, the shape of the character looked a bit like a simple cage. Initially, Patrick Hale wasn't very interested in this subculture, but as time went on, he suddenly realized that this unified style was starting to look better and better, especially when he saw the members of the Green Dragon Hall standing alongside members from the other halls. The difference was even more striking. Even Patrick Hale felt a vague, inexplicable sense of superiority rising in his heart. Honestly, it felt pretty good, even though there was a huge difference in numbers between the people in black and the people in white. The contrast was still very obvious. Black versus white. It was a clear divide. Ms. Miller. I never imagined our first meeting would be here. But, Ms. Miller, shouldn't you give me an explanation for laying a hand on my people in my territory? I countered, what kind of explanation do you want? Shouldn't you be the one giving me an explanation? Patrick Hale had sent people after me several times, and I still hadn't settled the score with him. Of course, planting a massive number of spies in the Unity Society was a separate matter entirely. Patrick Hale laughed. Ha ha ha! Just a joke. We were indeed in the wrong for this incident. But how do you know her? He pointed to Claire Grant standing beside me. I had expected him to ask that. Without skipping a beat, I said, I've worked with Ms. Grant a few times. For instance, back when she was a police officer, she helped put several of your lackeys behind bars. I'm very grateful for her sense of justice. As for today, someone assaulted an officer. It's only right for me to act as a good citizen, isn't it? There were some things I couldn't hide from Patrick Hale. They would be too easy to look up. So, the more truth I mixed into my casual response, the more it would reduce his suspicion. Sure enough, while I spoke with total indifference, the corner of Patrick Hale's eye twitched. Several of his best men had indeed been lost to the authorities. The most frustrating part was that those idiots had found some shady, incompetent lawyers from somewhere, and their sentences only got heavier. A shadow of gloom flashed across Patrick Hale's eyes. But he quickly regained his smile. I see. But Vanessa, you might not be aware. Claire Grant is one of my people now. She's been off the force for a long time. I feigned a look of shock and turned to look at her. Officer Grant, did you get into some kind of trouble? But joining the Unity Society isn't exactly a wise choice. They even turn on their own. Why not come to me? It's much safer over here. Claire Grant didn't know how to respond to that. Just then, Grizzly, who had been carefully observing the thug still kneeling on the ground, suddenly chimed in, Young lady, this guy is still kneeling. Maybe his knees are broken. Want me to snap them back into place? That's enough, Patrick Hale immediately snapped. His fake smile finally crumbled. Ms. Miller, this ends here today. I hope that in the future, you will stop meddling in the internal affairs of the Unity Society. His words had two layers of meaning. One was literal, and the second was a reminder to me. The Unity Society belongs to Hale now, not Miller. The Miller era was a thing of the past. Claire Grant reacted quickly, immediately saying to me, Ms. Miller, the law is the law, and every house has its rules. This is an internal matter for our organization. You shouldn't meddle in other people's business in the future. I gave her a long look and said with feigned regret, That's a shame. I was really looking forward to being friends with you, Miss Grant. But in that case, I'll be taking the other one with me. Patrick Hale didn't know the woman in white, but he had heard she was closely connected to Vince. None of that mattered to him. Fine, I agree. Vince, however, grew anxious and stepped forward. Boss, you can't let her leave. Patrick Hale's expression turned cold. I said she can go. Why, Vince? Do you have an issue with my decision? I wouldn't dare. It's just, this woman has what? Vince opened his mouth, but ultimately lowered his head in defeat. Nothing. It's nothing. Patrick Hale could tell he was hiding something, but he didn't press him. That's that then. Ms. Miller, take her and go. I lowered my folded arms. It seems Boss Hale has his men well disciplined. Let's go. The woman in white immediately ran over to me and gave me a grateful look. She was still quite nervous and frightened. After seeing the look on Vince's face, he looked like he wanted to devour her. I could see it, of course, so I reassured her. Don't worry. With me here, no one will lay a finger on you. A short while later, the Grand Apex Alliance fleet, like a massive black serpent, slowly slithered away into the thick night. The vehicles eventually entered the Moonlight Bay community and stopped in front of a luxury villa. I turned to Derek Miller. Get out, Derek was still reeling from the shock of everything he'd seen tonight. No matter where his cousin went, people bowed and greeted her with absolute respect. Whenever she got into a car, someone was always there, respectfully opening the door for her. And then there was that scene at the dam. He had been hiding in the back, sneaking a peek at the spectacular standoff between hundreds of people. The sheer impact of it was something words couldn't describe. In short, ever since his cousin appeared, the shock on his face hadn't faded for a single second. After getting out of the car, Derek followed closely behind me, his eyes darting around the massive villa in curiosity. He had only seen houses like this on TV before, the kind of place only the super wealthy could afford. This was his first time seeing one with his own eyes. Derek Miller walked into the living room, and seeing the magnificent decor, he was once again deeply shaken. He instinctively began to walk with extreme caution. The floors were so clean they were practically mirrors. Back at his house, the concrete floor in the main room was full of pits and cracks. Some houses in the village still even had dirt floors. Sis, is this your house? This has to be worth over 10 million, right? This time, he plucked up the courage to guess higher. He felt that because the house was so big, and the decoration was so luxurious, it had to be worth at least 10 million. It just had to be. However, he was wrong once again. I said matter-of-factly, it wasn't that much. Maybe a few million. Only a few million? That's so cheap. The moment the words left his mouth, Derek Miller slapped himself. He couldn't even afford a bathroom. Yet, he had the nerve to think a house like this was cheap. The only reason he said it was because of the previous shock from that $10 million luxury car. The impression that car left on him was far too deep. So in comparison, the house actually felt inexpensive. Grandpa and Grandma are staying in the guest room on the first floor. Keep your voice down, I instructed him. Your room is the second one on the right on the second floor. There's a bathroom in the room, and you can turn on the heater. It won't be cold when you shower. There's food in the fridge in the kitchen downstairs. Help yourself if you're hungry. I'll have someone pick you up after you wake up tomorrow. I didn't explain any specific details for now. After a brief introduction, I left. As his cousin, Vanessa Miller, departed, Derek Miller gradually began to relax. He found something in the fridge and made a quick meal for himself. Then, he went up to the second floor to wash up. He fumbled with the shower for a long time before he figured out how to use it. When he was finished, he lay down on the soft, massive bed, staring at the luxurious decor of the room. It felt completely surreal. Is this really the home of an underworld boss? If he hadn't confirmed he wasn't dreaming, he never would have imagined that his cousin, who was only a freshman in college, already commanded such fearsome power. It really seemed like there was a future in the underworld. Everything Vanessa now possessed was far beyond anything he could have imagined. With all those men in black he'd seen, he was even more certain that his cousin was venturing further and further down the path of a syndicate leader. He loved watching those late-night legal programs, so he figured this was the fastest way to make money. The next day, at the Grand Apex Alliance headquarters, young lady, should we look after Brother Derek? Maybe arrange a specific job for him? No one is allowed to give him special treatment. Pass my words down exactly. Even though he's my brother, he won't receive any special favors because of it. If he has talent, he'll earn his place. Furthermore, in the Grand Apex Alliance, climbing the ranks through nepotism is strictly forbidden. The only exception is for those with real ability. This is a hard line. I was well aware of the dangers of a family-run business. Moreover, the Grand Apex Alliance wasn't suited for that structure. The employees here were rough and lived by the code of the streets. They valued personal ability above all else. Either you're a great fighter, or you're a great moneymaker. In short, you must have a specific area of expertise. Otherwise, no one will respect you. And if your subordinates don't respect you, how can you expect to get anything done? Understood. Mitch felt a deep sense of admiration. This was the true vision of the young lady. She wasn't like those other syndicates that were desperate to fill every high-level position with their own family members. Take the EC Union, for example. It was essentially controlled by the Vance family, Arthur Vance, his son, and their relatives. No matter how capable an outsider was, it was nearly impossible to rise. The young lady was different. She didn't care about bloodlines at all. In this regard, she was very much like the former boss. When the former boss was alive, he used to tell his brothers that anyone who proved themselves more capable than him could take his place. Was this the true inheritance of blood? Thinking of the East Sea Union, and specifically Bradley Vance, Mitch gave a reminder. Young lady, the car has been delivered. The car he was referring to was a red Ferrari I had ordered. The final price was nearly $5 million. It was a limited edition hardtop, convertible, one of only a few hundred in the world. To be honest, no girl dislikes sports cars, and I was no exception. After getting my driver's license, I had pre-ordered this car. It had finally arrived. It would also serve a purpose. It was perfect for building Yuna's persona as a wealthy socialite. Give it to Yuna for now. Later, tell her to go meet my old friends. Mitch immediately arranged for a junior to deliver the car and the keys to Yuna. Yuna had also gotten her driver's license. In fact, almost everyone in the Grand Apex Alliance had their license. The company now owned dozens of cars. If someone had been drinking and couldn't drive, someone else always needed to be able to take the wheel. They were incredibly enthusiastic about getting their licenses. I didn't even have to push them. Hardly any of these young men didn't want to learn how to drive. Having a license meant having the chance to drive, and even the chance to be my personal chauffeur. Plus, they got to drive luxury cars. Compared to women, men have an even greater passion for cars, especially luxury ones. By the way, keep a close eye on my old friends. If he shows up, notify me immediately. Also, contact Uncle Justice. Tell them to make a bit more noise. I continued to issue a series of arrangements. The plan to take revenge on Arthur Vance was simple. I would have the authorities focus on money laundering and launch a major investigation into the EC Union's assets. The louder the noise, the better. It was a classic feint. The more intense the pressure, the more they wouldn't dare to launder and transfer their funds back. The money would have to stay in that debt collection company for now. I had someone investigate, and the EC Union usually moved their funds once every 6 months. Doing it too frequently made it too easy to be exposed. This also meant that the debt collection company they controlled should be sitting on a massive amount of cash. As long as that money stayed there and wasn't retrieved by the parent company, the Vance family would definitely start to panic. With the police now breathing down their necks, they would undoubtedly look for other ways to deal with those funds, and they would want a method that was as safe as possible. That's when I planned to have Yuna, playing the role of the wealthy heiress, make her move. She would pitch a startup project under the guise of needing financing. Then, through her connections, she would arrange a chance encounter with the legal representative of the debt company. Once she brought that information back, they would be more than willing to invest their money into the shell company we had prepared. That would basically finish the job. After all the arrangements were made, I finally began to look through the materials that the girl in white, Summer Dale, had brought. Within those documents, there were 2 key pieces of information that caught my attention. They were incredibly important. One of them was even shocking to me. According to Vince's records, my biological father, Leo Miller, might have actually been a deep cover operative. Good Lord, if that's true, it really feels like a movie coming to life. Furthermore, the records contained detailed information regarding several other related matters. There was a description of Leo Miller's wife's appearance. Even though there was no photo, only text, a clear image of a woman began to form instinctively in my mind. And looking at this mental image, she actually looked somewhat familiar. If I could find this woman, then the mystery surrounding Claire Grant's past might finally be solved. As for why Vince had recorded this information, I guess the guy must have been planning something. As for the other piece of information, it was only 2 words, Warehouse 7. I didn't know where or what this warehouse was. but my gut told me it was significant. After processing all the information, I thought about it for a moment and handed the documents to Lance. Take photos of everything and save a copy. Then have someone deliver the originals to Claire Grant. She's been searching for so long. It's time she had these. Honestly, I did consider hiding this information, but considering Claire Grant's personality, I still decided to give her some of the information. Hiding things from her might actually backfire. As for whether she could eventually find what she was looking for, that would be entirely up to her. Compared to Claire Grant's origins, what I cared about more was whether that mysterious woman was truly the person I suspected her to be. A while later, Derek Miller arrived at the company. The junior leading the way introduced him to the organizational structure of the Grand Apex Alliance, explaining which departments were on each floor. As they walked, Derek Miller was in a constant state of shock. When they passed the finance department, Derek Miller saw the accountants inside, counting massive stacks of cash with a loud rustle. His eyes nearly popped out of his head at the sight of all that money. He swore that outside of television, he had never seen so much cash with his own eyes. But what left the deepest impression on him was one of the two slogans hanging on every single floor. It sent a massive chill down his spine. Whoever betrays the Grand Apex Alliance, 3 stabs, 6 holes. After reading that slogan, he instinctively clutched his stomach. Damn, that was incredibly ruthless. However, it perfectly matched the image of a syndicate in his mind. If you weren't ruthless, you couldn't maintain your position. If his cousin wasn't ruthless, how could she, a woman, make all those tough men obey her with such profound respect? If you weren't ruthless, how could you make the big bucks? Sure enough, his guess from last night was correct. His cousin had definitely gone full Underworld. To be honest, his heart was filled with a mix of excitement and conflict. Everyone knew that those who lived that life were bad people, and since his cousin was the boss, didn't that make her even worse? He truly hoped that his cousin's name would never show up on a true crime program. Derek Miller offered a silent prayer in his heart. With the shocking experience from last night, and having seen his cousin's luxury villa, Derek Miller wasn't quite as stunned by the environment of my office. However, when he realized that an entire floor was occupied by just my one office, he still couldn't help but click his tongue. The extravagance, the pure extravagance. People who made fast money really didn't care about the cost. It wasn't like back in the village, where if he bought popsicles, he'd have to sneakily eat one first, for fear there wouldn't be enough to share once he got home. After knocking and entering, Derek Miller gave a respectful greeting. I was busy reviewing documents that needed signing, so I didn't even look up. Find a place to sit. You got it. Derek Miller obediently found a sofa and sat down. Then he started munching on the candies from the table. He didn't care for tea, so he just sat there eating, while stealing glances at his cousin while she worked. He thought to himself that making fast money wasn't easy after all. She looked so busy, in his imagination, a business like his cousin's, which brought in cash quickly, should just involve pulling off a job, and then splitting the money. He hadn't expected there to be so much paperwork. It seemed that knowledge really did change one's destiny. Even splitting up dirty money required this much sophistication. If I had known what he was thinking, I would have definitely given him a hard smack. What kind of nonsense was that? But you couldn't blame Derek Miller for overthinking. Mainly, it had been such a short amount of time. His cousin had a luxury mansion, luxury cars, and hundreds of subordinates. Does a legitimate business person have that many Underworld types as employees? Does a legitimate business person make that much money in such a short window? The answer seemed obvious. People on the internet often said that the fastest ways to make money are all listed in the penal code. The netizens were right. In those true crime shows and movies, people were tossing around tens or hundreds of millions. It really was incredibly fast money. But there was one thing Derek Miller couldn't figure out. Why did everyone call his cousin young lady? He had asked the junior leading the way earlier, but the guy only said it was Vanessa Miller's exclusive title. It didn't represent a specific status. Everyone was just used to calling her that. Derek Miller suspected that it might have been the handle his cousin used when she pulled off her first big job, a codename like the young lady that people had just kept using ever since, evolving into her current title. Yeah, that made sense. While Derek Miller was lost in his wild thoughts, I finally finished the last document. I walked over to the coffee machine and poured myself a cup to perk up. Only then did I walk over to him. Derek, When you go back in a few days, I want you to do something for me. If you succeed, I'll grant you one request. Derek Miller's first instinct was, she's not going to make me do something illegal, is she? Taking someone out? A robbery? He really wasn't suited for that. But then he looked around the office, thought about everything he'd seen last night, and remembered the luxury mansion. That was the life of his dreams. It was nothing like toiling in the fields, facing the dirt all day, unable to even afford his mother's medical bills. If it was for his mother and his family, so what if he had to pull off one job? He was going to risk it. Besides, his cousin was so experienced. She wouldn't let things go wrong, right? Thinking of this, Derek Miller gritted his teeth and stood up. Just say the word. Which armored car are we hitting? I silently put down my coffee cup and picked up a baton from the desk. Wait, sis, what are you doing? Giving you a reality check. Get down. A moment later, Derek Miller rubbed his sore backside once again, looking incredibly aggrieved. Sis, you're the one who asked me to do something. Hitting me for no reason is just unfair. I kept a straight face. Who told you we were robbing an armored car? You deserve a beating for even thinking like that. Consider this a warning. You are never to do anything that breaks the law. Otherwise, I'll be the one to pay for the bullet that takes you out. Derek Miller quickly apologized. I was wrong. Sis, I promise I won't ever think like that again. After giving him a lecture, I told him that I wanted him to undergo systematic training in photography. He agreed without a second thought, but he immediately began to overthink things again. He felt that his cousin was trying to protect him. She wasn't giving him the dirty work. She was giving him a safe job like casing the joint. Why else would he learn photography if not to scout a target? That's how it always was in the movies. You either take photos or record the response times of the police. In the end, you get useful information by casing the joint. Once he arrived at this, most likely conclusion, Derek Miller's backside didn't even feel that painful anymore. Sure enough, his cousin was looking out for his safety, which is why she didn't want him on the front lines. What a great sister. In an instant, my image in his heart became heroic. Once I had finished my instructions to Derek Miller, I arranged for someone to take him to the study room in the law firm downstairs to begin learning photography skills. The law firm had put a lot of effort into this, even hiring professionals to give the lessons. As soon as Derek Miller walked into the study room, he was stunned by the sight. An entire wall of shelves was lined with all sorts of photography equipment, from professional DSLRs to miniature spy cameras. Every size and model was represented. It was incredibly comprehensive. Seeing all this, Derek Miller felt even more confident. With professional equipment and professional teaching, how could he fail? He just didn't quite understand why someone had handed him a copy of the penal code, but he quickly figured it out. They wanted him to understand the potential charges involved beforehand, so he'd be mentally prepared. As the saying goes, if you're well prepared, you won't panic when they slap the silver bracelets on. Sure enough, his cousin didn't get to where she was today by being an ordinary person. Once he reached this realization, he immediately dove into his studies. He was incredibly focused, 100 times more serious than he had ever been in school. His goal was simple. He was going to be the best scout in the business. He wouldn't let his cousin down. When he was back in school, if he didn't study, the worst that could happen was dropping out and going home to work in the fields. But if he didn't study hard here, he'd end up rotting in a cell according to the penal code. The margin for error was completely different. Otherwise, why would his cousin make things so complicated? Hiring lawyers, making him learn photography, and even making him study the law. It was all to make sure he didn't screw up. In the office, I napped for a moment before I was awakened by Lance. Knocking on the door, it was almost time for lunch. Lance stepped inside. To remind me that it was time to eat, I let out a lazy stretch, asking with sleepy eyes, "How is my cousin doing over there?" "Derek is studying incredibly hard. He even had someone bring his lunch to him." "He's still buried in those instructional videos," Lance reported. I nodded and said, "Then don't bother him." The fact that Derek Miller could focus so quickly and study to the point of forgetting to eat was definitely commendable. It was very impressive. The task I had arranged for Derek Miller was actually intended for when he returned to the village. At that time, he could use his new photography skills to wipe out all the gambling dens in the village and catch everyone involved in one sweep. I had learned from Theodore Vance that if the gambling amount exceeds 500,000, you could be sentenced to 3 to 5 years. However, under normal circumstances, as long as you cooperate and return the illegal gains, you might not have to serve that many years. Of course, that was only the sentencing standard for participants. If you were an organizer or an operator, the sentence would be much heavier. I plan to give Derek Miller a card with $1 million on it and have him hand it over to Jerry Miller. But I wouldn't give him the pin. My goal in giving him that card was ostensibly to help Jerry Miller pay off his debts. However, it would take a certain amount of time to unlock the funds. As for whether he would use the card as collateral to borrow more money for gambling, that was none of my business. But I've always believed in one thing. A leopard doesn't change its spots. If Jerry Miller knew there was that much money on the card, with his personality, he would be capable of anything. As for how to make Jerry Miller the main perpetrator later, all it would take was for him to lose a few more times, and then have someone mention a solution. For example, tell him the other gambling dens have bad luck, and a typical gambler would definitely believe in things like fate and energy. Gambling itself is just a bet on luck. Then, have someone constantly whisper in his ear that the other gambling houses were rigged, which is why he kept losing. Tell him he shouldn't go there anymore. Wouldn't Jerry Miller then start thinking about setting up his own gambling den at home? Either way, 3 years would be guaranteed. As for 5 years, that would depend on if he took the bait. Derek Miller's primary role was to set up cameras in the house to record evidence, as well as use hidden cameras to secretly film other gambling dens. Actually, for a righteous cause, it should be called an undercover investigation. I would also provide Derek Miller with an inside contact to help him. Once all the evidence was gathered, that would be the moment I'd pull in the net. Just as I reached the elevator, someone happened to be coming up to report some news. They said my old classmate had arrived on the 4th floor. I immediately said to Lance, "Let's go. Time to go see my friend." In the 4th floor management office, Annie looked at the bags and boxes of snacks that her brother, Frank, had brought. She was practically speechless. "Frank, if you keep doing this, how is our family shop supposed to stay open?" Frank replied, "Well, I haven't gotten my paycheck yet, so I just grabbed some stuff from home. It's all our own stuff anyway." "It's fine," Annie said helplessly. "I give up on you. If you're taking this much, at least tell Dad. When he checks the inventory and finds things missing, he's going to think we had a burglar." Frank gave a sheepish laugh. "Do you think I dare tell him?" "Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'll go get my pay in a bit, and tonight I'll take you out for a nice dinner. I heard that place with the fish pot stickers is pretty good." Annie rolled her eyes at her brother. "How old are you now?" she asked. "Don't you know how to save money? How are you ever going to afford to get married?" Frank said with an indifferent shrug. "I'm still young. There's no rush." Mentioning the topic of finding a partner, he suddenly remembered something that had happened back in the village. Right before he moved to the city, didn't he go back home for a visit? Later, he heard that Buck and the Miller family had reached a marriage agreement. Buck used a $50,000 dowry to buy the hand of the village's star student, Vanessa Miller. To be honest, his first reaction to the news was that it was like a beautiful flower being planted in manure. He was also incredibly jealous. Why did that scumbag Buck get her? Just because his family had a little money? Jealousy aside, it was now a done deal. But he also remembered that Vanessa Miller was in the same graduating class as his sister, right? By the way, Annie, are you still in touch with your classmate Vanessa Miller? Annie took a bag of spicy strips, tore it open, and handed one to her brother. She took one for herself and started eating. Between bites, she said, "Yeah, we're in touch. I actually just met up with her a few days ago." Frank asked, "You know Buck, right? The youngest son of the village chief. The one who spends all day hanging out with thugs in the village?" Annie nodded. "Yeah, I know him. What about him?" Frank said indignantly, "Let me tell you. That shameless scumbag spent $50,000 to set a marriage with Jerry Miller, your classmate's dad. Tell me, why don't I have $50,000? Is it because I'm too handsome for my own good?" Even though back in the village, he used to call him Brother Buck. That was only because of the guy's status. Here, he wasn't going to say anything nice about that toad. When Annie heard that Buck and Vanessa Miller's father had reached a marriage agreement, the spicy strip in her hand fell to the floor with a soft slap. She thought she had misheard him. Seeing this, Frank picked up the entire bag of spicy strips from the floor. "What's wrong with you? Why are you so worked up? Is it because, little sister, you also think it's unfair that your brother is so handsome, but doesn't have a chance to marry such a beautiful wife?" If that's the case, I appreciate the sentiment. I'll take it to heart. Annie didn't have time for his jokes. She asked him seriously, Frank, is what you're saying actually true? Frank nodded. It's true. The guys who go to Buck's place to gamble every day witnessed it personally. He realized he had let something slip, and immediately added, I only go there occasionally. I rarely actually gamble. Even though Frank was a bit of a slacker and a troublemaker, he was still a little afraid of his sister. Or rather, he was sensitive to her moods. He was terrified of making her unhappy, which is why he hurried to explain himself. Once the news was confirmed, Annie completely lost her composure. She never expected the rumors from the class group chat to actually turn out to be true. She really didn't know if Uncle Jerry's brain was broken, or if he just didn't have one. Frank, let me tell you, this marriage is never going to happen. You have no idea who Vanessa Miller. Before she could finish, the door to the management office was pushed open. There stood Vanessa Miller, walking in with a cool-looking young man. Frank was just about to open his mouth to ask his sister what was up with Vanessa Miller. Then he saw his sister snap to her feet. He followed her gaze and looked over. A girl had just walked through the door. She was wearing a black coat that reached past her knees. She was tall and slender, her long, white, straight hair draped casually over her shoulders. Especially that face. It was as exquisite as a work of art. It made people hold their breath instantly. Her eyes were clear and bright. There was a hint of sleepy laziness in them. Yet she gave off an air that warned strangers to keep their distance. As I approached, a faint, almost imperceptible scent of a cold, yet expensive perfume drifted over. It lingered at the tip of the nose, plucking at one's heartstrings. Annie reacted quickly. She hurried forward to meet her. Vanessa, what are you doing here? I smiled and said, isn't it close by? I realized we hadn't seen each other in a while, so I thought I'd treat you to a meal. Frank also stood up quickly. Are you, Vanessa Miller? To be honest, even though he thought she looked familiar, he didn't dare recognize her at first. He knew girls changed as they grew up, especially after they learned how to dress up, and the transformation could be massive, but he never imagined Vanessa Miller's change could be this drastic. She was a completely different person from that introverted, shy girl from the past, especially her temperament. It was nothing like the introverted, shy Vanessa Miller in his memory. She didn't look like a girl from the countryside at all. He would have believed it if someone said she was a high society heiress. I smiled and nodded. It's me. Frank, long time no see. Frank was 2 years ahead of me. According to village customs, calling him brother was normal. Once he was sure it was Vanessa Miller, a sudden impulse surged in Frank's heart. He wanted to grab a knife, go home, find Buck, and shout at him, "You scumbag! Let's duel." Letting such a beautiful, elegant girl marry Buck, that wasn't just a flower in manure. It was a complete waste of a masterpiece. He didn't deserve her. Both Frank and his sister tacitly avoided mentioning what was happening at home. After all, it wasn't something easy to talk about, and it was too awkward to bring up. Then he noticed the man standing beside me, wearing a deep black suit. The man stood as straight as a pine tree. His features were sharp and defined. His dark eyes were deep and bottomless. His thin lips were pressed into a cold, restrained line. He gave off an aura that was a perfect blend of handsome and fierce. There wasn't a single unnecessary expression on his face. Just by standing there quietly, he exuded a suffocating sense of pressure. I introduced him. This is my friend, Lance. Frank immediately put on a smile and reached out a hand. Nice to meet you, Lance. Lance also reached out and shook it. His expression remained cold. Hello. Frank didn't mind. He said enthusiastically, meeting here today is a stroke of luck. It's lunchtime, so I'll treat you all to a meal. How could I let you pay, Frank? I'm a student here, so I'm the host. I should be treating you. Hey, don't talk about hosts or whatever. There's no way I'm letting a girl pay. It's my treat. I'm not short on cash. When Frank said this, he stole a glance at his sister. He was afraid she would expose him or disagree. After all, he really didn't have much money. He might even have to get the money for the meal from her. But to his surprise, Annie was even more eager than him. My brother is right. He should be the one to pay. And after saying that, she intentionally leaned toward her brother. Anne secretly slipped a bank card into his hand. Frank was instantly moved to tears. Look at that. That's a real sister for you. Giving him so much face. Little did he know, Annie was only helping him because she knew who I was. She knew my true status. No matter what, being able to treat someone like me to a meal was an honor. It was worth spending any amount of money. I didn't push it any further. Alright then, next time is on me, okay? You can't argue with me then. Next time he won't let you. Annie quickly cut him off. No problem. In her heart, she was a bit frustrated with her brother's lack of sense. If he didn't agree now, Vanessa might not have time to eat with him next time. So when the other party offered to treat back, she agreed immediately. Best not to lose out. Subsequently, the four of them took a taxi to the University District branch of Yuna's kitchen. As for why they took a taxi, I did it to avoid exposing my identity. Annie was quite a smart girl. She seemed to have realized this. So she didn't reveal anything to her brother. She just went along with it. Soon the group arrived at the restaurant. But since they didn't have a reservation, they couldn't dine in a private room. They had to sit in the first-floor hall, where they found a window seat and sat down. Besides the fact that the restaurant itself was very busy, and the private rooms were already fully booked, there was another reason. I was setting the stage for Yuna's entrance. When Yuna, the wealthy socialite, pulls up in a sports car, she will definitely catch Frank's attention. Then she will coolly upgrade them to a private room. That persona will be completely established. Everything that follows will be easy to handle. During the meal, the three of us were chatting. Lance didn't join in at all. This was his usual habit. Frank was just about to ask why Lance didn't speak, but Lance shut him down with a single sentence. I'm a mute. Frank didn't push it further. He just guessed in his heart what the relationship between him and Vanessa Miller was. It couldn't really be that kind of relationship, could it? He had to admit, this guy was more handsome than him, and he gave off a faint feeling that he was protecting me. But he felt their relationship was unusual. If it was true, then Buck really got what he deserved. Before the wife even crossed the threshold, he was already living a green and healthy life. I didn't know what he was thinking. I found a topic and asked, Frank, can I ask what you do for a living now? Frank acted mysterious and said, wow, do you know what a legal representative is? I nodded. Yeah, I know. Owners of those companies are usually the legal reps, right? I acted surprised. Frank, are you a big boss now too? That's incredible. When I said this, Annie, who was drinking tea, almost spat it out. After a few coughs, she really didn't know what kind of game I was playing. In front of me, her brother was nothing. A big boss? Being praised by me like that? Frank instantly felt lightheaded with pride. That's right. I'm the legal representative of Ocean Investment. When you're out, you have to give yourself face. Even if he was exposed later, he could just say the company went bankrupt. Regardless, he couldn't lose face in front of a beautiful woman. I perfectly timed an admiring expression. Wow, then you must know a lot of investors, Frank. Frank patted his chest. Of course. If there's one thing I have plenty of, it's friends. Let me tell you. I'm not bragging, but in Brighton, he got more and more excited as he spoke, bragging about how much money the company had, what powerful figures he knew, and so on. Even when his sister kicked him under the table, he didn't care. Annie was speechless and quite annoyed, but there was nothing she could do. She could only watch her brother act like a clown. In front of me, a true multimillionaire. When we had chatted enough, I finally got to the point. Frank, I have a friend. She wants to start a business, but lacks investment. I wonder if your company would be interested in investing. Frank waved his hand dismissively. Your friend is my friend. I'll save the day. Just then, a stir came from the restaurant entrance. A fleet of red Ferraris appeared, and one screeched to a halt at the curb with a perfect tail flick. Once the car door opened, a young girl wearing sunglasses and dressed in very fashionable clothes stepped out. Quodai, the girl, casually tossed the car keys to the valet at the entrance and walked into the hall. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, she walked straight toward our table. Sorry I'm late, she apologized. Yuna took off her sunglasses, revealing an exquisite face as she looked at Frank. Ms. Miller, is this the Mr. Hill you mentioned? As she spoke, she reached out her hand to Frank. Her aura truly intimidated Frank. Frank quickly stood up and shook her hand, his heart racing and palms sweating slightly. This was for real. Everything he'd said about meeting big bosses and wealthy moguls had been nothing but bragging. He was just a broke guy who couldn't even pull $200 out of his pocket. How on earth was he supposed to provide an investment for her? Besides, the person in front of him clearly looked like a wealthy heiress. Did someone this rich even need investment? From the moment Yuna appeared, the aura she projected was clearly that of a rich princess who didn't lack for money, a true socialite. After briefly greeting everyone, she immediately called over a waiter and requested to be moved to a private room. The waiter didn't say a word and immediately went to arrange it, before Frank could even ask a question. Yuna explained with a smile, "I'm a regular at this restaurant. They usually keep a private room reserved for me." Frank felt like his eyes had been opened. This was what real power looked like. Girls from wealthy families were truly on a different level. Then, Yuna politely invited Frank to the upstairs private room. Annie and I followed behind them, intentionally staying a few paces back. "Annie, there are some things you just need to be aware of. All I can say is, what I'm doing now might actually save your brother's life." Annie was stunned by my words. "What's wrong with my brother?" I briefly explained how Frank had been tricked into becoming a legal representative. I went over the situation once. Finally, I comforted her. "Don't worry. I've already made a backup for him. As long as he cooperates, and once I bring in the lawyers from my company, fighting for a suspended sentence won't be a problem." Once the entire money laundering chain was busted by the cops, there was no way Frank could walk away completely unscathed. Getting a suspended sentence was already a very good outcome. "When this is over, I can provide the investment for you to open a beauty boutique in the department store." I knew that Annie's dream job had always been in makeup, and she had always dreamed of opening her own shop. But in her past life, she couldn't achieve it due to family reasons. She had worked in real estate sales instead. Annie was slightly taken aback. She really didn't expect that I would know exactly what she wanted to do. Her eyes began to redden. Although her brother was a bit of a mess, he was still very good to her. She pleaded, "Vanessa, please make sure my brother doesn't end up in a cell." I nodded. "Don't worry. I've never made a promise I couldn't keep." I took Annie's arm and said, "Let's go. We're going up to eat. It's the perfect time to try the new items on the menu." When Yuna took over Yuna's kitchen, she implemented a highly innovative incentive mechanism. There was one rule that I thought was particularly brilliant. Every month, a day would be set aside to gather all the chefs from every branch at the central kitchen for a dish competition. There were no fixed rules for the competition. The chefs were free to perform and create whatever dishes they wanted. Then, the managers and employees of each branch would serve as judges to taste the dishes they had created. Each judge had a certain number of votes. They would vote for whatever they found delicious or creative. The process was a blind taste test. Finally, based on the number of votes each dish received, it was decided which dishes would be added to the menu. For any dish that made it onto the menu, the chef would receive a bonus of $1,000. Furthermore, every month based on the number of units sold, additional commissions would be given. For example, a bonus for selling 100 portions in a month, or a larger bonus for 1,000 portions. Of course, for dishes with low sales, a minimum standard would be set. If it fell below this standard, it meant customers didn't like the dish, and it would be removed from the menu as well. This created a healthy cycle. Every month, the restaurant would update its menu, and the quality of the dishes would only get better, because inferior dishes would be phased out. Besides that, you couldn't slack off on the customers, because even if your dish made it onto the menu, if you didn't put your heart into making it later, and customer dissatisfaction led to a drop in sales, it could still be eliminated. In that case, your commission would disappear, so the chefs would work even harder to make sure their dishes didn't fall off the menu. This provided a way to earn extra income every month. The more of your dishes that were on the menu, the higher the commissions you'd get each month. Under this model, the enthusiasm and creativity of the chefs were completely activated. In addition to their daily work, they would study recipes during their breaks and think of new dishes. The final result could only get better and better in the future. Besides being able to eat the signature dish at Yuna's kitchen, customers could also try new items every month. With strict quality control on top of that, customers wouldn't get bored of eating there. Naturally, repeat customers would only increase. Of course, besides the chefs, a similar set of incentives was created for the service side. For example, rewards based on negative feedback, or positive feedback similar to Yelp reviews. The meal was very pleasant. Yuna had quite a way with managing guys like him now. By the end of the meal, Frank was vowing that he would definitely help her get things settled. He now fully understood why a wealthy socialite like Yuna would still need to seek investment for her own startup. The reason was simple. Her family didn't want her starting a business. Isn't there a saying? Don't fear a trust fund kid wasting money on parties. Fear a trust fund kid with ambition. Starting a business is far more expensive than daily spending. Of course, Yuna also promised that any losses would be on her. If they made a profit, it would be divided according to the contract. Where could you find a better deal than equity dividends? Even if everything was lost, he could just go to her family. Since she drove a Ferrari, her family definitely wasn't short on cash. After finishing the meal, Yuna even drove Frank back herself. The next morning after waking up, when Frank went to the company to get his paycheck, he used the story Yuna and the others had taught him to bring up the matter. Because it was a recommendation from a fellow villager, and the other party was indeed wealthy. With complete documentation, Bradley Vance, who was worried about how to handle the company's funds, was instantly overjoyed when he heard the report from Ocean Investment. Although their company wasn't a real investment firm, making a real investment wasn't out of the question, as long as the other party could pay back the money and had the strength. A real investment was just a real investment. Besides, he wouldn't have to worry about being washed by the cops. After a rather unprofessional investigation, Bradley Vance actually had the funds from Ocean Investment transferred out for the investment. He invested a total of $60 million in cash, and he even rewarded Frank with $10,000. He claimed to have introduced her to a major client. Frank Miller was quite pleased with himself at first. However, when he saw Yuna hand Vanessa Miller a card and mention that there was $1 million on it, his heart immediately sank with jealousy. He couldn't help but think how much better it would be if that money were for him. Unfortunately, he had to maintain his persona as a big-time boss, so he could only look on with envy. Vanessa's luck was simply too good. Just for introducing an investment, she had landed $1 million. Meanwhile, as the legal representative, he only had $10,000 in his pocket. 100-fold difference. Doesn't this mean that Vanessa has become a millionaire in an instant? In this era, winning a $5 million lottery prize was basically the limit of what most ordinary people could imagine, so being a millionaire still carried a massive amount of weight back then. Not even their village had produced a millionaire, and now Vanessa had become one just like that. How could Frank not be consumed by envy and jealousy? Little did he know, Vanessa had shown it to him on purpose. She wanted him to prove to her cousin Derek Miller how much money was on that card, because she knew that Frank also had a habit of gambling, but compared to a true addict like Jerry Miller, he was still somewhat restrained. He mostly preferred to watch and only occasionally played a few hands. Once everything was properly settled, I prepared to take my leave. Annie Miller struggled with herself for a long time before finally calling out to me. She told me everything that had happened back in the village. She had been holding it in for too long, and she simply couldn't keep it a secret anymore. I didn't react with the anger she had imagined. Instead, I was strangely calm. "I see," I said. After that, I simply turned and left. To say I wasn't angry would be a lie. I really didn't expect Jerry Miller to be so devoid of a bottom line that he would actually sell out his own daughter. If that was the case, I was going to make a point of returning home with a high profile to flaunt my wealth. Then, I would intentionally not give him a single cent. I wanted to spite that old man to death. And once he finally reached his breaking point, I would send him straight to a cell. But even that wasn't enough. I needed Theodore Vance to draft a specific document for me, a formal severance of the father-daughter relationship agreement. The meeting place with Patrick Hale was finally set at the Lakeside Resort and Hotel. I was the one who suggested it. Originally, Patrick Hale had selected a private club, but when I proposed the change of venue, he readily and smoothly agreed. Little did he know, by agreeing, he had fallen right into my trap. He was unknowingly sharing the risk with me, because I had leaked the news about the Grand Apex Alliance getting funds from Ocean Investment. I had no intention of keeping it a secret. I did this, firstly, to get revenge on the Vance family for blocking my loan funds. Secondly, I wanted to use the opportunity of meeting Patrick Hale to drag him down into the mess with me. When the time came and the Vance father and son heard the news that we were having dinner together, what would they think? They had just been scammed out of $60 million. And right on the heels of that, the bosses of the Grand Apex Alliance and the Unity Society were dining together. Was that signal not obvious enough? At the same time, this was exactly the result Patrick Hale wanted as well. I guessed that the only reasonable reason for Patrick Hale to suddenly offer a dinner invitation was that he wanted to collaborate with me. According to the information I had gathered, it was likely regarding the development and management rights for the city center plaza area. That was a massive opportunity. The estimated investment was as high as $5 billion. Whether it was the Unity Society, the East Sea Union, or any other faction, everyone was eyeing that land like a hawk. They were probably already making preparations. If Patrick Hale could win those development rights, even if he only held half the shares, it would be enough to make him a legendary figure within the Unity Society. His position as boss would be more solid than ever, because by winning that land, the Unity Society would finally have a real hope of going legitimate. On the other hand, if he failed to get it, the impact on him would be devastating. I had many people planted within the Unity Society, so it was impossible for me not to know that some people inside wanted me to return and reclaim my lineage. Some even wanted Patrick Hale to step down. Besides that, I suspected that Patrick Hale might have changed his attitude, because he believed I didn't have the ambition to swallow the Unity Society. Too bad for him, he was wrong. A few days later, in the grand ballroom of the Lakeside Resort and Hotel, the entire floor's ballroom space had been booked out by the Grand Apex Alliance. The area was vast, spanning thousands of square meters. If necessary, it could be divided into 6 independent ballrooms to host separate events simultaneously. In total, it could accommodate thousands of people for a meal. In addition to all the employees of Grand Apex, spots had been reserved for our suppliers as well. Every supplier had been invited, and they had all sent representatives. The general layout was as follows. The suppliers occupied the 10 tables closest to the head table. Behind them were the core members of the Grand Apex Alliance, occupying over 20 tables. Further back were the ordinary employees, in their various everyday clothes, filling over 200 tables. At 10 people per table, the ordinary employees of the Grand Apex Alliance numbered nearly 3,000. The supermarket and logistics departments had the most staff, approaching 2,000 people. The restaurants and other departments had several hundred, and when added to the 200 core members, the total headcount was nearly 3,000, and those were only the full-time staff. That didn't even include the part-time students. If they were included, the number could easily double. The ballroom was absolutely bustling, filled with a lively, festive atmosphere. Most of the ordinary employees and suppliers had already arrived and taken their seats. To be honest, seeing thousands of employees gathered under one roof made the suppliers feel a bit uneasy. Only after seeing this massive scale in person could they intuitively grasp just how large the Grand Apex Supermarket's operations really were. Grand Apex Supermarket was already the undisputed #1 supermarket chain in Brighton's retail industry, and they had just offended a client of this magnitude over a few late payments. Was it really worth it? However, there were still some suppliers who weren't convinced. To be more precise, those suppliers who had already been bribed started fanning the flames the moment they arrived. What time is it? Is Mr. Young or the rest of the management even coming? Leaving us out here like this, what the hell is that about? Exactly. Why isn't anyone here yet? Are they doing this on purpose? What's the rush? They're a major enterprise now. Isn't it normal for them to put on airs? Hey, do you think this is some kind of setup? They wouldn't beat us up just to avoid paying, right? I have a bad feeling about this too. I heard that behind the Grand Apex Supermarket is an organization called the Grand Apex Alliance. I heard they're very shady. Shh, keep it down. Do you want someone to hear you? I don't care what kind of banquet this is. If they don't give us the money today, I'm taking all my goods back. Taking them back? Old Wang, you're in fresh produce, aren't you? If you take that stuff back, it'll all just rot in the warehouse. I don't have a choice. If they won't pay, I'm pulling my stock. If I'd known, I never should have been greedy for their high volume and agreed to such a long payment cycle. While the suppliers were whispering among themselves, the hotel doorman rushed into the ballroom in a panic. He whispered something urgently into the manager's ear. The manager, who was in the middle of making arrangements, turned pale. He hurried to pick up his walkie-talkie. All available servers and security personnel, assemble at the main entrance immediately. I repeat, assemble at the main entrance immediately. The ordinary Grand Apex employees in the ballroom heard the commotion and flocked to the windows to look down at the street. The suppliers were no exception. When they looked through the floor-to-ceiling windows and saw the scene below, Everyone suddenly gasped in shock. My God. On the road by the lake in front of the hotel's main entrance, dozens of black sedans drove up in a neat formation. Protected in the middle was a Maybach worth $10 million. Once the vehicles parked, a sea of men in black poured out. Every single one was in a black suit, with a golden dragon emblem embroidered on the chest. It was the signature mark of the Grand Apex Alliance's core members. As the massive group of men in black lined up, the door of the Maybach opened, and a woman with an overwhelming presence stepped out. Who is that? One supplier's voice was actually trembling. She looks like the big boss behind Grand Apex Supermarket. Someone answered uncertainly, truthfully, seeing this scene. The suppliers felt a chill run down their spines. They wondered if they had made a huge mistake by trying to force her hand. But most of them still felt that they lived in a society ruled by law, in broad daylight. She wouldn't dare do anything to them. Just then, someone couldn't help but look up at the sky. On such a perfectly sunny day, how did it suddenly turn dark with storm clouds? Not long after the Grand Apex Alliance motorcade arrived, another motorcade appeared. This one consisted of several Mercedes, several BMWs, and over a dozen other cars of various colors. This formed a separate fleet. This motorcade looked far less uniform than the one from the Grand Apex Alliance. It wasn't as domineering, but it still couldn't be underestimated. The door of a Mercedes in the middle opened, and a man in a white suit stepped out. Behind him were dozens of lackeys also in white suits, creating a sharp contrast with the black-clad men from Grand Apex. The thugs on the street saw this group and recognized them instantly. It was Patrick Hale of the Unity Society. Why did the Grand Apex Alliance and the Unity Society arrive together? Could there be some kind of connection between these two? Holy crap, Boss Hale. He actually shook hands with that she-devil from Grand Apex. What the hell is going on? Why did you call her a she-devil? Bro, it sounds like you don't know how ruthless Grand Apex is. Let me tell you. Do you think they've teamed up? Likely. I heard some people on the street saying they might be targeting that land in the city center. Two families joining forces to carve up the territory. I guess the other gangs won't even get the scraps now. Quick, report this to the boss. Among the thugs, some were scouts sent by other organizations. When they saw this, they immediately began making their reports. The forces of the Grand Apex Alliance and the Unity Society met downstairs. Not only was there no tension between them, but they quickly formed into two neat lines. Vanessa Miller and Patrick Hale walked side by side, chatting and laughing as they entered the hotel lobby. The black and white teams followed behind their respective bosses. Besides that, among the crowd of men in black behind Vanessa, some were carrying dozens of briefcase-style safes. Patrick Hale had noticed those briefcases long ago. He was curious about what was inside, but he didn't ask her. The moment they stepped into the ballroom, the noisy room fell silent instantly. Whether it was the ordinary employees working for the Grand Apex Alliance's various businesses, or the suppliers, they all stared at Vanessa intently. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and shock. She was truly too young. Or, rather, how could she possibly be this young? Even though the Grand Apex Alliance had over 2,000 ordinary employees, most of them had never seen the big boss behind the scenes, Vanessa Miller, in person. After all, as the company's business continued to expand, the number of general hires increased as well. The people they interacted with most on a daily basis were basically just their own immediate supervisors. At most, they might know the head of their specific business division. For example, George Young, the head of the supermarket business, Yuna, the head of the restaurant business, and Victor, the head of the logistics and delivery business. Victor was a professional logistics manager hired from outside. He wasn't one of the original founding members of Grand Apex. Among the various division heads, he was considered an exception. He was originally a senior executive at a courier company, before being headhunted by George Young. Currently, the logistics business was temporarily under the supermarket division. However, I plan to spin it off next year, because the local life services division was about to be officially established. It would be better for it to be independent. The one responsible for the construction of the local life services website was still Toby from the Institute of Technology. However, a corresponding official title hadn't been assigned to him yet. If he couldn't build the website, then Toby would be nothing. But if he could build it and do it well, then he would be one of the heads of that division. This guy's enthusiasm was definitely the highest among everyone. For the sake of his future and his life, Toby worked himself like a mule. He didn't even dare to ask for a salary. In the end, in just a very short amount of time, he completed the construction and testing of the website. Today was the first time I was making a public appearance in front of all the ordinary employees. My appearance brought a massive shock to these workers, even though the ordinary employees had long heard that their company had a bit of an underworld background. Most of them just treated it as water cooler gossip. They chatted about it but didn't really take it seriously. But now that they saw me appear in person and saw the dense crowd behind me of extremely intimidating men in black, they finally realized that all those rumors were true. Yet, for some reason, they actually felt a bit of excitement in their hearts. How should that feeling be described? It was essentially like a group of scary thugs that people were usually terrified of, suddenly becoming one of us. It gave them a powerful sense of security. Ordinary people are always a bit afraid of gang members, but if those gang members are all colleagues from the same company, or even their financial backers, then not only would they not be afraid, but they could even brag about it when they went home, especially for the younger employees. This was just too cool. It turns out, the big boss behind the scenes is actually a mob princess. When I walked up to the head table, Mitch took the lead and shouted, "Greetings, young lady." The thousands of people present immediately followed, shouting in unison, "Greetings, young lady." When thousands of people shout one person's name at the same time, the impact is simply beyond words. Even Patrick Hale, who had been walking right beside me, couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. He finally understood why some foreign leaders love holding military parades. This feeling was absolutely exhilarating. Fortunately, the lackeys behind him weren't affected by this 1,000-person display. Their faces remained indifferent, so they didn't embarrass him. However, he vaguely heard some familiar voices. It seemed like some of his own lackeys had also joined in the shout for the young lady. An illusion. It must be an illusion. Patrick Hale wondered if he should also treat the Unity Society's 1,000-plus brothers to a meal later. The reason would be to build rapport. But after doing some quick mental math, he immediately dismissed the idea. The cost was just too high. He really couldn't bear to spend that much. Also, clearly he was the one hosting today, so why did it feel like this was my home turf? He didn't know yet that after the banquet ended, he would be receiving a massive gift. An astronomical bill, feeding 2,000 or 3,000 people at once, and essentially everything was ordered at the highest standard, plus the cost of drinks, cigarettes, and alcohol. Each table would cost at least $8,000 to $10,000. For 300 tables, that's easily $2 to $3 million. Patrick Hale said it was his treat, and I certainly wasn't going to be polite about it. I looked out at the dense crowd of people, gestured with my hands, and said, "Everyone, please be seated." In an instant, thousands of people sat down together, yet the scene remained incredibly spectacular. Meanwhile, the suppliers, having finally snapped out of their shock, began to grow restless again. They were indeed intimidated by the Grand Apex Alliance's aura, but some still braced themselves to ask for their money. Of course, they didn't dare ask me directly, so they targeted George Young instead. "Mr. Young, we've worked together for so long now. Just give us a straight answer. When exactly will our payments be settled? Yeah, if this keeps dragging on, we won't even be able to pay our own employees' wages. Give us our money. Everyone knows that Grand Apex supermarket is broke right now. No matter how big of a show you put on, it's all just a hollow front." Exactly. You can fool outsiders with this, but you can't fool us. George Young was instantly displeased. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to force a showdown in front of the young lady?" The lead supplier decided to go all in. He shouted, "Mr. Young, if we don't get a definite answer today, we will stop all deliveries." "That's right, we'll cut off the supply." George Young pointed at several of them. Fine. Mr. Lee, Mr. Joe, we've known each other for years, haven't we? And now you're pulling this stunt with me? Who else wants their money? Everyone who does, stand up." The moment he finished speaking, about a dozen people stood up. Others hesitated, looking like they wanted to stand but didn't quite dare to. George Young's gaze swept over the dozen people who were standing. "Very well, Mr. Lee, Mr. Joe, and the rest of you, your payments. I'll have someone settle them in full right now. But business is business. We won't owe you a single cent of what's due. However, if you have breached our contract, then I'm sorry, but you'll have to pay the penalties." What do you mean, Mr. Young? You're the ones withholding our payments. How are you going to make us pay you? Exactly. Are you trying to find an excuse to dodge your debts? Facing their accusations, George Young immediately pulled a stack of documents from his briefcase. These are the inspection reports, commissioned by Grand Apex Supermarket from a third party. For example, in the fresh produce Mr. Lee supplied, the asset value in a portion of the goods exceeds the limit by double. I expect a reasonable explanation for this. Mr. Lee was instantly stunned. That must have been an issue during transport. George Young didn't give him any face. I know for a fact that several batches were faulty. Are they all the fault of transport? Should I send Grand Apex logistics personnel to your warehouse to supervise every loading personally? Mr. Lee immediately shut his mouth. George Young then called out several more names, throwing the results of the random inspection reports directly in their faces. Within moments, these men completely withered, no longer daring to say another word. Slipping in substandard products occasionally when supplying a supermarket was considered an open secret in the industry. In the past, Grand Apex Supermarket had turned a blind eye, simply picking out the defective items to return them or dispose of them separately. But now, Grand Apex Supermarket had ramped up its quality control efforts, making the management in this area much stricter. Since they had intentionally tried to force a showdown for their money, George certainly wasn't going to indulge them anymore. One thing at a time. Mr. Young, if you don't give us the money today, then we'll just have to file a formal complaint. We'll find reporters to expose you. We'll let everyone know Grand Apex Supermarket defaults on payments. That's right, we'll complain. We'll go to the media and expose you. It was clear that since logic wasn't working, they were resorting to acting like thugs. Just then, I spoke up and interrupted them. Everyone. We at Grand Apex have always done things fairly. For every qualified product, we won't owe you a single cent. Then, I simply clapped my hands. Dozens of core members of the Grand Apex Alliance, carrying the briefcase safes, walked straight to the table on the stage. As a series of clicks echoed through the room, the cases were all opened at once. When they saw box after box of crisp $100 bills, everyone's eyes went wide. 1, 2, 3, 50. A full 50 cases. Someone in the crowd was secretly counting them. All 50 cases were filled to the brim with cash. How much money must that be in total? Generally speaking, a single case can hold $1 million without an issue. But these cases looked quite large. It felt like they could hold $2 million each quite easily. $2 million per case? Doesn't that mean there's a total of $100 million here? Everyone gasped in unison. Soon, the Grand Apex members revealed the answer. Following my instructions, they began stacking the piles of bills from the cases. In the blink of an eye, they had built a literal mountain of cash. Every person in the room stared in stunned silence. $100 million. If it's just a number in a bank account, it doesn't have nearly the same impact on a person. But when $100 million in physical cash is laid out right in front of you, the visual impact on everyone present, including the suppliers, is absolutely earth-shattering. Because out of everyone in the room, not a single one had ever truly seen $100 million in cash. But now, all that money was laid bare for everyone to see. In reality, out of this money, $40 million was for the company's payments and stock subscription funds. There were also funds temporarily diverted from Nolan Sterling. This portion would eventually need to be returned. If you set aside the funds that couldn't be touched, the remaining amount wasn't actually enough to settle all the supplier debts. As for the other $60 million, that was the illicit income from the Vance family of the EC Union. This money also couldn't be used freely. It would have to be handed over to the police later. The reason I put on this $100 million show was to demonstrate to the world that Grand Apex Supermarket was not short on cash. One only had to look at the suppliers' reactions to see that it worked. Now that they saw this much cash on stage, the suppliers who had remained seated clearly looked much more relieved. They hadn't actually been that anxious for their payments. Moreover, Grand Apex Supermarket had always promised that if the payment period exceeded 60 days, which was the standard 2-month cycle, they would be paid interest, and that interest was higher than the bank's fixed deposit rates. If their capital was truly tight, the supermarket was even willing to issue promissory notes. The recent period had been a stage of rapid expansion for Grand Apex Supermarket. Needing to manage cash flow and extending payment deadlines was only natural for a business. If suppliers were willing to grant extensions, and the supermarket was willing to pay interest, it was essentially a win-win partnership. It was just that some people couldn't resist outside provocation, or they simply had bad intentions, wanting to join others in bringing down Grand Apex Supermarket. For those kinds of partners, I'm sorry, but Grand Apex Supermarket will never work with you again. At this moment, those suppliers who were still standing were going through absolute torture. They didn't know whether to keep standing or sit back down. It was incredibly awkward. Did they really want to lose a major client like Grand Apex Supermarket? Not necessarily. Everyone wanted a stable, long-term partner. They just thought the company was going to collapse. And on top of that, other supermarkets had offered them better terms. That was the only reason they had stood up to demand their money. But looking at it now, they were dead wrong. Mr. Young. Ms. Miller. Mr. Lee stammered as he tried to explain. I cut him off immediately. To those who said Grand Apex Supermarket was broke, you've seen the truth now. Grand Apex Supermarket is not short on cash at all. And yet, some people would rather believe rumors and listen to the lies spread by our competitors. In that case, we have no need for partners like you. From this day forward, we will never work together again. Go find Mr. Young with your invoices tomorrow. Let me be clear about this beforehand. The qualified goods will be paid for in full on the spot. As for the substandard products, whether you want to go through legal channels or settle it by the rules of the street, I'm ready for either. The suppliers who had stood up instantly panicked. Ms. Miller, please give us a chance. We'll fix everything right away. Ms. Miller, we were wrong. I didn't want to waste my breath on them. I waved my hand. Throw them out. As soon as the words left my mouth, dozens of men in black suits immediately marched toward them. Then, without another word, they grabbed them directly and threw them out the front door. They truly showed no mercy whatsoever. They were incredibly decisive. This sight left the remaining suppliers trembling in fear. Seeing that the warning to the others had been effective, I softened my tone slightly. And what about you? Do you want to take your money and leave, or stay for dinner? The suppliers looked at each other and nodded immediately. No one walks away from money. Now that they were certain Grand Apex Supermarket wasn't broke, they naturally weren't foolish enough to offend this major client any further. We'll stay for dinner. Ms. Miller, we really just came here to eat. Payments and everything else, we can talk. It's all fine. Yes, exactly. It's our privilege to work with Grand Apex. What's a little delay in payment between partners? I propose we all raise a glass to Ms. Miller, to thank Grand Apex Supermarket for looking out for us all this time. Yes, to Ms. Miller. Looking at the fawning faces of these people, I let out a cold laugh in my heart. Then I spoke up. We can have a drink, but you have to sign something first. Theodore Vance stood up at my cue. He distributed the prepared documents to everyone. When those suppliers took a quick look at the documents, their expressions instantly became very complicated. But, Ms. Miller, the supply price in this contract, why is it 5% lower than before? One supplier asked, summoning his courage. I glanced at him. Why? Is there a problem? The supplier stammered. No, well, Ms. Miller, raw material costs are rising. Our profit margins are already very thin. If we lower it any further, we won't have any profit left at all. Is that so? Then don't sign it. As soon as I said those words, several men in black suits silently took a step toward him. The supplier trembled from head to toe. He immediately grabbed a pen. I'll sign. It is my honor to have a long-term partnership with Grand Apex Supermarket. Seeing this, the others quickly chimed in. Yes. Small profits, but quick turnover, right? We are willing to sign. However, someone still whispered under his breath, this is a freaking gang, isn't it? Theodore Vance, who had sharp ears, heard this, and immediately walked over to the man. My friend, what did you just say? The supplier shook violently. I said Ms. Miller is brilliant. This price is extremely reasonable. Theodore Vance gave a meaningful smile. He didn't expose the guy, but instead walked to the front and said, everyone, actually, the Grand Apex Alliance has prepared 2 options for you today. Please, open the second document. Once everyone had pulled out and opened the second document, he continued, the first one is the ordinary supply contract you just saw. According to the terms, you have a 60-day payment cycle. Delays will accrue interest, but there is no other support provided. The second one is different. The second one is the agreement for the Grand Apex Symbiotic Business Alliance we are building. So, what are the benefits of joining this alliance? Allow me to explain on behalf of the young lady. First, the pricing that everyone is concerned about. For partners who join the Symbiotic Alliance, the settlement price will be 5 to 10% higher than the ordinary contract. Second, the settlement period. The settlement time is reduced to 45 days. In urgent cases, you can enjoy a 7-day lightning settlement. The Grand Apex Alliance can provide financial support for partners in need of capital. Low-interest loans of up to $5 million, with an annual interest rate of only 5%. You can come to us when you're short on cash. Fourth, for high-quality enterprises that need to expand, the Grand Apex Alliance can provide unconditional investment to ensure the company's growth is not restricted. We will share the risks together. Fifth, partners who join the Symbiotic Alliance will receive guaranteed orders from Grand Apex Supermarket. The minimum annual purchase volume will not be less than 120% of the previous year. He spoke faster and faster, and the eyes of the suppliers in the audience grew brighter and brighter. The terms sounded truly incredible. In fact, it couldn't get any better than this. Several suppliers were already raising their hands impatiently. Mr. Vance, can we sign it right now? Theodore Vance adjusted his glasses and corrected them. That's the wrong title. In the future, remember to call me Counselor Vance. The suppliers immediately changed their tune. Counselor Vance, so, can we sign it right now? Theodore Vance raised his hand again to signal them to keep calm. Of course you can. However, the threshold for joining the Symbiotic Business Alliance is quite high. It's all in the contract. To join the alliance, you must accept quality supervisor sent by Grand Apex, accept conditional future investments, and accept sharing 50% of your production capacity allocation rights. Theodore Vance briefly listed a few more conditions for joining. The smiles on the suppliers' faces gradually began to freeze. Why does joining this feel no different from selling our souls? I walked slowly toward them, holding my wineglass. A smart person can do the math. Do you want to starve to death clinging to your freedoms, or board the Grand Apex aircraft carrier and soar to new heights? The choice is entirely yours. Those who wish to join, raise your glasses. Saying that, I held my glass up high. Instantly, every member of the Grand Apex Alliance in the room, including the ordinary employees, stood up and raised their glasses. They shouted in unison, Grand Apex Alliance. Grand Apex Alliance. The suppliers, seeing this, couldn't help wiping the sweat from their foreheads. Damn, this isn't a negotiation. This is an absolute ultimatum. The Grand Apex Symbiotic Business Alliance. On the surface, it flew the flag of a win-win partnership, and it even appeared that the suppliers were getting the better deal. In reality, there was a hidden agenda. This was the Grand Apex Alliance using interest-based binding to lay the groundwork for future equity penetration, resource binding, and other control methods. It was like a massive net being cast, gradually tightening its grip on the suppliers. If they had cooperated honestly and hadn't tried to maliciously force my hand, I wouldn't have thought about strengthening my control over the supply channels so soon. One could say that they were the ones who forced me to make this change. In many cases, a supermarket has no real authority over its suppliers, but once they joined this Grand Apex Symbiotic Alliance, they would be subject to the supermarket's control. Grand Apex Supermarket could not only send people to supervise them, but also had priority investment rights, controlling interests, and the power to regulate 50% of their production lines. This model not only significantly increased Grand Apex's control over the supply chain, but also ensured product quality and supply stability. Later, Grand Apex Supermarket would also begin the process of data integration, requiring suppliers to share production, inventory, and cost data in real time, under the guise of optimizing supply chain efficiency. On the surface, it was about improving collaboration, but in reality, it was to gain total control over the supplier's actual profit margins. Once I discovered someone was being disloyal or disobedient, I could use that detailed data to launch a precision strike, and I would even hold all the cards when it came to acquisition valuations. Furthermore, goods from Alliance members had to be delivered through Grand Apex Logistics. This not only increased business for the logistics department, but also effectively eliminated bait-and-switch tactics while ensuring peak delivery efficiency. The ultimate goal of the Grand Apex Symbiotic Business Alliance was to achieve total vertical integration. Upstream, I controlled the supply channels and manufacturers. Midstream, I used my own logistics and future warehousing and distribution centers to boost efficiency. Downstream, I deployed terminal supermarkets, malls, local group buying services, and online sales platforms. Actually, this model was quite similar to the self-operated model of JD.com in my past life, except Grand Apex's primary sales channels were still focused on brick-and-mortar retail, offering even stronger control. When I raised my glass, every member of the Grand Apex Alliance stood up in unison. The supplier representatives, after a brief hesitation, also rose and raised their glasses. Cheers! I drained the red wine in my glass in one go, exuding the fearless spirit of a powerful woman. After finishing the wine, I turned and gave a smile to Patrick Hale, who was still sitting at the head table. To Patrick Hale, however, that smile was more than just charming. It was dangerous, instantly putting him on high alert. The dozens of lackeys Patrick Hale had brought along, though mostly undercover plants from the Grand Apex Alliance, still included a portion of original Unity Society members. Seeing how easily I had handled, and even asserted control over those suppliers, and witnessing my immense influence, they were profoundly shaken. The young lady was quite literally a natural-born leader. As soon as I returned to my seat, I signaled the hotel staff to start serving the food. Then, I began to converse with Patrick Hale. No wonder you chose this place for our meeting, Ms. Miller. You've certainly given me a lesson today. You're overthinking it, Boss Hale. I simply felt this venue was more convenient. Is that so? Regardless, I've learned quite a bit today. I should still thank you, Ms. Miller. If you want to thank me, then for the development around Bellin Plaza in the city center. I want a 60% stake. Patrick Hale's face darkened instantly. Why don't you just rob me? Boss Hale, do you really think you can swallow that cake alone? Without me, those families in the EC Union won't even leave you the crumbs. Or do you really think that relying on Ethan will let you have the last laugh in a gauntlet match? I had already gathered the general rules of the tournament from Lance. Each organization could field 3 people, and the last man standing on the ring would be the ultimate winner, securing the rights to the disputed territory. It wasn't a fair fight. It was a war of attrition. Patrick, you have Ethan. I have Lance. And Grizzly, I'm providing 2 fighters, while you provide 1. It's only fair that I take the lion's share. Seeing that Patrick Hale was still unwilling to budge, I leaned in slightly and pointed toward the mountain of cash on the stage. That money actually belongs to the Vance family of the EC Union. I borrowed it for a while, and I don't plan on returning it. Also, I suspect they already know that we are having dinner together today. How could Patrick Hale not understand the implication? Even if he tried to explain to Arthur Vance afterward that he was truly just there for a meal, and that the money had nothing to do with him, would they believe him? Of course not. I had dragged him into the mess without making a sound, and now he would find it impossible to wash his hands of it. It was a complete checkmate. You've dragged me down, and you're not even giving me a cent of that money. Don't you think you're being a bit too much? I let out a cold laugh. Too much? Compared to what you've done, this is nothing, isn't it? Patrick Hale was silenced. On this point, he truly had no way to argue. Sending people to kidnap Vanessa Miller had indeed been done on his orders, including that incident at the University District. Think it over. The food has just arrived. There's no rush. After saying that, I signaled for everyone to start eating. I began to eat with great relish, completely ignoring whatever Patrick Hale was thinking. Patrick Hale, however, had lost his appetite entirely. I have to say, it was only by facing this girl directly that he could truly appreciate how terrifying she was. He felt somewhat relieved that this girl hadn't returned to the Unity Society immediately after her father's death. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any room left for him. Once everyone had finished their meal, it was time for the highlight of the annual meeting, the bonuses. The 100 million in cash on the stage wasn't all for show. A portion of it was actually going to be distributed. First, the bonuses were divided based on status, ordinary employees versus core members. The amounts were different. Core members received a year-end bonus of $5,000 each. This alone would total over $1 million. Ordinary employees received $2,000 each. Based on the headcount present, this amounted to another 4 or 5 million. I didn't hand out the money personally. Instead, I had the heads of each department do it. As the employees received their cash, their faces lit up with joy. The young lady was incredibly generous. One had to realize that for many of them, their time at the company hadn't exceeded 6 months. The vast majority of people had joined the Grand Apex Alliance only a month or two ago. Those who had been there for 3 months were considered veterans, yet the company still gave them each a $2,000 year-end bonus. That might not seem like much in the future, but in this era, it was an incredibly large sum. Normally, most companies, especially our competitors, would give you a bottle of oil or a bag of flour at most. They couldn't even compare. After the general employee bonuses were finished, it was time for my appearance. Lance immediately walked up to me. I picked up 100 stacks of cash and handed them to him. At $10,000 per stack, it was exactly $1 million. Lance held the massive pile of money with a perfectly stoic face, showing not a single flicker of excitement. To any outsider, it felt like this was a man who truly didn't care about money. I then announced that I was awarding Lance a number of company shares as well. While Lance was far behind George Young in terms of business acumen, he was the very first person to follow me, protecting me with total dedication, and the men under him respected him deeply. He had earned these rewards.
And meme.
Then Mitch, Counselor Vance, George Young, Una, Lily Harper, and the other executives all stepped down holding massive piles of cash. In addition to them, certain employees who had shown exceptional performance were also rewarded. The bonuses I personally awarded usually started at $10,000. Once the rewards were mostly handed out, it was time for the true climax of the evening. After Mitch had happily tucked his money away, he stepped back onto the stage and took the microphone. He announced the news that every member of Grand Apex had been waiting for. And now, the promotion list for the Grand Apex Alliance core membership. After a rigorous and careful evaluation by Counselor Vance, myself, and our brothers in the relevant departments, we have made our final selections. The members on this list have fully grasped the bylaws of the Grand Apex Alliance, deeply understood our core mission, and proven their proficiency in their respective skills. They fully meet the criteria for promotion. The list has been final signed and approved by the young lady. I now announce that the following 103 individuals are officially promoted to core members of the Grand Apex Alliance. I will now call the names. Will those called please come to the stage? Mark Reynolds, Kenny Wang, and Melanie Rogers. Those whose names were called stepped out from the crowd one by one, their faces beaming with an undisguised sense of joy. Some were even so overcome with emotion that they wept tears of happiness. They had finally become core members. Finally, they could put on that long-awaited black uniform. Let's see who wouldn't call them brother or sister from now on. The perks of being a core member of the Grand Apex Alliance were numerous, and many people were well aware of them. For example, lifelong Social Security, paid until retirement, and comprehensive medical insurance for their immediate family. During the holidays, the company would send gifts and condolences to the families of core members. In the future, they even planned to organize group, all expenses paid vacations for the members and their families. There were even rumors that the land the company had purchased was intended for them. Besides building a new headquarters, the remaining land was slated for a residential development. The construction would be handled by the Sterling Group, and the apartments would be sold to core members at cost. Word had even leaked regarding the approximate price, a $100,000 down payment for a 1,000-square-foot apartment. The remaining mortgage could be covered entirely by their housing fund, meaning they wouldn't have to pay another cent out of pocket. It was practically the same as getting a free house. In short, each and every benefit for a core member was enough to make anyone's mouth water. It was a status everyone yearned for. One could say the treatment for a Grand Apex core member was in no way inferior to that of a government official. In fact, it was even better. Not to mention that once someone became a core member, they essentially joined the ranks of the brothers and sisters. Once you put on that uniform, very few people would dare to mess with you. Any ambitious young person made becoming a core member their ultimate goal, including some of the management staff hired from the outside. The 103 newly promoted core members had finished assembling on the stage. I walked up to stand before them. There were both men and women, though the ratio of men was significantly higher. Young lady, greetings, young lady. Everyone was incredibly excited, their voices full of fervor. Mitch stepped up to my side and began the address. Congratulations on becoming core members. I hope you will keep the Grand Apex mission in mind. Be cautious, be meticulous, be bold, know the law, and ensure your actions match your knowledge. Now, please come forward to the young lady to receive your uniform and your essential guide for life on the road. He didn't waste any time with fluff. After those 2 sentences, he signaled the men to start distributing the items. I stood on the platform, and several subordinates in black suits were already prepared on my right. They were ready to hand me the red-covered books and the uniforms at any moment. Once I took them, I would hand them over to each newly promoted corps member, one by one. The Grand Apex Alliance had never held a ceremony like this before. Usually, after the monthly promotions, members would just go to Mitch to collect their gear. But today was the annual meeting, and with over 100 people being promoted at once, Lance and Mitch had both urged me to do it. They said that while it might be tiring for me to hand them out personally, it would serve as a massive inspiration to them. It would increase their sense of cohesion, and make the new members even more fiercely loyal to me. I had no choice but to agree. The effect was indeed impressive, far exceeding our expectations. As these 100-plus corps members walked up to me, each of them looked at me with an expression of pure, fanatical devotion. To have the young lady personally bestow the core black identity upon them in such a grand setting, what an immense honor that was. I'd go through fire and water for you, young lady. When I reached the 12th person, a young man who looked like a student from the university district suddenly snapped into a sharp salute. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Young lady, I, Liam Miller, swear to the Grand Apex Alliance that I am willing to go through fire and water for you without a single moment's hesitation." The outburst was sudden, but it ignited the fanatical spirit in the hearts of those waiting in line. In the next moment, the entire tone of the event shifted. What was supposed to be a simple promotion ceremony gradually transformed into a blood-pumping rally of oaths. "Young lady, from now on, just treat me as your warhorse in the face of any danger. I would die 10,000 deaths for you, young lady. Young lady, I will strive to unite my knowledge and action." Young lady, I was speechless on the inside, but I kept a gracious smile on my face. I placed the uniform into the hands of the member, receiving the items, then placed a red-covered penal code on top of it. Then I would repeat my words of encouragement: work hard, keep learning, and keep reading. Watching from the audience, Patrick Hale had initially been quite dismissive of the promotion ceremony. This kind of playing house drama was, in the eyes of a veteran like him who had seen it all, in the treacherous underworld, nothing short of childish and ridiculous. But as time ticked by, and as he saw the fanaticism in the eyes of those new corps members, and felt the longing and desire from the thousands of others below the stage, the hair on the back of his neck began to stand up. Fanaticism in 1 or 2 people isn't scary, but when 100 or 1,000 people are fanatical, it becomes something truly terrifying. Finally understood the brilliance of this ceremony through the taking of oaths and the bestowing of a uniform that symbolized status. She had turned a simple administrative promotion into a psychological imprint. She was ensuring the absolute loyalty of every Grand Apex member. This woman truly knows how to win over hearts, he thought. No wonder she could take the throne despite being a woman. He even started comparing it to the Unity Society. The biggest problem they faced right now was a lack of unity. The hall leaders were all plotting for themselves, and the lower-level lackeys were like a pile of loose sand. Yet look at the Grand Apex Alliance. They could take a simple promotion ritual and turn it into the forging of a shared faith. This level of leadership was masterful. Maybe I should try something like this when I get back, he mused. Patrick Hale was beginning to feel tempted. What boss wouldn't want their subordinates to be absolutely loyal? It was just a ceremony after all. A bit of a hassle perhaps, but worth it if it increased their cohesion. The hotel staff watching from the sidelines, and the portion of Unity Society members present, were equally stunned. They were terrified. What exactly were these people doing? Is this a Grand Apex promotion ceremony? Haven't you noticed? Aren't those guys already wearing black clothes? If it's just a promotion, fine, but why? Does it look like an army being sent off to war? This is insane. Could it be that the Grand Apex Alliance isn't satisfied with what they have? Are they preparing to build a legion of elite super brawlers to conquer all of Brighton? The thought of it is just too frightening. If things keep going like this, will the sun ever rise over Brighton again? After the promotion ceremony concluded, Patrick Hale stood up and prepared to take his leave. He truly had learned a great deal today. At the very least, he had learned a thing or two about winning hearts. I didn't try to keep him. There wasn't much for us to talk about anyway, and I had already guessed his concerns. and laid out my terms. Just because Patrick Hale didn't agree immediately, didn't mean he wouldn't agree eventually. When Patrick Hale reached the first-floor lobby and prepared to exit, he was intercepted by the hotel manager. "Mr. Hale, this is the bill for your dinner with Ms. Miller." Patrick Hale didn't think much of it. He didn't even glance at the bill, figuring it was just the cost of one table of food. Even at a high standard, it wouldn't be more than $20,000. He casually pulled out a bank card and slapped it onto the POS machine. "Charge it." After the transaction went through and he sat in his car, his phone let out a ding. The bank's notification text had finally arrived. Patrick Hale gave it a casual glance, and then he froze. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, confirming that the remaining balance on the card was exactly 0.25. He instantly exploded. What the hell?